Hey guys, it's me, RDV. I'm back on this channel hosting for what? For what? For the hell of it, I guess, because he's busy right now. He's learning a little late, and I figured, you know what? It's a perfect time to try out the thumbnail I made for him almost 3 months ago. So, open line Monday. You guys basically tell us what you want to talk about. I mean, as we scrounge around for comic book news or just news in general.
I'm hunting. I'm looking for
Yep.
it.
So, you tell us what you want to talk about, or just don't show up at all. Whatever you prefer. You
Talk or don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing I can lead off with is at least I, starting to see the impact of these delays, whether it's a paper shortage or whatever idiocy that Marvel's done. I've gotten 4 emails in the last 2 days from DCBS telling me, "Oh, hey, these Marvel books that you pre-ordered that have been canceled, and they're going to be resolicited at a later date."
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's all good stuff. It's I think I said Gambit number 3.
Wait. Hold on. You said Marvel, and then you said it's good stuff.
Well, because it's being written by the good writers. So it's the Chris Claremont Gambit series. Gambit number 3 is getting pushed back.
Did they already come out with the first 2?
Not yet.
It hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
I think issue 1's supposed to come out this week.
Okay, because I forget that you're like a month ahead. So I'm like, did I miss a month or 2?
Oh, try like 3 months ahead.
He's streets ahead of you, Vinkman.
Yeah.
Streets ahead.
Streets.
Yeah, when you're ordering from DCBS, it's like you're ordering previews, like you're a store. So
go to the preview book. Yeah.
Ahead.
So when you tell me about books being pushed back, I'm like, I didn't know that book was even out. And they're like, oh, it's like a month or 2 ahead.
Yeah. So this all kind of culminates because there were various articles and stuff that were coming out last month or even earlier about things getting pushed back and delays of whatever various reasons, some alleged paper shortage, others just, talent issue, who knows? But yeah, so
Claremont's doing a Gambit series. I'm interested right there. You got Claremont
Comes
and you got
out,
Gambit.
Oh yeah.
According to League of Comic Geeks, that issue number 1 comes out in July.
July. Okay, I knew it was either this month or next month.
Yeah.
That it came out.
So yeah, and then like I said, Claremont is coming back and writing a Gambit book. Is it going to be like taking place back in the 90s, like everybody else is doing?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
sweet.
Storm is gonna. It's like young Storm is his sidekick again.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So it's basically right in that whole heyday. Let me see here. So I know that was the first one.
Well, I'll tell you another book that got pushed back to this week coming up. That's Cowboy Bebop.
Wait, it got pushed back again, or is it coming out this week?
Coming out this week. Yeah, it's supposed to come out this. Yeah, it got pushed back to this week coming up.
Yeah. So new Fantastic Four number 4 has been pushed back. Genesis Captain Marvel number 3, which is another Peter David series, is pushed back. Wild Cards number 3 is pushed back, and then of course the biggest bummers, X-Men Legends 2 and 3 are both pushed back.
X-Men Legends 2 and 3.
Yeah. Well, because
they're starting over.
Yeah, they did 12, and then they're rebooting it with a number 1.
Is this season 2?
More or less,
like the Grant Morrison stuff, like seasons.
The first
That's obnoxious. Seasons in comic books.
Yeah. So it's season 2 without calling it season 2. And the first issue should be coming out either this month or next month, and it's Roy Thomas writing, and I forget who's doing the art.
I guess I just love as far as what Marvel is doing. I mean, Zdarsky and Cates are the only new books by people that I'm actually reading.
No,
otherwise,
that's not true. Jed McKay is as well.
No, hold on.
Okay.
In the current today's stuff, current books coming out, but the other ones are writing technically they're new back issues.
Jed McKay is writing Moon Knight right now, which you're reading.
I stopped. I actually stopped.
You stopped reading Moon Knight?
I'm behind on it.
Wow.
And not because I hate it. It's just that I was reading all the other books. I've been on the books. No. The Cowboy Bebop comic book. The only thing that ties with the Netflix show is how the characters look. Other than that, the personalities are in the anime.
Breen says seasons on comic books is like eating in a stream. Which I read that right as I was eating a mouthful of cereal.
Ironically, though, I told both of them because LK was finishing up his dinner. You can hear him clinking his bowl. I said, just do that for like ASMR. You get my soothing voice.
What about drinking on the stream?
I'm about to go get me some coffee.
Are you kidding me? Trusty does it every time we do a reading. He's always drinking. He's got a scotch. He's like, that's how he handles it.
Well, that's how you gotta lubricate the vocal cords because man, some of the voices we do is just crazy.
Yeah.
Lubricate. I
lubricate. What would you rather me say? What would you rather me say, Vink?
That's how you keep from getting a dry mouth.
There's no more propitious word that I could say there.
That's how I lubricate my throat.
Yeah.
Do you say that? Do you lubricate your throat when you're reading Rawhide?
I don't read Rawhide. Breen reads Rawhide, so that's a question for him.
Breen says I'm available with temperance lectures.
Yeah. Well, I
just want to quickly say hello to everybody else that could jump in. Ominous Nocturna, good to see you. I think Joe Rogers is here already. Eric Breen, good to see you as always. Tillium, good as well. I think that's it though. Oh yeah, Marania. Sorry. Yeah, I'm so used to Marania. Her character's being killed off. So.
Tehillim. Haven't seen Tehillim in a while, so good to see him. Yeah. The other thing we can talk about, tangentially related to comics, certainly is the two black eyes here that Disney's gotten over the weekend. If the reports are,
Oh, you talking about movies?
Yeah. Yes. Well, the underperformance of Lightyear.
Yeah, I'm not hearing Lightyear.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that.
Which I have to admit, I'm honestly surprised at, but I think it's an important story if in fact that's the case, because it means that all of the negative stuff with Disney, the subpar stuff recently that we've been seeing coming out of Pixar, is finally filtering down to, I'll say, the normies.
Yeah, so Pixar is usually a top selling,
Is Lightyear a Pixar movie?
It is.
I know it's spun out from Toy Story, but I just wanted to confirm
it is Pixar.
Pixar,
and it stars Chris Evans. They chose to go with Chris Evans instead of going with Tim Allen. So there was some speculation as why they might have done that, because due to politics, the way he came out after he's a conservative, he's outspoken. Yeah. So they went Chris Evans because Chris Evans was available. Because he's no longer Captain America. So he probably has all this free time to do these different things. So what the funny thing is that may come into play is why it did do so poorly, at the box office. Now I haven't watched the movie. I'm gonna watch it when it hits Disney Plus because I'm not gonna pay for that crap. I'm just gonna watch it for free because I use my sister's app. Because why would you pay for Disney? Anyway, but no. So Chris Evans before this, around June 15th, came out and said, was talking about people who don't like the fact that there's a lesbian couple in the movie, well, guess what? We're progressing forward. We've been doing that. We're just gonna leave you behind in the dust like dinosaurs. Ironically, he says that. He says that calls those people who don't like the movie are gonna be dinosaurs, and then he gets beaten out by a movie about dinosaurs.
Yeah,
that's barely even.
That's pretty funny.
And the funny part is that Jurassic World Dominion is on its second week. So it's not even the first opening week for the movie. So you can't even beat a movie on its second week in theaters. It's like
there was this thing too I saw earlier today on Twitter. Yeah. Apparently the critical reception, like the critics' reception of Lightyear, has been dropping as more reviews have been coming in. Right now, I think it's at a 76% critical reception, which is I think the lowest. I think Good Dinosaur is either tied with it or might be just above what Lightyear is
based on the numbers coming in for this movie, the box office, it's doing worse than Cars 2.
Cars 2, that's the one. Not Good Dinosaur. Cars 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about Good Dinosaur. I've never heard of that. Anyway, but Tim Allen is actually Tim Allen is still in good terms with Disney. So that kind of shoots down that.
He's got that Santa Claus show that's coming out.
He's doing the Santa Claus thing.
Yeah.
So Yeah, so he's still doing that, but I think the thing is that Tim Allen built that character, though.
He did.
And
even after Tim Allen, there was I say, don't watch Lightyear. Watch the animated Buzz Lightyear Star Command cartoon movie with Patrick Warburton.
Well, you mean
that was the other thing.
The series
that was great.
Well, the series.
It was a movie. It was a movie first, and then it became a Saturday morning.
So, to be fair, I only watched Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 2, and I dipped out of the franchise.
You gotta see 3 at least. 3 is amazing.
I saw Cars, and that just made more sense than the rest of them.
3 made me, dude. 3 broke people's hearts. Like, good lord.
Yeah, 3 is there's a lot of deaths here at the end.
I've also heard. So the other argument people were saying is like Tim Allen. This is based off the person and not the toy, because people are saying, "Look, well, toys don't always sound like the person they're supposed to be." My Buzz Lightyear command toy, the action figure, was Tim Allen.
Yeah,
and it released it, and it still had Tim Allen's voice or someone similar to that.
Yeah, I mean,
look at well, the guy who plays Woody, that's Tom Hanks. His brother does the voice for the toy. It's
interesting.
Yeah, I did not know that because it sounds identical.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's weird when you have somebody voice a character for like Bugs Bunny, and then somebody does a completely different accent for Bugs Bunny. You're gonna notice it.
No, especially if you grew up with Mel Blanc.
And the other funny thing is that Disney was showing. Remember they were doing the trailers for Thor: Love and Thunder. They kept calling her King Valkyrie.
Yeah,
and they pulled it out of the trailers.
Did they really?
So the new clip doesn't even show that. So I wonder.
I did not know that.
So because of this movie is doing so poorly, there's rumors that are saying that's why they pulled that out. Now, it could be just coincidence, but you can draw your own conclusions.
I don't see the two really as related. I don't think there's any kind of direct connection between the two.
Oh, it wouldn't shock me in the least. I mean, that's one thing where if there's a negative kind of customer reaction, they would quietly pull that out. I mean, it's just this again, it's one of those things where the more I see a trailer for Thor and Love and Thunder, the less I want to see it.
And I guess Valkyrie's supposed to have a girlfriend in this movie.
Yeah, because they were saying that she's bisexual is the big thing.
I don't care, but you don't.
If you're gonna be bisexual, then you should half the time they should have a boyfriend if they're a girl, or they. Should
I don't care if they have a boyfriend or girlfriend, but it should not be the focus of the whole entire movie.
It should not be. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Bankman.
You're welcome, Zach.
Salty Zach just showed up in the chat. Okay. Switching from Pixar, Disney Animation Studios has a new movie they just dropped a trailer for last week, I think. It's called Strange Worlds. It's like this very sci-fi, it's got this really cool vibe to it. It's sci-fi, but it's done with like a 1920s or 30s vibe. Like there's a radio announcer who sounds like this, and it's like steampunky. It looked actually like a really cool premise for a movie. I was kind of excited about it. Well, comes out today on Twitter. It has the first openly gay lead character in a Disney movie for like the 6th or 7th time, by the way. And just like that, all interest in this movie just got flushed down. Like, you have this really cool sci-fi premise, but you're going to come out, instead of talking about that, you're going to talk about this character who's the first, but not really the first, openly gay character in a Disney movie. It's okay. I'm out. So, yeah.
Like I said,
I think his name is Ethan too.
You can please everybody, but the thing is that they just want to say, "Hey, we got good characters, and if you don't like it, you don't need to watch our movie." It's like, okay, and then they get upset when you don't watch the movie. That's the most stupidest marketing plot I've ever thought. The people who were put that ideas for that should be fired. I honestly, Walt Disney, if his family was even remotely involved within this stuff, I'm pretty sure they'd be like, "Yeah, we're not going to do this crap." But I think it's owned by a business, isn't it? It's not even owned by Walt's family.
It's owned by
the parks.
Board.
Probably are.
Isn't
maybe
it like a board or something that oversees everything?
Oh yeah, no. The Disney family for the most part is
like I know. There's
Disney's a publicly traded company. So their board, the CEO, the Walt Disney family itself has little to no say at this point, and even that's a bit.
Oh, Robert, there's no new. It's not a Disney character that's been changed to be gay.
Yeah, it's not.
We're talking about the Lightyear movie. There's a
Well,
one of the ladies he works with, in the military, has a gay lover, which is kind of funny too, because military, I don't think you're allowed to have relationships in there. The military, but it's a movie. Who
I
cares?
wasn't talking about. I mean, that's Lightyear. I was talking about the Strange Worlds
Oh.
movie, which has like this young. He's not a kid. He's like a young adult-looking character. I don't know his name. It might be. It started with an E. It's a boy.
It's a boy
who
His name's
looked
E.
like he was a very androgynous-looking boy at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just.
It's. I mean, yes. I mean, we're called because a lot of people who see this stuff see how Disney's got a agenda to put more gay characters into those stuff and then talk about it before the movie comes out. Now you can call people conspiracy theorists, but sometimes a lot of conspiracies lately they've been coming true. So
Yeah.
I've seen Bad Boy; he's real.
The Alex Jones was right jar is filling up a little bit each.
I know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think at this point though we can still table the Thor: Love and Thunder talk because I mean, who cares until the movie comes out? I mean,
I'm only going to be seeing it for the Guardians of the Galaxy anyway. As soon as they're
yes, Brain, I agree with this. When we achieve the one opinion society, the one world agenda, theirs will be the right opinion. That'll be the goal, and all things they're doing is working towards that, towards the greater good. If anybody says greater good, that's a red flag.
Yeah,
the greater good.
Every dystopian movie I've ever seen they always said for the greater good.
Yeah,
there's a reason why they say that because they're evil.
Yeah. Hot Fuzz is a great movie. I can watch that movie over and over and over again.
Bloody murder. The two Andys.
Yeah. So the second black eye that Disney's taken over the weekend was the reports coming out that Ms. Marvel so far is the lowest watched MCU show, and I think basically what's happened again is that Disney, the corporation, has gotten so much negative publicity over the last several months that people have just started tuning out. And I think combined with that, where, I would say a significant portion of the normie audience for the MCU is going, oh, this looks like a kid's show, I'm out.
Yeah, it's like Liz McGuire, aim for 11-year-olds. Yeah.
I don't need to watch this to.
It also picked a really bad time to come out. Kenobi has been out for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
We can talk about.
We'll hold on to Star Wars talk.
I'm just saying, if you have these two shows and you're gonna have them coming out at the same time, one is a character that Star Wars fans have loved for decades almost, and the other one's this character that's never been featured in anything. Where the masses gonna go?
Let's go back to Ms. Marvel though.
They staggered him out, and I'm sure that there is definitely a portion of Disney, on the business side going like, well, we need something for the Star Wars fans and we need something for the MCU fans, and thinking that there's not a lot of crossover between the two. I guarantee you there's definitely, business people, traffic people in Disney that are thinking that.
Now, the Ms. Marvel show is not a bad show. Yes, it's aimed towards younger crowd. The only thing that the show could do better is if they brought in another MCU star. If they brought in maybe Kate Bishop, or they brought in another, or even, like I said, bring in another Avenger.
Is it like Moon Knight where there's like no crossover to the rest of the MCU?
So far, it's a standalone thing. Now I don't know. It might lead at the end into Captain Marvel's too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she is confirmed to be one of the 3 main characters. They're calling it the Marvels
That begs the question: do you think the viewership will go up if Brie Larson debuts at the very last episode, or do you think they'll just do like, oh, it's her in the distance, try to save face?
Well, I think also too. I mean, from a normie perspective, it's like, okay, if I went and saw Doctor Strange, I would be, again, depending on mentality, but it would be, wow, did I really need to watch Loki and What If and all this other MCU Disney Plus stuff that they were pushing on me, when I didn't really need to watch it to watch Doctor Strange. And I think there's a more than insignificant portion of the audience with that. I think all of that kind of combined, and I don't want to say, I'm sure that there's also some portion out there too of I don't want to watch this character because it's a minority girl, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I just think all of that just kind of rolled up, into one. But I think a big factor, is like you said, is that people are seeing, realizing, oh yeah, this is really just a kids show.
And it's not a bad kid show though, because I remember growing up. I grew up in back in the '90s, so I watched Lizzie McGuire with my older sister, so I watch it, and it's creative how they do when she's her imagination. They show it like the animation on the walls, the drawing stuff. That's cool. But I mean, like the story so far, it's just she's learned she's got powers. She just saves the kid from falling, but and she just learned that somebody else that she liked is his mother knows more about her grandmother, where she got these magical gauntlets from.
Yeah.
Other than that, the story is just like, okay, all right, you haven't really missed much. That's pretty much the first 2 episodes. It's like but I said it could get better, but right now the only thing that's really going to save the show, to get more older people watching it, is if they bring it tied into stuff. If they bring in Yelena Romanoff or somebody that they're trying to build up as the new Avengers or Thunderbolts, you need a crossover, and that's what Hawkeye did. Hawkeye at least had an MCU. He had Jeremy Renner in there.
Yeah.
So you kind of need somebody, whether it's gonna be Brie Larson or Monica Rambeau.
Skip has an excellent point here. If you want to pull up his comment, we don't.
Are we allowed to skip his?
No, you can't skip my twin. How dare you? We don't need to watch anything, but if we want to watch it in hopes of being entertained with a compelling story and characters, that's all you need. So it's like what they did with Captain Marvel, the movie. They shoehorned it right between Infinity War and Endgame to make people think, oh, this is going to be required viewing. Because everybody with the MCU films, especially, we have this mentality. Like they said for years, it's all connected. So you have this mentality. You go, oh well, if I want to know what happens in Endgame, I need to watch Spider-Man or Captain Marvel or whatever. And really, it should just be, hey, this character looks interesting to me. I just want a good story. I just want a one shot. Put it in comic terms. I want a one shot. I don't want part of the event.
I've heard this been said by many people before. It's like was it No Way Home was pretty much like it just anything after that. It's like it's just pretty much failing in comparison when it comes to the MCU right now, Marvel stuff. Because
Doctor Strange didn't Doctor Strange do good at the box office?
Doctor Strange did good, but the biggest movie that I think it drew in more was Far From Home, or not Far From Home, No Way Home.
No Way Home, yeah.
And I got a lot of people who weren't watching the MCU to come back start watching it because you had Tobey Maguire, you had Andrew Garfield coming in from the Sonyverse. So people are like, oh my gosh, they're bringing this up. And now there's rumors that are talking about they're going to do some more work with Tobey and Andrew Garfield. Yeah, so the nostalgia factor was really high for that movie. And that's I think that would contribute to a lot of the people coming in. But not only that, it had a good story plot. And at the end, it reset everything. It got rid of all the crap that people were complaining about and just reset it. So it's just Tom Holland by himself to start over as Spider-Man. And he's at the end, and for spoilers for people who haven't watched it, but you've had a while, and it's on Disney Plus and Pirate Sites.
No Way Home is on Disney Plus?
Yeah. It's been on there for a while.
Okay, I know what I'm doing later tonight.
Pretty sure it's on there because it's been on Vudu for the longest time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't look for.
I think it's somebody else. Because again, Sony stuff hasn't been showing up on Disney Plus.
You might have to search for Sony stuff. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, I'm more excited now to watch the next part of the Spider-Man franchise with Tom Holland because you don't have the annoying little Ned. He's back. He's living in Tobey Maguire's apartment.
Vinkman really hates this Ned kid. Like, I would not want to meet.
The reason I hate it because they blended Miles Morales with Peter Parker in this first 3 parts.
I'm just teasing. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at the box office. No Way Home did double what Doctor Strange has done at the box office.
And so a lot of people are like, okay, let's go watch the TV series are coming out. And they're just kind of meh, Yeah. I think Loki was the biggest, the last TV show that the MCU to draw numbers.
Does Disney Plus reveal the numbers that they do
Okay.
for the shows on the streaming service?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I think they're kind of like Netflix, where they don't show their
Let's go
numbers.
through some comments, though.
Not
Yeah.
directly, but I mean, what I'll say is I think that Disney was fooling themselves, and I think they were dishonest is probably too harsh a word with the trailer. But when you saw trailers for Miss Marvel, especially if you looked at it through a normie lens, you're expecting the same level of show that you've seen with Hawkeye and Loki and WandaVision and so on. So you're thinking that, okay, it's going to be all ages, but it will skew more adult. And if you go and then watch the first episode, you have, if you're an adult, you come away going like, this is a kid show, and this is a Disney Channel, this is a Nickelodeon, a Teen Nick type show, and that's gonna drive away audience. They should have been more honest with,
It should have been on the actual Disney Channel.
I think that if they were expecting high level Disney numbers, damn it, the break.
So what they should do then, if they're going to do this, they should have introduced a new Runaway show aimed towards kids. Then we can have a kids version of
let's just.
They should do a new Warrior show.
Yeah, so Speedball as penance.
Yeah, so
just Speedball, not penance.
So I think they were fooling themselves and thinking that it was going to get the same numbers that the regular MCU show does. When it's closer to their Wizards of Waverly Place or this new villain show that's on, or like the Thunderman show that was on Teen Nick. Yes, I know about these because I'm the weirdo that Rhaegar talked about that would call in on Coast to Coast AM Live. But anyways, so I
think what? I kind of remember that now.
What?
You calling in?
Oh yeah, sure. No.
The new Warriors is Brick Breen.
No, we don't need those.
And then of course, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the final kick in the balls to Disney, which I'm happy to do, is Kenobi. So I mean, all I will say is, for anybody who thinks Kenobi is good, I can't wait for the four-legged Ben Kenobi and Imperial trenchcoat figure.
It did get better. I was watching the last 2 episodes with my in-laws yesterday. The past 2 episodes, the episode 4 definitely still had flaws. Even episode 5 definitely has flaws in it. But
wait.
This most recent episode was the best.
You're saying episode 4 just had a couple of flaws? Oh
yeah.
My God, it's so awful. Let's put it this way. Okay, I will fully admit I am not watching the episode. I watched the EFAP, the Mahler review today. And
I kind of want to watch those now.
It's just I'm so glad that I would rather watch him and his crew rip it apart for an hour than actually sit down and watch the episode, because holy God, what they have done to Kenobi, what they've done, how they have just basically just blown open the canon. And anybody in Disney who says, "Oh yeah, we're honoring the canon," is absolutely full of it. Pablo
Austin P said this in the chat a ways back. There is a novel, an EU novel called Kenobi. So if you like Obi-Wan Kenobi, I highly recommend go and either read the book just called Kenobi or find the audiobook. That is a excellent novel. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it means nothing in terms of
there he is.
The canon, because they've said that we're completely ignoring the EU, except for when we want to include things from the EU and bastardize it. But
Ash, if the StreamYard link is in the Twitter group, which you're part of.
Yeah, Bob.
No.
I'm sorry, you don't track Twitter, do you?
Prove that you're not LK and show up on the same stream as him.
He'll show up as just the hands in the same background.
I'm calling you out, Ash.
Here's
something I'm looking at. So oh, go ahead. Go. You're reading.
Muller destroys any and everything, though, diving into the minutia, I guess. Minutia. Thank you. I've heard it both ways now. Destroying things is his superpower. He barely praises anything. I've never heard of Mahler.
I've heard his name a couple of times.
Mahler is fantastic. You should watch a few of his 8 or 10 hour
streams.
Is he like
that? Is he like that guy? Funny. Always talk bad about wrestling. David, whatever it is.
The only person I know that talks bad about wrestling is Jim Cornette. If there's
Jim Cornette, and there's the other guy. There's a guy that used to work on there. It was David something like that was.
Ash is driving. He says. Why are you texting while you're driving?
I'm driving, can't text.
He's texting in the chat.
You're
saying I'm texting, can't drive.
Yeah, yeah. But again, Skip, I mean, that's the important part, though, is that when Mahler does praise something, that means you should really sit up and take notice, and that it's probably really, really good.
Here's something I just came across on Twitter as I'm scrolling for news and topics. So they're doing a Kraven the Hunter spinoff now, right?
Is it Aaron Johnson?
Aaron Taylor Johnson, the guy who played Quicksilver. My favorite iteration of Quicksilver, by the way. But yeah, so he's playing Kraven, and he said this. They quoted him. Kraven will be an animal lover and a protector of the natural world in Sony's spinoff.
Wait,
movie.
Is he going to have a bunch of cats living in his house with the birds and
dogs? Which is a departure of most depictions of Kraven in the comics. The guy wears a lion's head on his chest.
It's survival of the fittest. That's his whole character.
But he's going to be an animal lover and protector of the natural world.
And you know what?
He's going to go poison ivy, basically, but with animals instead of plants. So there you go. Discuss.
Kraven was the superior. That's all he was. He was the superior hunter, the superior being. He proved himself. Sergei actually, I don't know if in the comic books, in the cartoons, he actually drank a serum that made him that way. He was working on. So I think in the comics he also had a serum too, but he also had nipple blasters too.
He did. He had the lasers that came out of the lion's eyes.
Which are on his ironically right above where his nipples would be. So.
Right, they were right on them.
So anyway, so first of all, if you're gonna have anybody be that, Gerard Butler, get somebody who's actually has build on his body. Don't have anybody who gets scrawny.
I like that. I thought Gerard Butler would make a good Hercules, but I think I like him as Kraven too.
And let him be that Kraven who actually comes to thinking that Spider-Man's a villain. Go with that idea, where Spider-Man is a menace, because everybody who meets Spider-Man should think that he's a menace, a criminal, because of Jameson. Especially now they reset everything too. So nobody knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Everybody, and with Jameson constantly badgering him. That's why you even had Luke Cage was hired by Jameson. Yeah, there we go. We get Luke Cage show up fighting against Spider-Man for cash.
Are you expecting me to duck out of camera or go crazy because you mentioned Luke Cage?
Well, no. I mean, Iron Fist is going to be there too. Here's for hire.
Oh, okay.
That way you can watch it. No,
I watched Luke Cage. I watched both seasons. Okay.
Really? What happened in it? See,
about the same amount of stuff that happened in Iron Fist.
Kraven the Not Hunter, peak modern Marvel. Actually, no, it's going to be it's going to be called Kraven the Millennial.
He's gonna be hunting people because people are damaging the planet.
Yes. Just shoot me, says Rhaegar. Well, yeah. I'm against murder.
Yeah. I'm against. Rhaegar, you don't have to believe me. It's on Twitter. You can go type in Kraven on Twitter.
Kraven will be a member of the Extinction Rebellion. So we're gonna get Kraven's first hunt or last hunt, because I don't think it's gonna get a sequel.
You can't do Kraven's Last Hunt as a first story.
Puppet Productions. What?
I prefer Age of Ultron Quicksilver Ace. Days of Future Past was okay, but he's not the Quicksilver from the comics.
Zach,
I think Ultron did a better job of that.
Zach, send your twin a link.
Send my twin a link. Is he saying he would he'll respond? I got you, twin. Hold on.
No, I just Are
you like the jerk? How is he related to you?
I mean, I just
Steve Martin.
Once again, for every good idea that Sony winds up doing with the Marvel character, they come up with 2 or 3 bad ones.
It's Morbid time, and then they release that bad idea 2 or 3 times in theaters.
We try to read every comments on here as much as we can, which we don't try to ignore them. And like I said, which really stood out because of the fact that we have another channel that we do stuff on. It's called the Geeky Puppet Show with puppets. So it kind of threw me off. I was like, Puppet Productions? What? Competition?
Oh, Rhaegar didn't believe that I watched Luke Cage.
Oh, H2, which Ultron Days of Future Past or Ultron? Or that'd be actually better.
He's asking. Ace is asking which Quicksilver.
It was Ultron. Yeah. Aaron Kick-Ass.
Johnson,
You know who Kick-Ass? You ever watched that? That kid.
Mm-hmm.
Which they could. He should have been better Kick-Ass.
both actors in that. There's two actors. The actor that played Kick-Ass, and then there's one that plays like his best friend. They both ended up playing Quicksilver, just in different movies.
Like I said, the guy Aaron Taylor Johnson who played Kick-Ass was better in Kick-Ass. I didn't like him as Quicksilver. The guy who liked
really?
Quicksilver was the guy from Days of Future Past, the other actor who actually was acknowledged as being the son of Magneto.
Yeah, but I didn't care for him because he
had a much better story.
He didn't fit the personality of the Quicksilver from the comics.
He did.
Age of Ultron's did. Ultron's was more
we'll
snobby and arrogant.
We will agree to disagree because you're wrong. Okay.
You're wrong, and I will agree with you.
I'm hosting this. I can kick you off, and I'll just say you're wrong.
But you won't, though, if you want me to show up tomorrow night. Maranya, I'm with you. I want
you hear that, guys? Blackmail.
Blackmail?
Pretty sure that's a crime.
Yeah. Well, Zach, I was going to say, you realize since you and I are on this, and so 2-1 against Venkman.
You're with me on this with the Quicksilver?
No, I was going to say we can finally talk about Spy Family.
Oh,
Spy Family.
I haven't seen the latest episode.
Spy Family is kind of like Fight Club. You don't talk about Spy Family because they're spies.
No, only one of them's a spy. One's an assassin and one's a telepath.
Yes. That's a story about two assassins being controlled by children with telepathic abilities.
No, not quite how it is, but
not quite.
That's how I want to see it. I want that version.
No, just Lloyd is best dad, and
you're his best mom.
Yeah. And just the funny little touches. The latest anime episode is the one where she earns the first star for the kid from the pool.
From the pool, right?
Yeah.
I did see a scene on my Twitter feed. One of my favorite characters got introduced at the end.
Yeah. So I was happy about that because I wasn't honestly sure, depending on how they were going to drag out and build it, if we were actually going to get Bond in the first season or not. But I think the first season actually is going to wind up going 24. I feel like it's going to be a 24 episode.
I feel like they've been picking up the pace a lot with the story from the manga. So I feel, Bond I think he'll get brought in.
Yeah. But so that part at the end was great. But I mean, just what's great is it's like, I've read this in the manga already, but just to see it animated and just see the little flourishes and touches that the animators put on it and bring the characters to life. I mean, just great little bit was after Anya got kind of rewarded for it, Yor goes to give her a hug, and you see Laura talking about it. It's almost like something out of Police Squad, because you've got the camera's more or less like focused on Laura talking about, hey, Anya might be able to help him pull off what he's doing. Meanwhile, Yor's giving her a hug, but because Yor is, so strong that she's literally like crushing the life out of Anya. So you can see her like starting to turn blue in the hug, And so it's just those little moments that just make it so great. And it's just such a fun show, fun read.
It is. In this day of modern comics and Disney, turn to Japan, folks, for all of your entertainment needs. Yeah. My brother, I haven't seen him for the past 2 weeks. He had COVID, so we weren't able to celebrate our birthday or anything. So I saw him yesterday for Father's Day. We were hanging out with my parents. He's like, "Hey, I have your present. Let me go get it to you." I was like, "Okay, sure." So he goes, I have it right here. He got me the first 8 volumes of One Piece.
Oh, wow. Nice.
So I'm just missing one, and I have almost the entire first arc. So, yeah.
Very cool.
And my dad was asking me about, because I talk to my dad a lot. We work together, so he knows I'm into comics and stuff. So from time to time, he'll come across a headline that he reads, like some character got retconned or whatever. And so he's like asking about manga. I was like, Japanese, they don't do any of that stuff with the manga. They just want to tell a good story. So
well, and it's so much fun. As I will always tell people, it's whatever you like, whatever hobbies you have, whatever interests you, there's a manga for it. There's an anime for it. What I'm watching right now is called Birdie Wing, Golf Girl Story. And it's almost as a golf anime written by people who've never played golf before.
What's with the basketball and the volleyball animes now?
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
the kind of thing.
There
It's so
are volleyball ones.
the golf scenes are so over the top. One of the lead characters hits her blue bullet. And it's like this. Nobody's hardly putting at all. They're all just shots. Hitting it 200 yards into the hole. It's so crazy. I love it.
Puppet Productions. I said there's another channel called The Geeky Puppet Show. They do all the nerdy reviews and they use puppets. So that's why I said you're like competition. If you do videos, if your name's just Puppet Productions, and you don't do anything on it, then you're not competition.
Well, that's just rude.
Yeah.
You're
He
not
asked a question. I
competition.
deliver the answer.
Yeah, I hear the sports animes do get intense. My sister was a big fan of Haikyuu for a long time.
Yeah, as Skip is saying, there's Slam Dunk for basketball. There's
a new one though on Netflix.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, there's multiple baseball animes. There's multiple soccer animes. There was one that
it just seems weird. Like, just go watch sports. It's like,
yeah, but you get the characters and stuff. And then, of course, I mean, there's the sports they make up. Like, I'm still waiting. Someday we'll get a season 2 of Kaiju, which is the anime of the sport where the girls, try to knock each other off of the platforms using their butt or booty.
Oh, I've heard of that one.
It was a fantastic anime. I love it.
I can't watch that one. My wife comes in the office.
I was gonna say, like,
time.
you mean Sekirei?
I can't watch that one. I'd get in trouble.
And then, of course, there's was it Usunumi, the Pony Girls? You haven't Pretty Derby? Oh, you haven't seen this one? So it's
Yes, Breen. I'm glad you agree.
When isn't Breen watching a game? That's the big question. There's always a game.
When he's playing a game.
What's really sad is he's probably watching a Reds game, so he's watching a lot.
Are you kidding me? No, you can't watch Reds games if you're at home. You can only watch away games.
Yeah. No, he's got the home games because he'll have the home station to watch. He's not out of the sense.
Here they won't. Here you can't watch Bird games at all unless you go there. Only if it's away game.
Well, you probably need cable because they're
with the cable package they don't. There's no way to watch them unless you go to the game. That's the whole point. They want you to go to the game.
That's
even DirecTV and all that stuff. Even the MLB network and stuff. Yeah, you have to go to the game.
Well, I know the blackout rules, but then it's usually because it's available in your area. Like once in a while they'll put the game on if it's a away game, but all the home games are you gotta go there. It's dumb. Probably because they're losing so much business because people would rather go to a sports bar, drink, have wings, and watch the game there, than pay through the ass at the stadium and get worse food.
Don't the tickets don't tickets go down in price though? Like when they have trouble getting butts in the seats, don't the ticket prices come down?
I mean, it depends. I mean, some places have instituted what they call variable pricing.
See, it doesn't matter to me. I get to go to LSU baseball games whenever they're in season for really cheap because my wife works at the school.
People complain about gay American comics. Manga is 10 times gayer. That's the word.
There are. Well, yeah, they have that too.
They have Pacific kinks, They have your Yuri, you have your yaoi, you have your
like
inanimate object, probably your furries, all that weird stuff over in manga.
Yeah, well, it's the problem for everybody.
The problem is though that manga is so vast, different topics. You're not just forced with those limited categories. Where
exactly
modern comics in right now, current Marvel and DC, they're starting to slip these characters in and just make it where you're forced to either they turn a character, your favorite character, just gay for no reason other than just to say, "Hey, look, I'm Tom Taylor. I made this character gay for you. Give me a pat in the back." Or
and then yell at me
or you get people like Hickman who write the X-Men as villains, and then he leaves.
Yeah,
so they're stuck with a worse writer trying to continue the story. But so it's ironic that Marvel started doing this because DC hasn't done it yet. I'm surprised. Marvel has been taking older writers and writing older characters, basically back in the 80s and 90s. You got Peter David, Claremont, Michelin, or Micheline, whatever you want to call him.
Michelini.
Yeah.
Well,
Man,
isn't that what Mark Waid is doing with
Mark
World's
Waid with
Finest?
World's Finest? Well, yes, but there's talks that World's Finest is going to end soon. It's a little miniseries.
No,
where
they've already got a second story arc planned out.
Oh, really? So isn't it going to tie into Dark Crisis?
I don't think so. I think it is going to tie into the Chip
Yeah.
Zdarsky Batman versus Robin, but I mean, it's an older time period. You know, Dick Grayson is still Robin, but it's not a miniseries though.
But like I said, it's like it's gotten to the point where it's there. It's funny that Marvel is doing that. So that's the books I'm buying is by the older creators who are just writing the stories like they would have been writing back in the 90s or the 80s. You know?
Yeah.
And you're not getting preached to. You're getting a fun story.
Yeah.
As people complain about the symbiotes and all that stuff, Peter Day was knocking out the park with the symbiote Crossroads with Spider-Man because it was Spider-Man. It wasn't what you have today. It wasn't Nick Spencer, you know, where he did a small retcon. I give him praise for that, you know, for the original sins. Got rid of that crap. But you actually, at the time, you know, you actually had Peter Parker being Peter Parker. He had the supporting cast in these books. You have Ben Reilly currently right now, or actually, no, just ended. That was J.D. DeMatteis was writing Ben Reilly's as Spider-Man back in the 90s. Yeah, I forgot about that. Breen's like, yes. For the small side note, for people, when we do ratings over on the other channel, Breen, whenever we say Spider-Man, he says yes because he likes the word Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And anyway, but like I said,
I'm not a fan necessarily of, I guess, the deleted scene type, or some of the fill in the gap. If you, what I am a fan of, and I think what like Peter David has done, and you know, hopefully like the Chris Claremont Gambit episode issue and some of the X-Men Legend stuff is just telling a story, you know, in that time period, not trying to explain something that doesn't need to be explained. Because that's become just a massive crutch of so many of these hack writers, especially we see in TV. I mean, hell, that's what the entire Star Trek universe is right now. Is just, you know, going, oh yeah, remember this? Well, here's why that happened. It's like, well, no, I don't.
Well, these aren't retcons though.
Yeah,
these happen, little stories, but they don't affect anything.
You know, but as I say, I mean, you know, where you see so much of the lack of creativity in you know, modern science fiction and pop culture is this constant rehashing and having to go back because basically everybody wants to tell their fan fiction story of, you know, this particular time period and tie together and bring all these little member berries of, oh yeah, see, this is why this happened and this is why this happened. When it's like, no, stop it. I mean,
now see, I want to touch real quick on what Austin P is saying. Anime is unappealing to me. I just can't watch them. I feel that way if I've already read the manga and it's exactly just like the manga. It's like I don't care to watch it. I'm better just continue where the next chapter come out. Where if I've never read the manga and I watch the anime first, then I'm fine with that. You know.
Yeah.
There's also different animation styles with anime too. Like
sometimes.
if you look at all the time. Look at all the different. Compare Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. Compare that to One Piece or Attack on Titan or My Hero Academia. They all have, maybe it's not like night and day differences, but there are differences in animation styles.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, like for instance,
it's like comic books. You can look at.
I've never been a big Dragon Ball Z fan, partially because I just can't get into the animation style. It's the same reason why I've never watched Detective Conan.
Okay, and I just agreed on something.
Yeah,
we both don't like Dragon Ball.
Oh, I'm gonna say you both don't like Detective Conan.
No.
I've never seen Detective Conan.
Yeah, but I mean, other things like, you know, Spy Family, I absolutely love.
Yeah.
You know, all the other stuff.
That's one of mine.
Yeah. So I was going to bring up another comic talk. Have you guys talked about the What If Miles Morales is Thor?
Oh yes. The What If Miles Morales Thor?
Twitter did not like that one. Let me pull that up. Hang on.
When you turn the ghetto into Asgard, and it's still the ghetto.
And then Loki was his uncle, but Loki is supposed to be Thor's brother. There's some weird stuff going on there. No, there was like a whole headline on Twitter because it's facing backlash because of all these racial stereotypes.
It is, and it's like, and it shows you that Marvel does not think that, hey, if we have a black community, they're not all the same. Black people do live in other communities.
It's like every black person lives in the hood.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna write about the hood, then you better say it's Chicago, because
do they think that hanging sneakers from telephone lines is something that only black people do? Like, there are white people that do
this
drugs,
thing. Yeah.
that hang
Well,
shoes
yeah,
over
all that
telephone
stuff.
Well,
lines.
I think in this, I'm far from me. I'm not going to defend this writer at all because I just again find it so hilarious.
Don't do it,
that-
okay?
Well,
No,
the writer's
I
a white guy too.
I don't think that the hanging the sneakers is necessarily denoting a black thing. I think it's
There's
more
white
of
kids
just
that do it
an
too.
urban. I think it's more of just an urban city thing. But combined with everything else, it's easy to do. And as I said, I mean, so when I first heard, of course, I had to look up to see, okay, so who's writing this? Because I just assumed because it's Miles Morales that they hired a black writer. No, it turned out they got this massive progressive. If you looked at his other work, Mexican, and you can't say Mexican because he was born in Mexico City, writer. And so, again, for all the people who want to say, oh yeah, no, the only people that can be racist are white people. It's like, well, no, here's example number 1,000,001 that anybody can be racist. It doesn't matter.
I'm looking at some of the quotes. He says at one point, Asgard is his hood. And then how he says at one point, how like original Thor will say by Odin's beard.
Yeah.
This Miles Morales one says by Odin's spade, like his fade haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, this is said by
Foot
Locker sneaker.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like the previous 3 issues haven't been that good either. And I haven't read them, but I know just reading a couple of things in terms of like, I mean, again, one of the things that continue through the series is well, the reason why his uncle is Loki is because in every series so far, his uncle has been the bad guy. Because if you know anything about Miles Morales, his uncle is was it the Prowler?
Prowler.
Yeah, that's why Loki's his uncle. Yes.
Yeah.
So again, I talk about we talk about lack of creativity. Well, there's lack of creativity right there. That all of these multiverses, his uncle is the same is whatever the bad guy is that you're making.
Okay. Some of the replies on Twitter we're talking about this and all the whole Miles Morales story are sounding like, man, it's like I Spy. It's like the only thing missing is we can't find the watermelons or the grape juice
or the fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
Well, it's funny too. So I'm looking through the replies on Twitter right now, and all the replies that are bashing this, it's all the people that they're trying to get as their customers.
Yes,
pronouns in bio, BLM.
The black community is upset with this.
Yeah,
they're all on Twitter saying this is crap.
The best reply I've seen so far, this one I'm looking at right now, says, Into the Spider-Verse gave us a very well-written black slashless, Miles Morales. And then they say underneath that, what if ruined all that?
Because in Into the Spider-Verse, he wasn't in like the hood. He was in New York, where it's a melting pot of population. He wasn't like in Harlem.
Exactly.
He was actually in a nice neighborhood.
Yeah. This whole thing where it's like, and I don't like this generalizing, like all black people are like this, or this tribalism.
They're all one spot, right? According to Marvel, they're all just one spot.
Yeah, it's all the same. If you look like this, if you identify as this, then you share the same experience as every other person in that category.
Next, they're gonna say that all the Hispanic people live down in Texas and down south. They don't live anywhere up north.
Yeah, but
it gives me a headache.
But I mean, once again, what this ultimately points out again, and of course, none of the call it mainstream, what's left of the comic press and the comic bloggers and all the other intelligentsia are going to admit is they have cultivated these lunatics, and they're the toxic fans. They are far more toxic and just horrible and virulent compared to the what the fans would reclaim or that. I talked about in the beginning with the Tom King or Tom Taylor, which one?
Tom Taylor. That's I was about to.
But real quickly, I gotta let somebody in. So just give me 3, 2, 1.
No,
what's going on?
And
don't drive while you're texting.
That's why I have a button that sends that message to let you know that I'm
missed
driving.
Your cue there, man. You should have said
I don't have to text.
There was no can opening. Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, because Zach stole my thunder.
No, because you can't drink and drive.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal thunder.
You can drink and drive.
Yes, not beer.
You can drink water.
Yeah,
or soda.
You can drink root beer.
You don't want to be Jeff Hardy.
Ooh.
All right, real quick, I have to address a couple of things.
Okay.
We already covered the texting while driving.
Yep.
You guys apparently need to get a smarter phone that'll let you just
Talk the voice.
Number 2, what was the other thing I was gonna do? Oh, the Craven. Man, I was like sitting at a stoplight when you guys were talking about that, and I was like, I was getting just furious. I was like, what the? They turned Craven into a PETA terrorist, like. So yeah. I just wanted to get that out. I don't have very much to say. You guys already covered it all.
I thought about that PETA. I was like, oh, it's PETA Taylor.
Yeah, it's the Sony universe, so it's easy to ignore.
I'm ready for. I'm already ready for Craven 2. It's Morbin time.
The whole point is he's a villain. Why do you try to install virtue into your villains?
That's a big thing. Yeah, that's a big thing. They did that with Boba Fett even recently. They like tried to make him this honorable good guy. I'm like,
shouldn't that make him more villainous? Shouldn't that make like want Spider-Man to kick his ass more because he hunts and you're like down with hunting?
Yeah. Well, once again, I will say the reason why is because these people identify more with the villains and
you're correct.
Heroes.
I'm preaching to the choir.
That's true. Look at
the other thing I wanted to address was you guys were talking about manga and anime, and particularly the sports ones, and I just wanted to be an advocate. First of all, number one, just like any other medium, there is plenty of crap manga and anime. So don't fall under this illusion that like, oh, anime is this gift from God and it's just so much better. There is a ton of garbage. There's good stuff, and the good stuff rises to the top, and most people who are fans of it follow the good stuff, and then that's why it seems. But there is bad. But number 2,
you're telling me that Darling in the Franxx is not good anime.
I haven't seen it. But I just wanted to touch on the sports stuff. I was surprised. There's 2. You guys mentioned one, the Haikyuu, but one I liked even better was I'm going to say it wrong. Kuroko's Basketball.
Oh.
If you have Netflix, it's on Netflix. You can see all the seasons. I just started watching it I was like, oh, I'm bored. I'm working on my computer. I want something in the background. Let me throw this on. And I got sucked in. And to answer RDV's question, you were like, why would anyone watch this? Just watch sports. Because it's really not about the sports. Obviously, fiction. It's like why? It's like the reason why is if anyone who's ever watched pro wrestling, that's the reason why. Pro wrestling is not a sport. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, now, it's physical. Like I don't deny the physicality and the athleticism of pro wrestlers, but it's not a sport. It's scripted, but you follow it for the drama. And the same thing when you follow fiction. And Kuroko's Basketball. It's really like My Hero Academia, but instead of superheroes fighting villains, it's basketball players battling it out on the court. And it's pretty ludicrous, but it totally, like, in the only way that the Japanese can, as LK talked about with the golf one, is it embraces the ludicrous nature of it. Like the players have essentially superhuman powers on the court, but it's all done in a metaphorical. You just it's fun. It's really fun to get into. Probably going to be more appealing to guys than girls, just because it is more of a shoujo style anime. But
but at the same time, there's plenty of sports animes that are at least initially, I believe, done or to appeal to a more female audience. I know there's that one swimming one.
The volleyball one. The Haikyuu has a huge female audience. A lot of girls like that one. Yeah, it's a little bit different than Kuroko's Basketball. That one's a little bit more grounded. But I enjoy both. I just haven't finished Kuroko's Basketball because only the first 2 seasons were available. So
well, Ash, you just reminded me. We need to get Venkman to watch Tiger Mask sometime. The most recent Tiger Mask series.
Wait, Tiger King?
I've heard of that.
Tiger Mask.
Is that like the manga
don't take
version?
what I just said to mean that I'm some sort of anime weeb. I'm extremely particular.
I've never seen.
I just want to voice out that there are good things out there.
Okay, Tiger Mask is a wrestling anime.
I was joking. I want to hear about it.
So I don't know. You're familiar? I mean, Tiger Mask, the wrestler. I mean,
who?
Tiger Mask in New Japan.
No, I don't watch New Japan.
Oh, okay. Well, because I mean, what's amazing about the most recent Tiger Mask anime is that it has New Japan wrestlers appear in it.
I know there's been. I know
Okada, as an anime character, which is fantastic. It's hilarious.
I know that they've been doing with wrestling stuff like WWE, AEW, and all that stuff. They have their own wrestling comic books out now and stuff. But I'm like, So I'm gonna give you guys, for those who are sick of current Marvel and DC stuff, alternatives. I got 3 alternatives you can read, and I just say, if you haven't read these, you probably should pick them up. They're pretty popular. So this is the first one. This is Tales of Suspense, feature Captain America. This has Captain America and Iron Man in there too as well, and it has. Real quickly, it goes in.
Is that one of the smaller books, like the
issue
Avengers
60?
collection? Okay.
Yep, the little ones, the little masterworks.
Yeah, the little master. Those are neat.
Yep.
I like those.
So it's volume 13, and it's 16 through I believe to 24. Or no, 76. Sorry, 16 through.
My eyes are too
62
bad.
through 76.
I can't.
And
read
you
the
get
little stuff.
Baytrak the Leaper in here too as well. You get
Bad
sorry, the Sleepers in here too as well. You know, you get the Red Skull and a few other ones, the Phantom. But like I said, you're getting Iron Man and Captain America teaming up with these. These are awesome stories. So that's just one of them you can pick up, and that is only I picked it up at my comic book store. That is what $16.
Really?
There's also Captain America one out. It has issues 11. And actually, no, not Captain America, but it's Avengers 11 through something like that, through 21 or something like that. The Zach's also got one too. He's got the alternate cover.
Yeah, the Mike Joe.
The Mike Joe one. So those are awesome.
You said yours was 16? I think I got mine for like 12 or 13.
Oh, it's just on the back it says that. You probably got it cheaper though. Let's see real quickly. Another one is really cool, and this is only on this volume 1, and this is Resident Alien. Probably one of my new favorite this comic book series. This just recently ended. I read through it. It is, there's a show on it based off with Alan Tudyk, which is complete opposite of the character, where this character is serious and smart. Tudyk brings the comedy and makes the alien dumb, but still funny. So both versions work. But this is only, I believe I paid, $25 for this. It's a pretty thick book, though.
Nice.
And then my number one recommend, and these books, these three volumes. You can get these trades, it's pretty much any comic book store you go to. If they don't have them, they're not a true comic book store. And, well, I'll just start it off with volume 1 of Daredevil, Frank Miller.
Oh, yeah.
There he is. I was like, he's going to have something to say.
So.
Mouth
And
is full of food. I had to swallow quick.
this collects
I'm gonna miss it.
Peter Parker Spectacular 27 and 28, Daredevil 158 through 161, then 163 through 172.
Now, it's important. I want to mention one thing about that.
Go ahead.
If there's anyone out there that's like, I'm kind of curious about trying Frank Miller Daredevil, okay? If you're one of those people, that volume is mostly just when Miller was the artist.
Yep.
He wasn't the writer yet.
Yeah.
So
Mackenzie,
if you're a fan of
was
his
doing
art,
that.
so be it. It's not that it's a bad book, but it's not going to give you the representation. It's not until volume 2 that Miller starts to take over.
Yeah. Roger Mackenzie was doing the first couple of issues.
Yeah. So be advised. Some people are like, oh, this isn't as good as people say.
So this says the death of the Electra and all that stuff on here.
It's still good. I mean, it's just
Volume 2.
Yeah, volume 2 is where it really starts getting.
173 through 184. So
Gnarly.
Yep. The interior, some of these things in here. So those who are wondering who Ben Urich is, we've ever watched him in the movie. Ben Urich is or the TV series. He's in these. And all right, and then he's volume 3. So, and this is
nice. You got
185. Yeah, I got all of them.
Gee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get all of them.
Respect
It's
to V.
This is the best run of Daredevil. I don't care. I like Zdarsky's, but sorry, this is the best. And Elektra didn't come back in this one.
And I gotta tell you what, that still doesn't include the best. You to complete that, you need to get Born Again.
Yes, Born Again is great.
And Born Again, I believe, is not included in that series.
No, this is Love and War and What If number 28.
Mazzucchelli art. Yes,
and in issue 219, 185 through 195 or 191 and 218. But the cool thing is that you get like artist drawing sketches that he did too that never made it into.
That's cool.
So in the back of these books, you're actually getting some kind of like notes and stuff he did. Here's Elektra.
Ooh, I like her in that white. That's neat.
Yeah, so the sketches you're getting in there too, and then he's got his little storyboards he does too in here, which is kind of cool. It tells you what's going to happen in this page. It's the script.
Huh?
That's cool.
That was back when Marvel made really good women characters.
Make sure you swallow your food. Mark Waid is the Daredevil writer. You take that back, Eric. You take that back now.
Yeah.
If he's not using them to preach, I mean,
no. And that's the. Come on. This series had where Bullseye figured out that Matt Murdock was Daredevil, but at the end, same issue. Matt saved his identity by having a dummy in there, and Bullseye is attacked by Daredevil in Matt Murdock's apartments. Now, I think it was either Bendis or it was Wade's where they had him being outed as Daredevil and him wearing a shirt that says "I'm not Daredevil" during a Christmas party. And you had the girl lifting her top. It's like, man, if you're really blind, you can't see these. I was like, this isn't Daredevil. This is horrible. But yes, the bald one, Almighty Jack. Wait, we're talking about Ash. We're talking about.
I think he's asking about Bullseye.
Bullseye, yes.
The Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell, despite the movie, did a good job.
He's actually a really good actor.
And I also like the version from the show. But he didn't get he didn't, even though he was dressed up as Daredevil, he didn't get a chance to actually wear his costume like there was going to in the next season.
Yeah, sometimes you're not given much to work with either.
Yeah.
Like it's not always the actor's fault that
that's true.
They're put in certain situations. They're like,
I am not. I don't play video games.
Even today, like I see, like there can be really qualified actors, but if they have crap writing, there's not a lot that you can do about it.
Yeah, Matanui, she basically, she had a bra on, black bra on, because Marvel's not that much balls to show nudity, even though they practically could right now. I mean, they're showing homosexuality in there.
Well, Thor: Love and Thunder has partial nudity.
Yeah.
It's the first MCU movie to have that.
Wait, we're gonna see his nipples?
Chris Hemsworth's buttocks, probably.
Oh,
there's a scene in the trailer where they blur it out. But I bet
that's like every Stallone movie. You know what's coming up and you look away because whenever they get we're gonna get down.
Once again, proof that the women get all the beefcake in the MCU. They will put abs on Paul Rudd and Benedict Cumberbatch, but heaven forbid we get like a midriff shot. I'm not complaining about it. But
okay,
remember, kids, objectifying women was always a lie.
Well, the other thing that was great about this actually has this book, Resident Alien, has a diverse cast in it, or I guess crew in here. He's friends. He becomes a town doctor reluctantly there while he's stranded on Earth. He's only there to observe, so he has to blend in, and because he works with the woman, she's basically Native American, so it's her grandfather. When she looks at him, she gets headaches. She's the only one, and then of course, so it's like so he's afraid about his secret getting out, and that he is an alien because everyone else, he just looks like a normal guy, except though on the cash registers, it shows his real form. Camera shows his real form, so he can't blend in. But I love it though in that series. There's still humor in it though, and it just shows how, like, even though she finds out that he actually is an alien towards the end, she at first she acts like normally would, alien, holy crap, but he's become so humanized that even his own kind doesn't recognize him when they do finally come back.
Well, now
sounds like it was more interesting when it was called Mork and Mindy.
She's not banging him though. Unlike Mork and Mindy, we're getting it on. He's not.
Were they? I feel like most of the show I was watching, they weren't quite getting it on. They might have noticed as a couple.
Not initially. I mean, that was something that eventually happened. Two-thirds of the way through. That's how we got. Jonathan Winters.
But it wasn't preaching though. That's the thing, because even though they have Native Americans in there, it wasn't like the whole book's about Native American history and all that stuff, blah blah, white man bad and all that stuff. It wasn't stereotypical. It was nice. She's like, I'm Native American. My grandfather's Native American. And it's like in the lead, she's like, I'm more modernized. He's into all this, the old stuff, and she's like, I don't even like it.
Why is Mariah hitting me with Mork and Mindy trivia in the chat now? I don't know, Mariah. I haven't seen it in so long.
So I feel bad because I was going to comment on what Marani had said before we were talking earlier about doing not the retcons, but the deleted scenes. You know, as LK pointed out with the books Marvel's been doing stories, and she said Marani said one thing. Why can't my boy Iron Man get one of those? You know, she's like, at least read a good Iron Man book.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's not in the movies anymore. So why would that?
I mean, Ben Reilly got one, and Peter Parker's got one. Gambit's getting one of all people. I mean, I didn't think Gambit was that popular.
Louisiana representation.
It comes down to which old-time writer, you know, that was an Iron Man writer is, you know, currently on the Marvel payroll.
Oh yeah.
Now, I mean, the thing is that, you know, it could be David Michelini, but he's doing his Venom book right now. Maybe he didn't have an Iron Man story to do.
Who's doing the new Fantastic Four one?
Peter David.
Peter David.
Yeah, Peter David. So it's not the Simonson release. Like I said, I had that before.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set it up here.
You know, so again, it's, you know, it's the creators that were doing it at that time period, getting the chance to go back and redo it.
This collects 347 and 349.
You guys know too, in the mainstream comics, a lot of times writers don't have a choice of what they write.
That's true.
The editorial says,
true,
write a book about this, and then they're like, okay.
But there are some writers who are just for that, are happy with that because that's the crap they want to write.
Yeah. Well, again,
I just think many of them are happy with their job.
You know, it's half and half. You know, some pitch a story idea and it gets accepted, or it gets, you know, editorial says, yeah, okay, kind of like this, but let's do this instead, or, you know, in other cases,
but it's becoming less and less of that because the writers who got to do that were like the Jeff Johns, the Scott Snyders, things like that, and those guys are all pushed out of the business in favor of.
Yeah, Venom is issue 2, I think issue 3 is supposed to be coming out soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, as I'll say, I mean, do you think an editor went up to Chris Claremont and said, "Hey, Chris, we want you to write a Gambit story set in your time period"? I kind of doubt it, but again, you never know. But
I'm wondering who okayed this. I mean, was this Joe Quesada? Because obviously it's not going away. Because I'm curious what Joe Quesada was doing at Marvel. You know, was he doing anything? Because now he's gone. I'm interested to see what's going to change.
I think at this point in time, he had a little creative input. He was more or less just a figurehead.
Kind of like Jim Lee was at DC, or is it DC?
Yeah. So, you know, real quickly, another comic story I saw come up over just now that I guess came up over the weekend. I didn't talk about it, but that Marvel has the Planet of the Apes license and is going to sell Planet of the Apes books in 2023.
Did you see it?
Bizarre. Okay.
It's weird because they got aliens and then
they have Predator.
Yeah, the all variants are now predators. It's like, really?
Yeah. So far, the only thing that came out with the announcement was Salvador LaRocca did the kind of promotional art. You know, it doesn't mean he's going to be one part of the creative team. It wouldn't surprise me if he was, because, you know, his art style seems to lend to doing, you know, having kind of the references to, you know, the visuals. You know, because he, you know, kicked off with the Alien book. I'm not sure if he's doing anything with the Predator book or not.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's just, you know, interesting. And, you know, again, another Fox property, because, you know, Disney buying Fox, you know, they have all these titles now.
Bye, Joe Rogers. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night, Ben. Thanks for showing up.
I got 2 things I want to say about the Planet of the Apes.
You get 2 minutes for 2 things.
I don't even need that. Number 1, who the heck was asking for a Planet of the Apes comic book?
That's a good question.
Who asked for the new trilogy?
Well, number 2, I triple dog dare Marvel to put a black writer on Planet of the Apes.
It'll be set in the hood.
Yeah.
Prove to us you're not racist, Marvel.
They're gonna throw what, banana peels over the telephone wires?
Yeah. Well, no. They'll hire another minority writer.
No, it'll be like Beneath the Planet of the Apes, but it'll be like Harlem is buried by sand.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, part of it is supposedly they're working, you know, that there's a green light for another Planet of the Apes movie. So this is, again, more synergy between.
Is it going to be building off of the most recent trilogy?
Oh, you know what they should do?
No,
because I did really like the most recent trilogy of Planet of the Apes movies.
And by the way,
one thing they could have done, but they lost.
I have a minute remaining. Go ahead and finish your statement.
No, I was just going to say, tying on to the Planet of the Apes thing, the fact that they lost the rights to Conan, they could have had Conan versus the Planet of the Apes.
That would have been cool.
Yes.
I'd watch that.
So we'll just wait. We're gonna get Planet of the Apes on the Avengers, but we're gonna get
monkeys.
the ape Avengers, the primate Avengers.
Savage Ape Avengers.
No, because Austin P brings up a good point. What's wrong with Planet of the Apes? I wasn't actually trying to bag on Planet of the Apes.
No.
It's a fine property, but it's an old property. It's pretty much been explored to as much as it really can be. It's not like people are just banging on the fences like 2017 for Star Wars. We're like,
what it'd be like?
It's just there's no demand for it. It feels very forced.
It's very niche.
It's like getting Marvel Battlestar Galactica. What? It's out of nowhere. Like, why would I don't know anybody who is huge fans of being Battlestar Galactica that wants to be done at Marvel or DC and wants it with the DC characters. It just wouldn't mesh well to me, unless you had Sword, Battlestar Galactica, But even then, it's like it's not really something you really care to read. I'd rather just give me a Battlestar Galactica that's not tied to Marvel or DC.
If Dynamite was doing a Planet of the Apes,
that'd be
I
much
would
better.
Understand because they're a small publisher. This is Marvel Comics.
Yes. And
you've got so much stuff that you could be putting out content for, and you're like, you're gonna devote time to Planet of the Apes, and we know because we saw what you did with Conan. We're not just gonna get one little Planet of the Apes book. We're probably gonna get 5 different Planet of the Apes with all sorts of different representation. We're probably gonna have an all-female Planet of the Apes book. We're probably gonna have.
I'm not sure of that because like right now, there's been basically one Alien book, and that one I think ended, and there's a new one coming out. So they haven't really exploited that yet. With the Ultraman license, so they've only done one book, and I think a second one is coming out.
On my parade. Okay.
So sorry, hey,
Glinzer. That's the idea.
With the reality check here.
All right, fine. LK says they're going to treat it good and do a great job.
Oh, I'm not saying they're going
to him.
Holy crap! You want to argue with Ash?
I'm not saying they're going to treat it good or do it right.
No, you can't back out now. You're 100% pro Planet.
Hey, Ash.
Pro Planet.
Necessarily flood the zone the way they did with Star Wars.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Why is that your go-to now? Why is that your go-to? Why are you stealing Ash's lines?
Yeah.
Because Brian's on here.
The question is, why aren't you stealing Ash's lines?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not like Marvel. I want to create my own stuff. I'm not going to take what you have and bastardize it.
Yeah.
That's what DC does.
Yeah. So I'll toss out another rumor going around. There are rumors that Marvel is going to bring Marvel Man or Miracle Man into the 616.
Yeah, that's been going on. They had because they used Miracle Man in
Miracle Whip Man sounds better.
There was like a Kang one-shot where Miracle Man was put almost in the same position that Dr. Manhattan was in Doomsday Clock. It felt like Marvel was trying to outright copy Doomsday Clock.
So I don't know if there's any truth to it or people are trying to extrapolate because there's this series of Miracle Man variant covers that are coming out like in September, October, which kind of honestly look really dumb if you take a look at the solicits that came out last week on CBR.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Marvel solicits right now, actually.
Okay.
A lot of X-Men.
I gotta ask you. You and Zach are both really in the manga thing, and I'm not sure if Ash how much you're up on that date on manga stuff. But a while back, Marvel was trying to get into the whole manga business.
Yeah,
they had their. Are they still doing that, or is that just been just kicked to the curb?
Well,
they put it into that a while back.
No. Yes and no. There's nothing in for Marvel Comics. They have licensed. Actually, I just saw what was it last week? I think it was a Marvel one. Yeah, I think there's like a Spider-Man, Iron Man. Manga coming out. But that's been licensed. And it's all being done by a Japanese publisher.
They've been doing that forever, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I say Mangaverse, what I'm talking about is there was a line that they had back in the early 2000s.
Yeah, they got embarrassed.
It was like the whole universe. So there was like a Spider-Man Mangaverse, an X-Men Mangaverse, and it was all connected. They had like Punisher and just all kinds of stuff. It lasted for like 2 years.
There was a Future Avengers an anime, wasn't there?
That's
what, Ash?
Yeah, there was also
that was where CB Cebulski got got ripped.
Oh, is that the one where he had the Japanese pen name? Ah,
yeah, he wrote one of those, and dude, that thing, it was embarrassing. Like, manga fans didn't want, for the most part. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions. For the most part, manga fans didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah,
hardcore comic fans laugh at manga fans. They're like, for the most part, they're two different crowds. There's some crossover, some people who are like, I just like good stories, and they do whatever. But manga and comics is kind of like Star Wars and Star Trek. Yeah, most people are fans of one and one of the other.
Right. Yeah, well, here's some of what you had though. You didn't have Iron Man, by the way, Miranda. I'm sorry. It was Iron Maiden. Who was? Do
you have it on the screen? You could screen share it too.
I'm looking at Wikipedia. Oh. So all you're going to see is a bunch of letters.
Hey, don't you dare!
You know what though?
Don't you dare tarnish the name of Iron Maiden that way.
hey! When he says, "Are you going to see?" Is a bunch of letters. That's like reading a Bendis book.
Yeah. This is a giant word bubble from a Bendis book. Yeah, no. Tony Stark with an I. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and there was a short period. Well, there was that, but there was also a short period of time too where Adam Warren worked for Marvel. Had a couple titles. Because if you've ever looked at Adam Warren's work, it has a very kind of anime style to it, anime kind of cartoonish look to it. Yeah. He did one kind of interesting miniseries that I liked. I think it was called Live Wires. Basically about a series of more or less LMDs, that did really difficult suicide mission type stuff.
Actually, the Punisher mangaverse was written by Peter David. Actually,
remember people.
Well, that honestly doesn't surprise me because if you've ever read Spy Boy is basically an American manga.
Yeah.
We do accept super chats here, just to let you know.
Oh, we are on the super chat channel.
I know, right? Also, there's a Ko-Fi link, so if you want to donate to the channel, help out, we appreciate that too. And it helps buy candy bars for his diabetes. So
yeah. So and then just to finish up, there was an anime that was licensed by Marvel. That there was X-Men, Iron Man. I think it was just X-Men and Iron Man. A few years back. I think Madhouse was the one that did it.
They did do some animes as well. Like there was an Avengers anime. I think it's actually on Disney Plus. They did like one season of X-Men as an anime.
Yeah, there was. It was really weird. Iron Man 2.
Yeah, Iron Man had one. Yeah, Fantastic Four had a cartoon. It was like a Western cartoon, but it was styled very anime.
There was a Punisher Black Widow one movie back in the day. The early 2000s. That was okay. And it had Amadeus Cho in there, I think was part of it. But the one I was talking about is the little kid who had wind powers. His two friends were turned into basically like metahumans through Hydra, through the use of Red Skull, and then he ended up joining the Avengers.
Yeah, that was a cartoon, right? Or an anime?
Yeah, the anime, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Is it Future Avengers, though? I can't remember what it's called, though. But it was like, I watched it, I was like, I got 3 episodes in, and I was like, all right, what's next? Because the animation style was kind of rough, but the story wasn't that intriguing to me.
Marvel Future Avengers.
Yeah, Marvel Future Avengers.
26 episodes, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, 26 episodes. But I wonder if anybody today you ask about, has anybody even watched that? Or even know it exists.
Well, I don't know, but again, nothing that Marvel's going to do is going to top the manga that had an adult Joker raising a baby Batman.
I forgot about that one.
Did it ever come
out? There was a cool one. I don't know where it is. I really want to find it. When Attack on Titan was starting to get really big, they had an Avengers Attack on Titan crossover where like Spider-Man is swinging through New York and Black Widow is with them, and they're like, there's these giant Titans running around looking for people to eat. It's like, I really want that magazine.
Yeah. Well, and then there was that, was it official or was it unofficial official? There was that Deadpool manga that people were going.
That's what I was talking about. The Deadpool manga is the only one I've heard of. That was supposed to be like coming out and then a couple years back. Yeah. I don't know if anybody who actually physically went out and bought it. I just know it was talked about it on all the comic book channels, but I never saw anybody hold up, hey, I got it. It's like,
yeah, I was really interested in that because it's a crossover with My Hero Academia.
Yep,
that's right.
I was like, oh man, that'll be really cool to have as like a collector's thing. And I just, I heard the news and I never heard it come out. And just, who knows?
Yeah, Deadpool Samurai is. I think that TLM's trying to say that's the name of the title.
Yeah, because like there's a screenshot I saved it on my phone. Yeah, Deadpool and All Might.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Now I wonder if it just got scrapped or something happened between Marvel and and the anime or manga writer creator of My Hero Academia and just said screw you guys. Maybe Marvel wanted too much money out of the deal, and they're like, we don't need you. We can make money without you. That kind of deal. But who knows? Like I said,
there was a manga series that was called Deadpool Samurai.
Yeah. Oh, he said it came out. No, Tehillim, did you buy it? I know you live out of the.
You can get it on Amazon. It's like $10, which is about the price of a normal manga.
So it's on Amazon. Okay, so
yeah,
I've never seen it in the physical print.
The very first volume, like the very first one of these, just released in February.
Okay.
But yeah, you can get it off Amazon for like $10.
Huh. It's just funny because I remember that was like a big deal. I was like, oh, it's My Hero Academia, and then like I've heard the zip. I've never heard anybody say like, oh, I bought this. I never saw anybody show it off and stuff. So I was just wondering if it ever came to print in stores.
It doesn't say if it's translated or not.
Or is it a digital like Comixology?
No, you can get it digitally, but you can also order a paperback. From what I'm seeing here.
What's the price on the?
You're ordering it directly.
$10.
If it's on the US, then it's
$10
going to be a translated.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. $10 isn't that bad.
$10 for paperback, or like $6.30 on Comixology.
Yeah, if I'm getting a manga, I'm getting a physical print.
Future review.
No.
There you go.
Yes. We'll just see how much cringe it is, because Deadpool can be good and Deadpool can be bad. Because Deadpool is pretty much the male version of Harley Quinn now.
If it's not Marvel, I tend to
or
have
is it the opposite?
faith in it.
No, but poor Puppet Production, he's watching 15 minutes behind. So when you see this Puppet Productions, when I wave, that's how far behind you are, because it's now
that's
10:16 here.
That's for you. Yeah, so I'm looking through Marvel's September solicits. There's a lot of that Avengers, X-Men, Eternals crossover stuff going on in September.
Yep.
So I'm just passing that up.
Yeah. But you'll see, and it's funny, I haven't seen the article, but I mean, like the majority of the books that I was mentioning at the beginning, are the ones that have already been delayed and going to be resolicited. So on here was, the new Fantastic Four #4, the Gambit #3, X-Men Legends #2. So all of those are, have been basically pulled. They won't be coming out in September.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about just how many other books that are in this September solicit are already gotten yanked and are going to be resolicited.
Yeah.
So the other big news was that came out, and people were just freaking out about this. It's not even related to Marvel at all, other than the fact that it's a fan movie. Spider-Man Lotus. So apparently the main star in his past, probably he used the N-word and said some homophobic things, and now he's being forced to apologize. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about it, because you look on his YouTube channel for I think it's a Geeky Hero Productions or something like that.
Well, I mean, once again,
GHK. No one cares.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing to talk about. He was a young and stupid kid, a decade ago or some stupid thing like that, and
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say this: when you get upset at a white person using the N-word, and you don't give a crap about anybody else using the N-word, whether what nationality, the color they are, I'm sorry. When rap singers stop using the N-word, then you can give a gripe about some kid saying it 10 years ago. Do I say I think it's an offensive word? It is, and I don't think anybody should be using the N-word. That's why we don't ever use the N-word on this channel. That because YouTube will kick us off, and E will get mad. But no, it's like somebody on Twitter just discovered, and then of course, because as Weaponized Nerd Raid said, they said, of course, some asshole has to go dig through somebody because somebody new pops up famous. Let's dig through their tweets, see what they said 10 years ago, so I can get a story. That's how sad
then-
our life is.
And then when they, when they come out with an apology letter that's like a college thesis long, it's not they're like, well, of course you would do that after you were found. Dude, you just went digging a day. First of all, how bored was that person that they could have had the time to go dig 10 years back through this guy's tweets?
Well, no, I mean, once again, and this is the danger with social media, and again, it's that sort of Damocles almost of you piss off the wrong person, and I'm sure this is exactly what happened. He either got into an argument or rubbed somebody the wrong way, or somebody didn't like this fan film that he was putting together and said, I'll show you, and dug through, or maybe it's one of the, former friends, because to me, a real friend wouldn't do this, but, somebody who knew him, that time period, who had an axe to grind, said, hey, said X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And,
All right.
This is, it's the worst elements of social media, because it doesn't take much to, ruin you, especially if in this case, I mean, because he's trying to do this fan film and obviously either get some foothold in the industry. I mean, that's kind of 9 times out of 10 that's what you're doing a fan film for, is to get yourself into a next level. So if you're trying to get into Hollywood or comic books or whatever,
I'll just say this.
Jokes
I'll
on all the. Oh, okay.
I'll get to this. I'll get to the super chat in a second. Thank you, Glinzer. I'll just say this: never apologize on the internet to people you've never met in person. That's never going to affect their lives, because you said something 10 years ago.
Yeah.
How does it affect your life? It doesn't. You're just reacting because you want your 15 seconds of fame.
And I'll say this: the guy that made the movie, I think he's talked to both John Watts, who directed the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, and Andrew Garfield knows about the movie, because I saw on Twitter today someone who watched the movie and loved it actually told Andrew Garfield about it. So it's like,
we'll see, right there. So it's kind of like that. It's like the milkshake duck meat, people started taking notice, and either somebody in his past who had an axe to grind or didn't like him, or he ticked off the wrong person and saw that he was starting to get publicity and starting to get to meet people like John Watts or whatever. Then
Binkman, did you send to Helam the link?
No, I just saw he said something, so here you go as a link.
Oh wait, yeah, there you go, Helam. Sorry about that. If I had known he wouldn't send it, I would have sent you one. Sorry.
Yeah. So
no, Teal, we just don't like Australians. That's all.
Glinzer, thank you for the $5.
Thank you very much. What criticisms do fans of manga and comics share, if any? I assume manga fans are less fueled by socially conscious or political narrative.
Yeah, that's about what I come across.
Well, hold on. We'll start with Zach, and then we'll go to Ash, and go to okay. So we're not jumping over each other.
Oh, now you're going to act like a moderator.
Well, fine, and I won't then.
You can go first.
Unless Ash, you don't. Okay, you can go first.
No, go.
I got a refill. No, you go first.
All right, we'll get the timer out.
Well, no, I mean,
now I've hardly talked most of this time.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say is the main thing right now, where if you're talking about comic fans like us, not necessarily the lunatics, the big thing right now is localization. So more and more people are finding out that there's a bunch of progressive woke lunatics that get jobs and are doing the localizations, i.e. the translations for your favorite manga and anime, and instead of translating it based off of what the Japanese script is supposed to be, throwing in their own little worldviews and changing words around because maybe us dumb English fans don't understand type thing. And so that's a big thing going on right now. Otherwise, I mean, the criticisms, I mean, the big difference is that, with manga, for the most part, it's all being done by the creators, the people who are coming up, with the ideas, so it's, if you read a volume, or you read an issue off the Shonen Jump app and you don't like it, okay, fine, move on. That's it. Yep. With English, with American comics, the big problem is you have these, decades of characters, And what I like to say is these writers shouldn't be considered creators. They should be considered caretakers. They're taking existing properties, existing ideas, and they're supposed to be building on them, not then twisting them into their own purposes.
The one thing I noticed for one of the, and I don't read a lot of manga, and I've been probably reading more comic books here and there. I did notice though there's one manga where the writer for I think it's called My Rental Girlfriend. That guy just stretches out the plot. Right? You're like, you think the main guy is gonna get with the girl, and it's like just when you get to it, it's just like, oh, next chapter, and then it just pulls out, stretches out, keeps stretching out. It sounds like what they're doing for Marvel and DC, writing for the trades. They keep stretching out the plot, as much as they can. At the point where it's like you just like, dude, when is this gonna end?
Yeah. Well, if you think that's bad, I want to introduce you to a little show called Bleach.
Ooh, I've heard about Bleach.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say One Piece because
Well,
that's the thing One Piece is.
The premises, I'll admit, I never watched Bleach, but the premises, what I've seen of it, didn't intrigue me. It's like watching Naruto. I just didn't care for it.
Oh, so I watched the first season of Bleach way back. I mean, talk about old school when it was on Adult Swim on Toonami. But then it was somewhere around season 2 or season 3, I gave up because it basically felt like the entire season was filler. Or it was or rehashing what had already happened. It's like, okay, this is enough. And I just got really bored with it. And so Bleach is notorious for just having half seasons of nothing.
All right. So, well, if you succeed the rest of your time, we'll let William say hello.
Shalom and good day all. Nice to see you, and good to see you, Ash. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. LK, of course, Zach of the night, and RDV and things.
Good to see you, Tahilem. Thank you for the.
These are other four.
Not only that, it was Tight Q that worked on the Bleach manga series. In fact, I've got all 3 box sets of that. Waiting to be read at home. Lovely. So apparently on top of that there are also light novels plus another series called Burn the Witch connected to it, which I have not picked up yet.
I had no idea.
So people are wondering.
Yes, I do actually tend to follow it, and I also cover on when I do the solicitations on my channel.
Yeah. Tahilem's our other foreign correspondent here. We have Paulo comes on, I believe he's from Portugal. Not sure.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Somewhere on there.
All I know is when he shows up, it's usually time to close down the stream. So.
Yeah, when Tahilem shows up at the beginnings, that's when it's time to start.
Yeah.
So, but Tahilem, you got your own little channel. You do reviews on there. What comic books have you been reading lately?
Oh my goodness, quite a bit to be honest.
Other than Super Sons.
Hey, if they were still putting out Super Sons, I would be buying it without second guessing. Right, and that would also include getting the variants just to keep it in business.
Right.
What have I been reading? I've been reading Moon Knight by Jed McKay. Definitely been enjoying that run.
Nice.
There's been a whole list of other things. Yes, there's indies that I've been checking out, such as Rogue Sun. Worth the read. Definitely worth the read. It's in its early stages right now, and I've already put my name down to pick up the trade paperback for the first volume. And I've enjoyed reviewing that even on the channel. Been checking out a series called The Joneses, which is connected to AWA Upshot. Very different, way different compared to Erratic, which I still really enjoyed reading through.
Is that getting a second arc?
Erratic?
Yeah.
Or you mean...
Erratic, yeah.
I think it is meant to, but there's been no solicitation or release date as to when that's occurring yet.
Carrie Andrews just got to stop doing all these variant covers for Marvel and get back on the book.
Actually, it did make it into my top 5. The Erratic, if you have a look through my top 5s that I did in the videos.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You have a wrench on this channel. Oh, you don't have a wrench on this channel. How do you not have a wrench on this channel? Oh my gosh.
Everybody's gonna get wrenches because of Vinkman, and he's gonna come back and he's gonna be like, "What the heck?"
I don't.
He's gonna be
Honestly,
like, "What the heck, Vinkman?"
I don't. Can I do their skip? Can I do I was gonna say skip yard. No, can I go get Skip's
Skip yard.
comments? So the Dragon Ball Z skip yard. That's the new stream yard. Skip yard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, he said Dragon Ball Z is notorious for stretching
No,
out
I don't
plot.
have access to give you a wrench through StreamYard. Dang it. Oh well. I can on the Geeky Puppet Show. I can give up people wrenches.
In relation to, say, a lot of the manga that I've been reading right now, it does sort of swap and change when it comes down to what I'm reading through at the time.
Are you reading
I
Shonen Jump or individual books?
I read quite a list of different manga.
Okay.
Yes, there's Shonen Jump, but a lot of Shonen Jump is done through Viz Media.
I think that's what he meant. Are you reading the books physically, or you do it through the?
It's mainly through physical, but
well, as I mean, Shonen Jump, isn't there a magazine physical, or is it only digital now?
I got
No,
a magazine.
I still think
Oh,
you
really?
can
This
get the physical
This is
of
Shonen.
it, but
The
as far as
physical-
I know, I don't think it's actually being sent out a lot overseas to places
Because
like
well, I
Australia.
haven't gone to look at buying Shonen Jump magazines, but they used to have them in the early 2000s. You could get the actual Shonen Jump magazine, and it had the individual.
Oh yeah,
No. What Dehilam's right? They stopped exporting the magazine about 2 years ago when they really started pushing their app.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can't
okay.
get the anthology magazine anymore.
Yeah.
Dang
At
it.
least not in the
For
States.
those who have them and you have them in mint condition, those are worth money now.
Yes, they're
Yeah.
worth quite a bit. And
Yeah.
Night Wolf Plays will be able to share about that as well because he's got a couple.
He's got a gripe. He's like, "God dang it, it's all digital."
Then there are other groups that also put out shonen stories outside of Viz Media. There's Yen Press, Seven Seas, Vertical Comics, Kodansha, which is responsible for putting out.
Yeah, I always read Viz and Tokyo Pop. Those are the two companies I read from.
Yeah, well, Tokyo Pop, I think.
Tokyo Revengers. Thank you.
Yes, good.
That
good
helped
manga.
me remind it. Yeah, Tokyo Revengers. They're responsible for.
I like the
putting that
anime.
out.
I'm up to date on the manga, but the anime actor for the and I usually don't watch English dub for some anime, but the English voice actor for the main character is just like, wow. It just makes me want to watch the anime more and more because not only the anime, it's exactly just like the manga, but the voice actor talent just brings it at the level of frustration to the kid's voice.
Well, it depends what you like more as well.
Wait,
For myself, I will have some exceptions for, say, dubbed anime. That even includes movies. But I do prefer to watch a lot of subs.
A lot of people do. I have a lot of
Yeah.
friends that watch anime, and they almost all mock me because I watch dubs 90%
I
of the
watch.
time.
If you
it's
want to
not what
watch
it is.
Oh, yes, they should.
I grew up watching dubs as far as for the Dragon Ball stuff.
Well-
But then when Super was delayed, I watched it through subbed. And I was
See-
like, it's so crazy with the
I
Japanese
watch
voice
the
actors.
dubs because most of the time, whenever I'm able to watch anime, it's while I'm working, so I can't devote my full attention to it.
Wow.
So if I have the dub, I can at least hear it and get
Yeah.
the plot without stopping and having to read
And
what's
then
going on.
because Chris Shemnel became such a huge diva, I decided like screw you. I'm gonna listen to an English, no more English dubs for him.
Well, pretty much most of the dub actors at Funimation are.
yeah.
There's still some good ones.
I forget what his name is. He's the main actor for the what was it? The 86, the voice actor. He recently came down within the past 2 months ago. He had, I think it's in March, he announced that he has pancreatic cancer.
Well, is that the guy who just
Is that the
died?
guy who just died?
Did he just die? Oh man,
Yeah, he just died. He was the guy who was doing the voice of
the main pilot.
Malcolm from Rising of the Shield Hero.
Oh, because Brandon Thomas, is that his name? What's his name?
I'm about to find out.
Because he had to get a GoFundMe. He usually doesn't do it, but he's like, so many people. Oh, should we let Ash back in? He's here in the back.
Yeah, let him back in.
Okay.
I guess so.
Billy Kametz.
Billy Kametz, yes.
Died at 35.
Wow.
Colon
That's young.
cancer. Yeah.
Dang.
That's
Yeah.
His wife. I think he had a wife, and I'm not sure if he had a kid or not. But I know he was married. But still.
I don't know. anything
Rhaegar's
about
got
that.
a good question.
Oh,
Why subtitles? Yeah.
Now that's the other argument, because I'm English, I'm American. I want to have something English.
yeah.
If I was Japanese, yeah.
Well, so I mean, a couple things. I mean, initially it was, well, if you wanted to watch it right away, then subtitles was the only way to go. Now, in the last, especially it's been ramped up over the last year and a half or so, and especially now that Crunchyroll has acquired Funimation, you're seeing a lot more same day dub releases, or certainly much quicker.
Are they doing once a week episodes?
It's about like with Spy Family, you might have like episode 2 comes out in the sub version, and then the next week the dub version of that episode will come
I
out.
didn't know they were doing the streaming stuff. I've just going to the back alley deals and get the DVDs.
No, dude, they're streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even up to say like 3 or 4 years ago, it would be perfectly normal that the entire season would come out and would be a subtitle, and then maybe 6 months later you would get the dub.
Yeah. Well, that's how I am. I know right now with One Piece, I'm like 800 episodes. I'm at the point now where I'm caught up with all the dubs, and I have to wait for the next batch. And then once that batch of like 10 or 12 episodes, I go through that, then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to wait for another month or two.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
I gotta say that with the Japanese anime stuff, for me, I have really converted over to subs, because the voice acting and stuff and the translations have really, especially for the quality things, have really improved over the generations. I started watching anime like 30 years ago, back when we had to go to clubs and people had to like swap VHS tapes, and we'd rent out like a theater room at the local university, and once a month, and sometimes we'd watch things like when I originally watched Akira, it wasn't dubbed or subbed. It was just, here's the movie, someone brought it from Japan, and we were like, it was just. But nowadays it's so much, we're kind of spoiled, and a lot of the subs are really good. Some are bad, some are really bad. And for example, like I will not watch Attack on Titan subbed subbed. You got to watch the dub on that. Like the English, they just lose all of the drama and the grit and everything to it.
Wait, are you saying are you talking? Are you saying?
I'm mixing it up. Dub.
Yeah,
I know. I was laughing.
I was saying, because I watched the dub and I was like,
sorry. Do not watch the English dub.
Yes.
Okay.
Watch the original Japanese subtitle with subtitles.
Yeah.
Because the whoever decided to do the dub, just the voice directing, I don't know. It's not the same. It's a completely different tone when you watch it. But the other thing too is a lot of people don't consider is that the Japanese don't do animation the same way they do in the West. The Japanese use ADR on the original, which stands for additional dialogue recording, which means they do all the animating and then bring in actors to act and voice over what's already been animated. Whereas in the West, like at least the premiere stuff, like the Disney stuff, they will have the actors read all of the lines and everything and then animate to it.
Real quickly.
So it's a different style. So
Glenzer, that's called
a deal.
Glenzer, that's called bad translation.
Yeah, what he said.
When and that's another thing too, is a lot of English dubs like to change the story a little bit.
Yes, and there has been a bit of controversy around that too. I think Bounding into Comics has also covered some topics on that too, in relation to some of the issues that there have been, not only with the anime but also the manga, or with some manga translations as well, which is a real bummer, because there's some really great stories out there in the original, which has been like translated properly in English, and then you get some jerk in office that wants to change it to meet. Oh, let's make sure it meets these check marks.
Was that in My Hero
Back
Academia?
off.
Was that the My Hero Academia where the grape kid, they made him gay in the translated?
He's not. Oh
Actually,
God, I forgot about
He's not
that.
gay. He's as straight as.
If somebody misinterpreted,
he does come off like a bit of a pervert. You're
he very
speaking
much
about
comes off as a
Mineta,
Oh,
pervert.
yeah.
right?
very much.
You're speaking about Mineta.
Mineta.
Um, and Mineta himself, yes, okay. Small as he is, and his weird costume as it looks, yes, he can be a bit of a perv.
I was
But
gonna say,
when
'cause
he's not
he's
being a
pervy on
perv,
girls.
when you read the manga as well, in relation to his character, he's actually quite intelligent. He's actually quite smart.
Yeah.
Right? He's got that for his sort of like a bit of a background strength for him. So
Cool.
here are some of the characters actually going to him because he might actually know some of the answers that might help him get through some of the questions.
So I heard about the controversy that they were doing that. They were not translated properly. Are these examples of some current
So
mangas?
I can jump in because there's two offhand that I remember recently. So there's one manga anime called Miss Kobayashi's Dragon. Again, and this is where the Western localizers inserted basically a feminist perspective. I forget exactly what the quote was, but basically completely changed the context of the character and what the discussion was. And then I think it was it Assassination Classroom?
I remember that one.
Classroom of the Elite.
Which one?
Classroom of the Elite.
Was that the one where they inserted a reference to Gamergate?
I think so.
Yeah.
Essentially, Classroom had the guy with the smiley face. The teacher, and they had the octopus kind of like arms.
Well, that would be
That
Assassination
series is long gone. I think that was gone by about 2017, or finished by about 2017. So by the time it would have come in, it would have had no interaction with either Gamergate, let alone the CG nonsense, which was about to start in that time period.
Yeah. So basically, where it's really started to happen is you've actually had more and more of these localizers and translators, piping up on social media saying how proud they are of, changing this, or, essentially saying, well, English, American fans aren't going to understand the Japanese context, so we have to put it in a way that, they can understand it. And of course, they also try to excuse it by saying, well, this is the way, this was done, originally. It's like, well, yeah, but we're not in the days of Macross and Robotech anymore. Okay.
So, Ash, what are your thoughts on this?
No, I think it's being covered. I did want to say one thing about the translation to the original question. It's not always agenda driven. Sometimes when you say something in Japanese and you say something at the same thing but translated in English,
It doesn't exactly.
It can be like a vastly different amount of syllables. And so sometimes you have to fill the space, and sometimes you don't have enough room. You have to compress. And so when you translate it, you have to kind of creatively go, well, let's try to get the same thing that fits the story, and not, because characters are only talking for so long, and then it translates to the, you might have a split second. But with subtitles, you can be more accurate because you can just put the sentence up there and it's just there on the screen.
Let's go eat, Grandma. Without the comma.
So, so keep in mind, and there is agenda driven out there, like so beware. Yeah. And it's getting worse because American companies, they import the stuff, like Funimation is full of progressives, and they import stuff and they hire people and then they want to insert their stuff, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, and the other justification that I hate all the time is that, well, we've got to make it more palatable to American audiences, kind of stuff. And again, this is the problem that every kind of pop culture group has had when it gets more popular and more outsiders start coming in, to get the content is this idea that we have to change it to make it more appealing to a broader audience. And at least for me, my whole thing of why I've loved anime and manga is I want to read the Japanese story. I want it as close to what that is, because that's what I'm interested in. I want to see that perspective. I don't want it Americanized. I don't want it Americanized for me.
Yeah, that's why we have Marvel and DC.
Yeah, but no offense, you're more on the weeb side, and I don't mean to say that as like an insult or anything. That's not. But when you're marketing stuff, like, you are trying to hit the masses.
That's true. That's true.
And so it's a balancing act, because what you're saying has merit, but not at the expense of being still a niche thing. Because 30 years ago, anime was an extremely niche. I was hanging out with weebs once a month at an organization called SCAN, which is Southern California Animation Network. We met at San Diego State University, and we'd sit in an auditorium from 12 to 6 p.m. and we had our little movie list, and we were trading, and we were just dorks. It was a great time. I love it. But everyone else in the world was just like, what the hell? Like, they didn't, and it took a long time. And ultimately, it was Disney partnering up with Studio Ghibli, I think, that really helped bring that normativity and make anime not good. Because a lot of the stuff that comes to the States too is pretty weird. Like, kids are okay because they don't have a thing to base it off, so they just embrace everything. But adults look at some of the anime stuff and go, oh my God, what am I watching? And now with Generation Z growing up, it's becoming less and less of an issue. But you want to. Yeah, I think it'll probably be a thing of the past, actually, the more I think about this. We're going to have a culture in America that's just grown up with anime, and so we won't see it, and it won't be such a niche, and I think it will be a little bit more accurate to some of the original Japanese, because there won't be that stigma. But right now, the people who are running the companies, that are importing this stuff, they're old men in white, in suits, and they don't get it.
I take this pause. Ash, count me down.
Good to see you, Skip.
Hey, Skip.
2, 1.
He's learning.
Hey, Skip.
Hey,
What's up,
See y'all.
twin? How's it going, man?
Twin? Doing all right. Figured I finally got home from Home Depot, and I was like, I'm not hanging this door. I'm tired, so I figured
I mean, if
chat with you chaps.
you could have called us from the drive-through wherever you're going.
Home Depot doesn't have a drive-through.
No, if he's driving before getting dinner, who knows?
Oh yeah. You know, I couldn't give you the Skip special tonight. I had to. I'll save that for next time.
He's like, it's BJ's. I can't say that, Steve.
You gotta keep some things private, but
all right, so we got another super chat. Thank you, Glenzer. How often do you side with manga over an anime? And I guess we'll just go around.
That's a good. Right now, I'm actually starting to. It goes.
Wait a second. Hold on. Are we going to actually go around this time?
Yeah,
are we going to? Because last time
we stopped at LK last time.
Okay, I'm going to go this time because I conceded to LK and then I never got my turn. So I'm going to go first this time.
RDV shit.
That's okay. I like to do that.
I have the mute button now. Yes.
No, for me, it depends. It goes series to series. So like the two biggest examples I have right now are like One Piece and Spy Family. One Piece, it'll play the same scenes over and over, and I think it's a case of you want to have the anime and the manga kind of at the same release time. So with anime, what they'll do is they'll release a lot of filler if the manga is like running behind or trying to catch up. So I prefer the manga because I feel like, okay, once you read through it, you don't have to read through the same scene, like flashbacks or all that stuff over and over again. But then you have other series also like Spy Family, which hasn't done that so far. And actually, they've done some really cool stuff with the anime. Well, where they'll take like a little side story. Maybe it was only like 5 or 6 pages in a volume, but they'll turn it into like a whole episode and give it a whole bunch of extra context and character development and cool stuff like that, really to really enhance the story. So I think you kind of have to look at it on a case by case basis. There's not like a one size fits all generalization. I think that applies to that.
All right.
That's just my take, though.
Marani is threatening me with violence.
Good.
Never
All
a
right.
good thing, Rania.
It's the answer to everything. It's the
I'll-
solution
I'll-
that
I'll-
will cure all.
I'll
Yeah.
give a 2-second answer compared to his 3-minute rambling. Um,
Are we going this way, or are we?
well,
are
you
we going
skipped me. You skipped me.
Sorry.
I'll just do it quickly. Certain shows, animes, when I grew up younger, I didn't have access to manga. Places where I didn't know that. I knew there were comic book stores, but not every comic book store had a manga. So I was going to one, so I discovered this other one actually in manga. So real quickly, I watched a lot of anime. I watched it through Toonami, or I got it through Suncoast when it was still around.
I remember Suncoast.
Yes, Sam Goody as well. Yes, that's where I got my anime from, or I got it from we got the thrift stores. We had Mega Me Exchange here. You can just buy and you get and then all my anime was on VHS at the time. His DVDs were still coming into thing in the 90s. So that's why I watched my anime. But today, with all these apps for manga and then all these manga popping up everywhere now. It's like it was at those remember Walden Books or Borders.
Mm-hmm.
That was my main source when I was like in my teens. That was where I watched all my manga. Barnes and Noble, the one by me, closed down. That was another source of manga. So I don't have access to manga as much. Yes, you can go the high seas if you really want to, but it's just better to buy the whole book and you can have display it on your wall. So depends what it is. Gantz, I love the anime, but I've never read the manga. And like Tokyo Rangers, I started off watching the anime, and then because the anime went on hiatus, for a while, so I was like, I'm gonna start reading the manga, and I'm glad I read the manga. Now I'm just waiting for the next manga to come. So I'm at the point. It's like I never should have started reading the manga. It's because it's so far ahead of the anime, so I have no interest in watching the anime now. But all right, that's my little spiel. So, okay, the floor is yours. I yield to the man from California.
That was definitely shorter than Zach.
No.
Yes.
You can't see my eyes rolling.
You don't even know if you're human or not.
Did I really talk that long?
No, you're about the same.
Okay.
He was making fun of you. He's like, I'm gonna be 2 seconds compared to Zach.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't really have a site. Again, it kind of depends. It usually is whichever one I happen to find first, especially in the last, say decade or so. Especially, with the Shonen Jump app. It's like Spy Family. I started reading the manga first on that. And then finding out later, oh yeah, the anime is going to come out, which is great. But a different example is like My Hero Academia. It was the anime that I first watched, and once I got through, I think like either first season or about maybe halfway through the second season, where then I really started getting into it. I was like, ooh, I want to keep reading this and find out what happens next. And that was when I started reading the manga. Same with Food Wars. So ultimately it just kind of depends on when I pick it up. And at the same time, there's also several, plenty of manga that I just happen to pick up and read that have never gotten an anime and probably never will.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, we're not even talking about all the different mangas that will never probably get an anime series. Yeah, because there's a ton.
All right.
Yeah.
If you're done, when you're done with your talking point, concede to the next person so they can know who go.
Well, I don't know who wants to go next. I guess go to Helium since he's below me.
All right, then.
Excuse me? No, don't say that. That's because he's down under.
How often? From Gunza, how often do I side with manga over anime? Well, I think it comes down to availability in reference to actually both items. One example is a anime actually that came out last year or within the last couple of years, and it was called Kimono Jihen. Well, one thing with that is, even though the manga of it is only sort of like available online through scans and whatever, I'm not interested in that. I'd rather wait until it's available to pick up in English. And this year, it's actually finally been. It will be released in English to pick up. So in that, I have watched the anime in relation to that particular series first, then getting the manga later. For other series, it's more so been sometimes manga first over the anime or then checking out the anime later. One good example of that is I have actually read through quite a bit of the Vinland Saga manga,
I've heard
and
about that one.
yep, absolutely incredible to read through. And only recently, and a while ago, I ended up buying the complete box set or the complete set of the anime of it, and finally starting to get around to watching the anime to review myself to see how much of it is manga accurate and where they sort of like sped things up and where things have sort of like slowed down to still keep into what's happening with the story. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks for asking the question. Go ahead, Ash.
All right. Well, I'm not sure I 100% understand the context of the question about siding with. So I'm going to assume that
would you
maybe
prefer
it
more?
means which you prefer.
Yeah, that's why I took it.
I will have to say that most often I choose the anime. A lot of it has to do with just because I'm lazy. Another thing it has to do is because
money.
Well, I mean, it's easier to try out, right? I can just like if I see something on Netflix, like I was talking about the Kokoro's basket. I can't even pronounce Kokoro's basketball.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll just whatever, throw this on while I'm doing work, and then I got sucked into it. It's less likely for me to go into a bookstore and it's like, oh, I'm gonna try out this manga. I'm just not. So it's harder. Typically, when I get into manga, which is very rare, it's because the anime kind of like was like, oh, you should, if I really liked it, then I'll go try out the manga. But it's just easier to consume. Also, I gotta tell you, I know some people have zero problems with this, but it's a bit of an obstacle to read the backwards format. It's just not natural to me, so I can do it. It just takes away from the experience a little bit for me. So that's that case, and that's all for me. Go ahead, Skip.
I go back and forth. It really just depends on what it is. Ghost in the Shell, definitely side with the movie more than the manga. Manga kind of goes all over the place a little bit more. I appreciate it for what it is. I don't read a lot of the newer, or excuse me, I don't watch a lot of the newer stuff. I read more of the newer stuff than I watch it. But
I didn't know Eric Breen was on the stream. He popped in. He just turned. Okay, it's like just here's the book.
Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Masamune Shiro? Is that who it is? Yeah.
Yep.
But so I go back and forth. But if I get to be a little more brief, if I did the splits for it, I'd say it's 70% anime, 30% manga. There we go.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention too. I realized too. I mean, right now is for the American fan at least. For this content, I'm paying $2 a month for the Shonen Jump app. To read just a truckload of manga and new stuff coming out. And I've got about like 3 or 4 titles that I'm reading. That are coming out. Every couple of weeks on the app, and then my Crunchyroll subscriptions. God, what is it now? Well, let's say $15 a month. I think.
Yeah, I think it's around 15. Yeah.
But I mean, like with that, I mean, currently right now I've got 3, 4, 5 series, 5 ongoing series right now that I'm watching on there.
I don't know how many I'm watching.
The value that you can get now compared to so I mean, you're talking about $17 a month for that, for all that content, for lack of a better term, and that's the equivalent of buying what, if I'm lucky, 3 Marvel or DC books. So I mean, it's it's definitely a factor.
I have 11 anime that I'm watching off and on at different points.
Okay. Well, I know there's other ones that'll kind of come and go, but I know there's like 5 that every week have new episodes coming out.
Yeah, I think I think I only have like 2 or 3 when it's like new stuff that's like actively coming out now. But there's even stuff that there was a whole season of Jobless Reincarnation that just came and went and I didn't know. So now I'm playing catch up on that.
Yeah, I'm behind on that one too.
Yeah, Fire Force is getting a season 3, so I'm rewatching through that just to get caught up, keep it fresh in my brain. So yeah, there's.
Is that worth checking out? I was curious about
Fire
Fire Force.
I
Yes, it
really
is
like
worth.
it. I like it a lot. It's firefighters with superpowers, and it's kind of like this post-apocalyptic type of scenario. There's some supernatural elements kind of to it as well, which I really like. But yeah, no, I think it's at least worth checking out. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I would say if nothing else, at least give it the old anime test, which is the
Yeah.
classic.
Where is it available at?
We talking about the anime or the manga?
The anime.
The
Anime, Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll,
Crunchyroll.
yeah. They got subbed or dubbed.
I know because I did a review through it on the website.
I could
Sorry.
also recommend you some high seas to go sailing if you'd rather do that. But
It's not that I'd rather do that. It was just, I was kind of bummed to find out that HBO Max got rid of all their anime.
you might be able to find it on Hulu if you
So
have Hulu.
Netflix. No, I don't have Hulu. I had Netflix and Prime, Netflix got a decent selection surprisingly,
Yeah, well,
and Prime's getting better, but I
Let me
just
see if it's on Prime.
I don't watch enough to justify
I've
the
met a-
Crunchyroll price.
yeah, I can give you a recommendation on Netflix if you haven't watched Dash.
What is it?
Kakaguri.
That's the gambling one.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll put that on my mental note.
The one I've been watching, and I'm kind of sad that it hasn't been renewed since 2020. I always find these animes on Netflix like, oh, it looks awesome, 2020, and I look online. There's no word of it where there's a new season coming out anytime soon.
Well, you got to watch out because sometimes they can take a while to announce a new season.
So the one I'm watching is Darwin's Game. I was telling Zach about this thing, and this kid. Their one friend at the school, he's a high school student, his friend is like, has been missing. So he was with their friends are like, okay. He gets his alert on his phone and he's like, what is Darwin's Game app? And he bites and he clicks the app. His friend's like, don't touch it. And the app basically, the snake comes out, bites him in the neck. The whole purpose of the game is that people are forced to play for their lives pretty much. And you can make money by killing other players or completing certain tasks and goals. And each person is given a signal. Basically like a power. He doesn't have one, pretty much. The one he finally discovers that he has that he can touch any gun or weapon, and he can, using his energy, his mana over his body, he can basically make it spawn in his hand wherever he wants to. And he basically pretty much is one of those guys he's against killing until one of his friends is killed. Then he just realizes, at the point, it's like, the guy's an asshole. He's gonna die because he's so basically it's there's another reason I like because there's an actual live action webtoon Korean show that was on. It was this kind of similar thing where 3 friends get trapped inside a game, a deadly games. They're forced to play deadly games in Tokyo, where Tokyo is devoid of everyone else except for the players, and everyone's trying to. It was called Alice in Borderland. So it's a similar concept to that. That's what drew me into this anime. It's only like 12 episodes long. They're 30 minutes.
Speaking of Netflix and they're not getting news, I have been waiting for the second season of One Punch Man for all eternity, it feels like.
That's one where I started reading the manga because I'm like,
gosh.
There's another one that I watched back when I was working in fast food. A friend of mine, we were both working in customer service fast food, and we saw this one anime called The Devil is a Part-Timer, where basically the devil is
hilarious.
It's really stinking. I related with it a lot. The first season of that came out in 2013 or 2014, and it's just now getting to season 2.
Yeah, but the thing is,
just
One
now.
Punch Man, the second season came out 2 years ago.
Yeah, and it's on Crunchyroll.
And I keep thinking maybe I should just buy it, but I know the day that I buy it, it'll be just released on Netflix.
So unfortunately, these Korean animes and live action shows are based off of webtoons. So and I'm waiting for the new source material to come out. So I think that's why a lot of them I've been finding in 2020 haven't been updated for either their live action or the animated part. So, which I'll wait. It's been next year will be 3 years almost.
Yeah.
And then
Alice
with
in
COVID, everything
Borderland-
with COVID pushing everything back, so I'm kind of waiting on that. I'm also waiting on Full Metal Panic Victory, Part 2 of season 5.
I thought you were about to say Full Metal Alchemist. I'm like, that story's
No,
done, buddy.
I'm not. I'm not a fan of that.
Well,
What?
I'm still waiting for season 2 of Witch Hunter Robin, but I don't think it's coming.
Full Metal
Yeah.
Alchemist.
Wait, who didn't
was
like Full
good.
Metal Alchemist?
RDV. God, I can't even. I don't want to
Are
be
you
next
shocked?
to him now.
I'm
Yeah,
not that shocked.
it was a really good story.
Wait, did you
read-
watch the regular, the Full Metal, or did you watch Brotherhood?
Here we
That's
go.
the
No,
question.
I tried watching the original and I just wasn't
No,
into it.
you gotta watch
Brotherhood is the one.
Brotherhood. Brotherhood's the one to watch. That's the good.
If the
one.
original's not that good, there's no hope for me giving any interest into the second series. Whatever.
No,
it
I'll
was.
tell you why. No,
Think
Brotherhood,
what?
they came back and did it again because the first one, the manga wasn't finished and they ran out of material, and they just started deviating, and then the manga was really successful, and there was a lot of demand, so they went back and did a new series and told a manga accurate telling of the story versus whatever made up stuff they did from the first one.
Yeah.
So the first one doesn't really end right, and it doesn't go in the same direction.
Well,
it may not convert you, but
what I didn't like about it though is it's not the actual anime itself. It's the fact that the little kid in the brother night suit was just kind of annoying. I didn't like that concept. But
Well, if you don't like him, then yeah, you might not like Brotherhood.
so
anyway.
it's.
Even though he's one of the best characters, he's not the best character.
I'm more
but
the
he's one of
mecha
best
stuff.
characters.
I was really into like Gundam Seed and Gundam Wing and all that stuff. I was more of that. So that's why Full Metal
You know,
Panic,
funny
was
you say
Hey,
that.
if you like mecha, watch Darling in the Franxx.
You know, my very first
What about
anime
your Franks?
was a mecha anime. Zoids.
Zoids. Yes,
New Century Zero. You
Yes.
saw my tweet about that
I
the
saw
other day,
that.
right?
I knew exactly what it was right away. I was like, dude, it's Zoids.
Heck
Zoids
yeah,
was
it
great.
was.
That was my.
There was a Twitter account that I followed. They're like, post your first anime crush ever. And there was this girl. She piloted a Velociraptor Zoid that had all these guns on. It's the gun sniper model. And I was like, I bet nobody else is gonna know who this is. And actually, there were a few people who did. I was surprised.
Zoids was
But-
epic. He had the white Riger,
Liger Zero.
Liger Zero.
I
yeah.
used to have like a dozen models or so back when like Toys R Us was open. I would go get all these different Zoid models. Now they're like in my mom's
Came out,
attic
and then
somewhere.
Sometimes the Zoids they had Zatch Bell. I was like, who's watching Zatch Bell? Give me more Zoids.
Yeah, for
But
real.
Then they came with another Zoids continuation.
They had several.
with
They had several different series, but
the same people. I was just like, I'm just.
they had the Chaotic Century that was like a prequel. I liked the New Century Zero where it was like battle tournaments. That was my favorite.
Oh my god!
all right, Rhaegar's calling us out. He's saying change the title to Nerds Talking About Anime.
Or you can stop watching too.
That's fine. It's not like he's going to keep this stream up. So I mean,
Someone needs to super chat a new topic.
That's
One
right.
Punch Man is an anime manga. Batman taking Guy Gardner with One Punch.
One Punch is a very clever manga because I got into the anime at about the same time My Hero Academia came out. And so my brother told me about One Punch Man. I was like, okay, sure. I'll check out another superhero manga. It is, I think Ash even said this in the chat, it is a parody of like what we have with like Western superheroes. There's a lot of parodies and it is really fun though. It is really entertaining. I recommend it.
well,
I'd say it's satire more than parody.
Well, I mean, are the two not interchangeable? I thought they were interchangeable.
Well, parody is more like you're trying to turn into a comedy. Like you see all those films where they do like the comedies where it's like all the slasher movies, and then they do one of I can't remember any of the names off the top of my head, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, like superhero movie, disaster movie, all those are just.
And they do like those comedy versions, and they make
I got
that's
you.
like a parody.
I got you.
Satire is more like you're kind of making fun of it, but not in a comedic way necessarily. For
It's
example,
like a tongue-in-cheek kind of reference.
For
type
example,
thing.
Watchmen is a satire on superheroes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I do agree though. We've become very far into the weebs. See,
I see what you did there.
Boo.
Yeah, well, I'll give you one more recommendation on Netflix. So that's also kind of superhero related. If you haven't watched Tiger and Bunny, check that out. Actually, a season 2 you talk about long delays between seasons. Season 2 just came out earlier this year. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but it's a fun one. It has kind of the take of superheroes, being like pop culture icons, so to speak, and so they have a reality TV show essentially that follows them, and they get points and dollars, when they capture a bad guy, kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put that on the list.
So I kind of agree with the Rhaegar. This has become I love manga.
Yeah. We can change topic. I just really like
the truth is
my wife hates that all I watch on TV now is anime. Like she'll come in and see One Piece. She's like, "What are you doing? You used to watch like cool stuff." It's like
the truth is the reason they're talking about manga and anime is that because they know that Engeltine will not jump on if we're talking about stuff he doesn't watch.
That's a good point.
But as Skip, you've been a little quiet. I know, Skip, you've been reading some new books. I don't know if you're there. You've been still reading The Heavy Metal Drummer, right?
Yeah, it got pushed back to this Wednesday coming out. But yeah, I've been reading that, really enjoying it. It's such a odd cockamamie setup and story, but
is that the ghost one?
It works.
With the guy on the toilet, the monster toilet?
No, this is the one where it's the drummer of a heavy metal band who's like got a drug problem, but he like runs into this cat, gets hypnotized, and then gets invited into the metaphysical world of these alien species and sent down to like annihilate and kill this other alien species that's kind of a virus and going around and infecting people and kind of like stealing their souls through sex. So yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah. What I'm thinking about is, I think I'm thinking of the other one, Homesick Pilots. That's the one with
Homesick Pilots. Yes, that is that one also comes out this week, and it's the last issue. I'm very sad that it's wrapping up, but as long as it has a good ending, which the penultimate issue was kind of already landing the plane, so I'm like, okay, cool. There should be enough runway to finish well instead of not enough runway and then it kind of crashes on landing. But Homesick Pilots has been incredible. Love Casper Wingegaard's art, and Dan Waters is just doing the Lord's work.
He's still working on Cowboy Bebop, right? Isn't that Dan Waters too?
Another Dan Waters book comes out tomorrow as well. A series at
that series surprised me for being what it is, because I saw like, oh, it's a Netflix cover. They had a cover for the Netflix Cowboy Bebop stuff, but then you read it, it does not read like the Netflix series at all. It reads like the anime.
It's amazing. It's almost like if you put talented writers on a project, it can turn out good.
Right.
So,
exactly. That one, but we got to see how that one ends because it got canceled. So I got a feeling that there is no runway. There's none. That's why there's not enough runway. There's none.
It did get okay. I didn't realize it got canceled. I thought it was only meant to be a 4-issue miniseries. That's it. So.
Yeah, it got canceled probably because of the lack of interest for the show. So this one's going to be Amelia Earhart. There's no landing on this one. It's just going to fly on into the future. Yeah.
And it sucks too because it's probably a lot more to do with the Netflix rather than its own merit.
Exactly. Yeah, totally. Unfortunately.
So I'm going to show off. This is what's coming out tomorrow. I know we do usually a small preview we usually do over on the Geeky Puppet Show. We talk about our top 5, but looking at some of the books coming out, there actually are quite a few that I'm actually interested in. World's Finest.
I've got a big list for tomorrow, actually.
Flash. Batman the Knight by Zdarsky has been good.
Moon Knight by Jed McKay.
Noctera's.
I think the Knight has been pretty mediocre. I was really disappointed.
It could have been a lot more, but
only because I hold Zdarsky to a higher level, and it's beneath his normal quality.
Was this song "Take Me to a Higher"? What?
Take me a higher, something like that.
Think of the Creed song.
What, Steve Winwood?
Yeah, Steve Winwood. Yeah.
Oh.
Lord.
Deadly Class is ending. Not this issue, but I guess
Deadly
issues
Class
now?
has been ending for months now. Just let it end.
I don't want it to end. Rick Remender proved to me that he can write a book that I actually like. I don't read a lot of Rick
Check out
Remender
the live
stuff.
action series.
Yeah.
Gunslinger Spawn.
This was interesting. Looking at this art on this, I was like, oh, it's Jennifer Connelly.
No, it's
No.
Emilia Clarke.
I
Who
know.
could play Jennifer Connelly in a movie?
Black Adam, I'm not getting tomorrow.
That's the
Punisher
Christopher
War
Priest
Journal.
Yeah.
Yay!
No, I'd completely forgotten about Silver Surfer Rebirth.
All right.
So is everyone else.
Yeah, well, I read the first 2 issues and really liked it. I thought Ron Lim's art was strong, even though the digital coloring that Marvel was using, I thought and inking did a disservice to it.
But did you really, really like it?
It was good.
'Cause you didn't really come back for the 3rd issue.
Well, I think it was one of those that got delayed somewhere, and then it just kind of fell off the radar, and it didn't get on my pull list. So I'll pick it back up, and then Maestro World War M. So another good Peter David book.
Austin P. I'll just say the whole Earhart thing. I think there was a rumor saying that she pretty much died in a Chinese prison or a Japanese prison.
I thought it was a desert that she crashed into.
There's so many rumors, but they said there wasn't a woman or American woman that was rumored to be held hostage in a POW.
Oh, interesting.
No, it's still one of the
She
great,
survived, but
great
either way, she's dead. Homesick Pilots is on there. See some trippy covers on there.
Oh, look, there's a Miles Morales and Moon Girl comic.
No. Oh, no, I can
That's
tell
what
you-
triggered you
on
now.
my
You didn't see the
list.
one above that?
No.
What? What's above it?
Yeah,
Well,
you gotta show
no.
me. It's tiny. You're not zooming in on the covers. You're just looking
I'm
at the
sorry. I'm
overview.
sorry. The one above it was the original ongoing Miles Morales
Yeah.
one.
Oh, that's just
That's
Miles.
already-
No, but this is Miles and Moon Girl. This is like
So
My-
let's look at the worst
Why?
quotes going on tomorrow.
Why can't
Oh,
we look
that-
at the good stuff?
That's
Oh
what
my
our channel.
god!
Gosh, our channel gets the good stuff.
Oh, so
hush,
that's the
hush
Marvel
your mouth,
Juneteenth.
Zach. It's Pride Month. You
Pride.
need to recognize.
I was born in this month before it was Pride Month.
So Alyssa Wong, think I've heard of this read before. She's writing.
She's the one. She's writing the new Iron Fist series where it's not Daniel Rand, but it's somebody else.
She's
Really?
the one,
Because
she's
I heard
the
that's
one
been
who has
good.
she's the one who has a career at Marvel because she outed CB Cebulski.
Oh, she's the one that called him out.
Yep, and she's
Oh,
the
she
one.
didn't.
that
She
complained.
didn't call him out. I mean, he was already out.
Oh,
She just insulted him and called him a racist and stuff. And then
and bullied her way into Marvel. Yeah.
I thought it's because she's cute looking. That's why. Tee-hee.
so is Heather Antos, but it doesn't excuse bad behavior.
So Christopher Cantwell's on this. Yes.
Yeah.
oh, you know it's good.
There's incentive
Yeah,
to
he's-
buy a book.
I love the way they put it. Lauded TV showrunner Christopher Cantwell.
I know. Yeah.
Dragon's complex legacy. Oh,
Here's
that
the
is
thing.
What did he
There-
write on
50
TV?
pages.
There is no such thing as a TV showrunner that prefers to be in the comic business.
Yeah, the comics is the stepping stone to television most of the time.
I didn't even know-
Everyone who's writing currently, well, not everyone, but most of the Marvel and DC writers all wish they were writing TV. They hope that someone's going to notice them. Cantwell is a
Best.
failure who has to write comics.
Who's the chick?
hell is that?
Nebula.
That
I think, right?
that's not Gamora's sister.
I don't know who it's supposed to be. Then yeah.
It looks like Vixen at first. I was like, wait, that's not Vixen.
Yeah. So does anybody know what TV show he was the showrunner of?
Halt,
I
halt
have
and
no-
catch fire.
Oh,
No, that was allegedly actually pretty good. I never.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like I thought that was a really well received show.
I don't know who's supposed to be on the cover there.
Eh.
The list.
I just
characters?
love the whole lauded showrunner. Like no one just knows. who he
Oh,
is.
maybe that's Valkyrie. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, if it's the new
No.
Valkyrie,
I was gonna
Samantha
say-
Brunhilde is still my Valkyrie. Hashtag still my Valkyrie. But could be.
That's awesome when you have covers and you don't know who the characters are.
Yeah, right.
That's
Right?
like that's a sign of success. You're doing things right, Marvel.
How dare they put her in booty shorts?
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's the character that they fought a whole lawsuit and then did nothing with.
Yeah, North Star.
No,
Angela.
Angela.
Oh well, he did nothing with him either. I'm sure there's lawsuits too.
No, they actually, because Angela came from, what was the comic?
She
the
first
publishing
appeared in
company?
Spawn,
Spawn,
issue 10,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah. She was created. She was either you can say created or co-created by Neil Gaiman. That's what
no, they did
spawned the lawsuit.
She had her own little series where she was gay.
Yeah, but
that's it.
She had,
no, my point is Marvel fought a big lawsuit to get the character.
I know, and
they and then once they won, they're like, "Oh, okay, just shove her in a drawer."
Yeah, she's collecting dust on a shelf.
Cates is the only one that actually used her in his Thor ongoing, and whereas basically she was a B.
Well, no, that's because there was also a god awful Angela Queen of Hell miniseries that basically.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, that was so terrible.
Oh, Charlie Jane Anders is writing on this. Let me click on this guy's person. Or I sorry, I don't know what a woman is. I can't say.
God dog it, Venkman. Yes, can't.
They won't show the
Rhaegar. Rhaegar, I see you by the way in the chat.
Rhaegar, you were the asker of what is a woman. Tell me what this is.
Oh, the credits are War of the Realms spin-off.
Yikes.
Books. It must be amazing.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they've got Jason Aaron's stamp of approval then. Probably.
Alrighty.
Yeah, go back to the list.
Can we please?
Was it too bright?
Can we get a good book on the screen, please?
Yeah. Well, he had the best book of the week up there, completely missed. And that's going to be Fables 152.
Well, we're going the worst book of the week, though. Didn't you know that?
So everyone but like 10 or 11, maybe.
What we got here? Void Song's coming out. I'm picking that up.
Yeah.
That looks pretty cool. Nodding hands up. Samurai Sonya.
Yeah, I told you about that last week.
I know. I just every time I see it, I'm like this guy over here on the left.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
the final issue of Aerosmith Behind Enemy Lines is coming out. That'll be good.
I've heard that was a good one. Yeah.
Steve Pella, where?
It's solid. I've read the first four so far, so I'm one behind.
There's a girl at my LCS. She loves two kinds of comics: fantasy comics and war comics. And so she's really been loving Aerosmith.
Yep.
Here's you go. Here's your Scooby Doo. That's always good, right?
Zoinks!
Well, we got Sheena, so at least we'll have a good cover.
Kaiju Score number 3.
Yeah, volume 2 is actually really cool. If you hadn't read the first volume of Kaiju Score, if you like heist stories, or if you like kaiju monsters, or if you like both, I highly recommend.
That's an interesting mix. 1. Kaijus and heists.
Kaijus and it works. It works really well. And volume 2, I really like volume 2.
Yeah.
It's really awesome.
Probably the safest book to buy in here is this one. You never have to worry about Brady and Veronica.
I thought you were going to say Robin Hood 2022 there.
Yeah, that's a victory.
Safest book to buy on there.
I said safest, not yeah.
Usagi Yojimbo.
Robin Hood's not meant for kids.
Over 35 years, never a bad book.
Which one is that?
Usagi Yojimbo.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, Twin, I back you up on the Kaiju Score. I haven't read the first volume. I'm jumping in on the second volume, and I've really enjoyed the first 2 issues of it. So I'm gonna go back and read the first volume.
The first volume is really great. Yeah, I think you'll like it.
So who here is buying My Little Pony or Disturbed Dark Messiah?
You gotta be disturbed to be buying My Little Pony.
I used to buy My Little Pony when Tony Fleeks was writing it for my daughters, but those days are gone.
Who's writing it now?
He's doing Stray Dogs now.
He went from ponies to Stray Dogs? Oh.
Making me cry with every issue of Stray Dogs.
Now you're suddenly making me want a My Little Pony issue with the Stray Dogs mentality.
Oh, that'd be
storyline.
Oh wow! I don't know if I
want Stray Dogs with My Little Brony. My Little Stray Brony.
That would be a dark book.
That would be. That would be dark.
Well, this is interesting. Shaolin Cowboy.
Samurai Sonya.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just saw that? Yeah.
They're doing all these different red Sonyas now. What's it called? The Sonya verse?
Well, it was, yes. Takes place back in Japan, because they're in the feudal Japan stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah. Jordan Clark's writing it. Cover artist is Lucio Perillo.
That's not a bad cover.
Oh, it isn't bad.
I just have a thing for samurai, so
I have a thing for
Yeah.
Asian girls, so we're good.
I also have a thing for Asian girls.
Is that why you? Is that why you and E get along so well?
Yes, I guess so. Clayton Henry's working on this as a variant cover. Which is
So what's Jordan Clark's right? Click on Jordan Clark. I want to see what his other credits are.
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
a good question.
Let's see.
Now I want a live action like with a Japanese girl just playing.
That profile
Red Sonja.
picture doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
No, it's the opposite.
Aquaman, ma'am.
Is that
Bitch
the most
Planet,
recent run?
2016 to 2020 worked on there.
Yeah. Okay. Pass.
Well, you could click on View All to see everything he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
I didn't
just
see the
go
view.
by the
all.
But usually the highlight is usually what they've done recently. Like they're mostly it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Star Wars Adventures.
I just
Crimes
saw
of
DC
Passion.
Crimes of Passion,
I
which
know.
was pretty terrible, and then Bitch Planet. I'm like, oh.
Right,
when
Sonya
you're
Fairy Tale.
writing credits, don't include much more beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
So the premise for Samurai Sonya is her samurai father is slain, and she takes up the sword to avenge him.
How do
Sounds
these
a lot
people
like
get
Mulan.
in? Like, are they just finding these people off the web? They're like, hey, you want to write comics?
I do not know. Like I said, when it comes to this stuff, it's like it looks good on paper, and as far as like the art and stuff, but it's like they need a story.
There's
They
so
don't have
many
one.
like writers out there like that just aren't getting work. That are
Is it
proven.
like a networking thing where it's like you got to know a guy who knows a guy?
I'm gonna say yes. I mean, it's 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 the clicks, it's the networks. I mean, it's just the thing is just the networks have changed. Whereas you used to have normal, sensible people who wanted to do a good job. Now you've got the other ancestors of the world.
Hey, look, it's
I didn't know it right away. So this was Peter. It's like yes, I knew it. And look who's writing it.
Who's writing it?
My favorite
Solid.
writer.
Saladin Ahmed. He actually wrote a good page in the Marvel Comics 1000 special. He wrote like a page about the Thing. That was actually decent.
You wrote a good page.
Yeah.
One good page.
Thank you for phoning it in, Mike Mayhew, on your variant.
Yeah.
Because that's all Miles does. He just tags places. Every kid from New York.
The stereotypes, man. that they just
Okay.
fall into.
I think I was on
Untitled
Twitter
Chapter.
earlier today. It's like I'm sure that the masses are starting to wake up to the pandering. Like
Look,
got
his shoes aren't tied.
I
Purposely.
don't think so. I think the people that this is marketing to are the people that want to swallow that.
You
Like,
think?
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
Interesting choice of words there.
no, I mean, I just don't see like actual people in the hood being like, "Yeah, Miles is my man." Like he's like they got better things to do.
He's my brother.
Yeah.
This is pandering to like that pink-haired person we saw.
Yeah.
In the other
It's as
picture,
bad
that's
as
like,
watching
oh,
Captain-
yeah, this is how
it's
the
as-
world really is. This is
It's as
it's so
cringy as
brave
90s.
and bold.
Remember 90s
Hey,
television?
Look, it's Antifa Morales.
It's so pandering, like they did back in the 90s. 90s,
Dude, I'm honestly who said Antifa Morales.
That was
Skip.
That's great. I just because you just made a picture in my brain when you said that, and I'm wondering why we haven't seen this yet of a cover with Miles and Peter like arm in arm, and like Peter's got an Antifa sign and Miles has got a BLM sign. They're like and like holding their fists up in the air, and I would just like that could be like the wokest cover ever.
They did have. I forgot. I think it was in one of their Marvel Voices magazines. I think it was like for the Hispanic edition. They had a short story where it was Miles Morales and what is it, Spider Arachna or Lady Arachnia or whatever. But yeah, there was like a whole thing where they actually said Latinx in a story. Like they were educating Miles Morales' mom on the word Latinx on their way to a rally. I don't think it was a BLM rally though. But yeah,
Well, they essentially did that, in the new Static book. I mean, that's to me, I
Yeah.
think
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
what
Static.
helped kill the Static book was
Yeah.
completely
I
changing.
mean, look at this though. This is pretty much what they're doing to him in the other ongoing Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So Miles is like, I'm taking my shot. I'm going to be the new Spider-Man.
Nah, Tom Holland's still got 3 movies to go.
But not in the comic books. You don't need to. Remember, Tony
Yeah,
was
but
dead. in the comics.
Marvel is finally starting to do some synergy, though. It's like you want to know why Jane Foster is back as Thor in the comics? Because Natalie Portman's about to have a movie. You know why Sam Wilson is Captain America again? Because Falcon and the Winter Soldier. They're late to the party, too little, too late. But they are
Like I
starting to
said,
finally get some
it's
synergy.
time for Miles to take over. Down with Peter Parker. He's been labeled as a villain. Mary Jane has kids with some other person.
Mary Jane
You know
does
what-
not
you know
have
what I
kids. The
suspect?
guy had kids already. Mary Jane's dating the guy after the fact.
What I suspect,
That look
because
like her.
we know like about a year and a half ago or however long it was, Kevin Feige got promoted, put in charge of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect that a memo from Feige's office got sent down to Marvel with a timeline saying, here's our releases of the next, over 2022. Please make sure that there's a comics, in line. And Marvel's like, oh, okay. And this is farting it out.
Yeah.
That's
guys-
what I suspect.
Oh, man.
You know what the thing is? That cover's not a bad cover. If I had faith in the
Is
title,
Chameleon wearing
no, I mean,
blackface?
if I had faith in, that's really terrible. If I had faith in, like if this was back in the 80s and 90s when I would just be like, "Ooh, that's compelling. Why is Miles evil? Why is he trying to kill Peter?" Like I would be wanting to open the book and get it. But I see it now, and my cynic nature just comes out and goes, "Oh," and I roll my eyes, and that's unfortunate because we shouldn't be that way. The cover itself is the cover artist did a good job.
What is this? The alternate cover for the ongoing anti-Spider-Man.
Is it J. Scott Campbell?
I'm not sure who it is.
I've seen that.
Miguel
There's
Mercado.
another weird one
I've seen that picture
on there.
somewhere
It's like
before.
Mary Jane with a green face.
Yeah, that's a Skrull one. Secret
Oh
Invasion.
yeah, they have all these different scroll variants they've been doing.
The fact that they have this
Because
on the book,
there's
nothing
supposed
to
to be
do
a
with the
new
book.
there's supposed to be a new Secret Invasion coming out from the guy that wrote the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. So yeah, they've been doing all these scroll.
Yeah. Now, see,
Les
what's
Martin says the big two used to actually check submissions and hire based on true talent and merit. These days, it's truly the 1,000 monkeys typing in one produces Shakespeare deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the?
but
What was
my-
it that? There
I just
was like
wanna
a
quick-
story. I think it was Todd McFarlane. There was someone that had a story that had like submitted like 200 times before they got accepted.
Oh
Or
wow.
maybe it was Frank Miller.
I've been Frank Miller, yeah.
well, I mean,
Someone and it just was like go to show like how hard it used to be to break in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And nowadays is like they're just pulling. Oh, hey, you did
No.
a Twitter post. Hey, you want to write Marvel Comics?
They want you to pay more for this variant cover, which has nothing to do with the story because they're not together in this. They broke them up again.
Yeah,
They ignored
Not gonna
all
lie though, that is. I do like the art on that.
Yeah,
Like,
I just
separate
art
from
give
the
me the print.
comic.
Give me the
Yeah.
print. I don't want the freaking comic book.
yeah. Well,
it's
again,
trash.
it's a cover that's going to appeal to people that loved Spider-Man 20 years ago.
And
Well-
then here's another one, the heritage variant.
The guy at my LCS, the guy who runs the cash registers, like they're not seeing a whole lot of people buy Spider-Man. The people that are buying Spider-Man, they're doing like there are collectors at my LCS that will go and they'll want all the different covers. There's a guy who will actually buy like for a 1/100 cover, he will buy 100 issues of Spider-Man.
Is this supposed to be Wong or the ancient one?
Crazy.
Why
That's,
did they?
that's long.
Wait a second. I've been out of things, so forgive me. Did they reboot Spider-Man again?
Yeah,
he just
number
had a
one.
new number one like a month or two.
Where
ago.
a whole entire
Jeez
city was destroyed
Louise.
by a missile. Basically, they pulled it,
Zeb Wells is writing and John Romita Jr. is doing the art.
and they just basically made Peter Parker and Spider-Man into a villain.
I don't know if he's a villain, but he is pretty much hated by everybody.
MJ wants nothing to do with them. They just
MJ,
nerfed
Aunt
all
May,
that work that
Fantastic Four.
Spencer did to get fans back interested in MJ and Peter Parker. They kicked you in the balls.
Well, there's probably
It's
a
spikes on.
higher up directive from editorial that's
Yeah,
saying. I don't think the writers have any say in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like My
The
thing
real
is that
is why are fans into it? Like, just
There are none from what
There are none.
That's what I'm saying for my LCS. Nobody that is pulling Spider-Man right now is coming in and raving about it and saying it's a good. There are more. I have overheard more people praising John Kent's Superman. Like
yeah,
two
but
people.
that's doesn't matter as long as they're still buying the books.
Yeah, but
So,
they're just buying it for the covers.
I'm
though.
gonna
Like,
I'm
the
gonna tell
story
you right
is
now.
more
It doesn't matter. They're buying the books, and that for Marvel, as far as Marvel is concerned,
Oh yeah,
that's
no,
all that
absolutely.
matters. Like,
No,
well,
no,
we
you're
got our
right.
sales.
Yeah.
They just care that comic shops are ordering the books. However, whatever reason that they're doing it for,
Right.
they're excited.
Yeah.
So here's my gripe with this. Okay, you don't clearly don't want MJ and Peter Parker to be together. So then you got Black Cat. Why is Black Cat in this book? You know, unless she's getting together with Peter because MJ doesn't want to because they're rivals. So, but they're probably not even going to do that. Even though Black Cat's listed in this, but Black Cat's a lesbian in Marvel right now. See?
She's bi.
Really?
Yeah. It's a totally different meaning.
I feel Breen rolling over in his grave if he's not there yet.
Jeez.
Well, he said he was going to come on, but he just never showed up. So I figured
maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, if you go back, that was what that one Marvel Voices cover was all about. You had Black Cat in the middle. She had Peter on one side, and unknown
girl
woman on the other side.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how she's portrayed.
And look, Gwen's coming back on issue number 10.
Oh god!
And this is the other.
I'm really hoping that's just like Spider-Gwen in normal clothes.
And here's the other cringe thing: why is he using Goblin tech?
Oh, because Norman Osborn wants to make amends with him now, and that part, I actually hate that more than any of the Mary Jane stuff. Because apparently, Norman Osborn wants to make amends, and so Peter.
Yeah, the only person that'll talk to Peter is Norman Osborn.
Yeah, so I actually hate that more than anything else about what's going on in Spider-Man right now.
Hey, maybe that's why Gwen Stacy's appearing.
Oh my gosh! Look at these variants. Number 900.
Maybe Norman's just trying to be good with Peter.
How can there be 900 when they rebooted it?
So is Norman Osborn just trying to be getting back in Peter's good graces so he has another chance to tap that with Gwen Stacy? They're gonna bring Original Sins back.
You know what? You joke about that. They brought back Heroic Age and they were brought back, Heroes Reborn. So all these things come. Civil War 2.
Civil War, Secret Invasion, Atlantis Attacks. All they've been doing recently with their.
Now I gotta go look. Now I gotta go look at that because they're scaring me.
They're just bringing back all their greatest hits and just not doing a good version of them. So I would not hold it past them. I'm sorry, and that I know that I'm the John Romita Jr. art praiser. That cover is not good though.
Look, she's just like this John Peter.
She looks like Paris Hilton.
I know. Looks so bad. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not a John Romita Jr. When he first started out, he had a good anchor. Now he's just not into his art.
Well, like I said, I know I'm the only one here that likes his modern art most of the time. But yeah, that's just not a good cover.
Look, he's got pixel fingers.
Why does her head?
John Romita Jr.'s losing it. It's
the longer I look at Gwen, the bigger her head looks compared to the bigger her top half looks compared to her legs.
She's got look at her nose. Why is her nose? What's her nose so red for?
Like, is it a perspective? Like, is she supposed to be leaning towards the front because her top
that's the
half
colorist.
looks
That's
bigger.
not John.
Yeah.
I know, but every book I notice says the colorist has been giving her nose red, or anybody's red. It's just like, are everybody just doing lines?
Oh, maybe she just has a cold.
The COVID variant.
Gwen Stacy is unvaxxed. Everyone shun her.
You know what I like about these covers? Just
What?
the logo. That's it. That's pretty much the only time I like about the covers, especially Spider-Man.
I don't even
The
care.
logo, you just cut that out, erase everything else. But I don't know if for those the 9 people that are watching us that aren't also on the panel, if you're reading this, tell me what makes this so much better than the previous stuff. Tell me why Zeb Wells is such a great writer. Tell me what's going on in the book that hasn't been done before, and why you think this is great.
Well, the bar is not very high.
The problem is that they're at the bar and they're drinking.
But
They're writing.
What I'm just saying is once you set your expectations to the audience to be so low, you can get away with mediocrity and people are impressed.
That's true.
Oh. Oh, I can't wait for the next X-Men gala.
Oh, to Hellfire Gala might bring me back to Marvel.
Oh, that just gave me a headache just then. I need aspirin now. Woo. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's going to be the one. Watch that issue right there with Wolverine on the cover. That's going to be the one where they confront Moira McTaggart for wearing Mary Jane's skin.
Look,
I bet you $1 million.
unmasked again. And again. Doctor Strange, can you hide my identity?
All right, I'm done with Spider-Man.
I think we're all done with Spider-Man. Unless you're really reading the older ones, what you recommend.
Or unless you're watching the Tom Holland movies, which are good.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
The
see.
third
What
one
else?
was a good one.
Immortal X-Men. I need
Third
to
is
read
the
that.
best one. I'm not reading any X-Men.
No.
The only X-Men I'm reading like the classic X-Men reprints, and I recently found I was going through some of my trades of the new X-Men series by Chris Kyle and Chris Yost. Those
All
are
right.
really fun, but I'm not reading anything past that really.
Newborn is the other one. Anybody read this?
I dropped off it.
Skip it. It's lame.
When Skip says skip it,
Somebody clip that. So I have his voice. It's a skip.
I think
it. It's lame.
Zdarsky's putting too much. Like he's doing that thing that so many other writers, once their name get known, they
The cover
start
screams
writing
like
too many books.
it looks like he's trying to ride the criminal, train that Brubaker's doing.
Well,
Just
he
based on
is
the cover.
because Sean Phillips of Criminal, his son Jacob Phillips is the artist of New Bern. Chip Zdarsky and Ed Brubaker are really close friends as well, so they're definitely tapping into some of that. Like when Ed Brubaker does his newsletter, like he was hyping New Bern because him, Sean, and Jacob colors Criminal now since I guess they kicked Liz Breitweiser to the curb.
It looks
So,
Sue
there's
Lee is
there's
also
a
doing art on
connection
this.
there.
Yeah, Sue Lee is
Yeah,
doing art.
but Jacob's art in that Texas Blood is really, really good. But his art and even the covers on New Bern are like, you can tell he's rushing them and going faster. It's not the same inspired work.
It feels like he's trying to copy his dad, is in the style department.
Yeah, definitely. And when you see him do it in that Texas Blood, it looks good, and it looks like, okay, you obviously are from the bloodline of Sean Phillips, but you got a little bit of your own style, and even his
Right.
paintings
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
him,
saying.
but in
Like,
New Bern, it's bad.
In
The
that
cover
Texas
doesn't look
Blood,
bad.
it
It
feels
looks-
like it's more his own style. Here, it feels like try to make it look more like Criminal, and it's like
Right. Yeah, almost like Chip is telling him that. Like, hey, yeah, like make it look more like your dad's covers and your dad's art. But then it just looks like someone trying to copy Sean Phillips
I'll wear
instead
my
of
granddad's
this is Sean
clothes.
Phillips' son, you know?
nobody
That
sings
Macklemore
that
song.
song. Nobody sings that song anymore, Venkman.
The Macklemore song Thrift Shop.
how many
Thrift
books
Shop
does
came and
Zdarsky have right now? Like 5.
He's got a lot, and he hasn't even started his Batman books yet. Seriously,
Right. Yeah.
That's next week. I think.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks now.
They're doing the same
Batman
thing. They
versus
did it.
Robin?
They did this to Tynan.
Mm-hmm.
Then they did it to Josh Williamson,
Mm-hmm.
and now Zdarsky. Like every time you see it, if you're a talented writer, you just can't write this many books.
Yeah,
You will
you're
start
spending a
pulling
lot
it
of
in.
plates.
So this is coming out public domain. That's his other book I was going to talk about.
Yeah, that's a superhero
Yeah.
book, isn't it, or something like that?
Yeah, more importantly, you can't write this many books when you're trying to do all of these, long arcs and stories. I mean, there was a reason, why, if you want to say Stanley, I'm trying to think of some of the other, writers that used to bang out, like 5, 6, or 7 books, is because basically they were just always single issue contained stories.
Mm-hmm.
They
Well,
weren't.
his Daredevil was fine. I mean, until it got until they rebooted it. So for 36 issues, Zdarsky was churning out consistent quality.
Yeah.
But he was only doing like 1 or 2 books at the time, and now all of a sudden he's doing like 5, 6 different books, and you can see. And the thing is, these deadlines, they come like every month. Your stuff's due, whether you have a good idea or not, and it eventually catches up to you, and you can just see it every single time, no matter how good of a writer. Because I was a fan of James Tynion, I was a big proponent of James Tynion, and as soon as he started taking more than 2 books, you immediately saw his quality dip.
Whoa.
Josh Williamson, I was a big pusher of him when he was just doing Flash and
Robin.
No, before Robin, who was just doing Flash and his indie book, which I'm drawing a blank on right now, Birthright. Like, he was doing solid. He was I thought one of the best writers at the time. And then he started doing like 5 or 6 books at DC because DC kicked everyone to the curb, at least all their talent. And they were like, "Hey, Josh, you busy? we need more Batman books." Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah. So I was with Tinian too, and then he brought out Miracle Molly, and he just said I'm just done with writing. So
No, and boy, I thought crossover was self-indulgent. Oh, good lord, this looks awful.
So
I've
Sid
liked what
Dallas-
I've seen of public domain. Actually, if you,
Yeah.
I don't know if you read the premise, but if you read
Yeah.
the premise, it's pretty like it's right up our
So,
alley. Quote unquote. I would
Well,
say.
I'm reading the tagline here, and
Yep.
you know, it sounds like this is just an opportunity for Chip to be self-indulgent about how great he is and how great.
Yeah, it says I explores a wild alternative world where comic book creators aren't properly acknowledged or compensated for their creations. Crazy, I know.
Well,
That sounds like
that's
the story
actually
of Jack
part-
Kirby.
That's part
Yeah.
and parcel of Chip's humor. He if you've ever seen him talk about things, or he's always been that way.
He's a joker.
He just has, that's just sort of his personality. He's got kind of a weird, I don't know if it's true narcissism or it's just,
He's edgy.
Well,
yeah, like he's trying to be edgy.
you know what this reminds
He's
you of?
super self-deprecating too, though.
That's true too. Yeah.
This could be like a PG version of The Boys, but with the writers.
Maybe. I just know the dude's talented, so.
I've seen pages of it. It's like I'm trying to say something without giving it away. I mean, you know what? Honestly, it is like if you don't read into it, it is exactly what it says there. If you don't read into it, and I don't want to say it's not self-indulgent because the parts that I read, like part of him is in it. Like you could hear through the character, you know, the frustrations of the creator not feeling fully respected. But I don't feel like that's just his story though. Like that, we know that's the story of so many creators. And like I said, King Kirby is one of the biggest ones. So I really feel him channeling all of those creators, and especially like you with the temperature of like all the comic book movies making so much money, and creators, you know, like are still, you know, they're rationing up what's left because people are buying less and less comics. It really is more true to that. I wasn't interested in it, especially the art style. You know, it's Chip doing his own art. So I don't really love his art style. But when I read the pages that he posted and the various Substack things that he put out there, I was like, you know what, this is really compelling. It actually had me legit thinking about backing his Substack just to read the book, because the pages were like, the scenes were really good, great tension, and like it felt like real people having a conversation. It was good.
He's a talented writer, but man, if he's drawing this too, where is he finding the time to do all this?
Maybe
Daredevil's on hiatus right now.
That's true. Daredevil has been on hiatus for a month or two.
Yeah,
I
but
want
he's
to point
got
out when
like
Marnius
2 Batman books. He's got at least 3 independent books that he's writing.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
true.
at least
you don't know how far he is ahead on those other issues. You're just waiting for them to be released. You know, they could be already caught up already.
Yeah, you might make sense. Yeah,
it's still a lot.
Yeah.
So I want to comment on Marnia saying, she's saying public domain, almost the same idea as crossover. I never read crossover, but crossover was kind of like a other writer.
I don't see the similarity. I don't. If someone can point out why they think it's the same.
Well, that's what Marnia was saying.
No, she's not the only one to say that though. Someone else said it was like crossover.
I've read both, and I don't see the similarities from reading.
Well, I mean, the only similarity would just be, you know, a writer basically making the book about himself.
That would be his, and that's pretty thin. But I would say that'd be the most likely culprit.
Yeah.
So how big was Sex Criminals? That they're really honking this. Was this a very popular book?
Yeah, Sex Criminals was really popular.
When I first
it was pretty good too.
when I first got into comics, that would be, I used to watch, like, there was a podcast, somebody on G4 would do these comic reviews, and it would get brought up from time to time. I never read it because I was a good little Christian conservative boy who, if I brought something home with sex on it, would have burst into flames as soon as it crossed my parents' threshold. But I've heard a lot of Skip Slack. but no, I have heard a lot of people have said some really good things. I think that was probably like Chip's first big book, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was popular for a hot minute, and part of the popularity was, ooh, it's edgy, ooh, it's doing and getting into taboo subjects that you can't do, and is people going to have to put this in plastic so people can't read it in the stores, kind of thing. And, it was fine. I think I read the first arc of it, but I know I didn't keep up with it, so I maybe read like 5 or 6.
Finally got around.
Funny.
Okay, I was going to read some of these comments real quickly. Then I'll get to these.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just funny. Chip Zdarsky wrote like a Star-Lord series for Marvel for a minute, and doggone it, you couldn't have written it as good as you're writing Daredevil or any of these books, Chip. Come on, man.
Well, he didn't used to be that good.
Get my boy
before Daredevil.
Yeah.
Before Daredevil, Chip kind of sucked. Like
Yeah.
that was the thing about it. It was like he just sort of like something clicked. You can almost like if you look at his history of writing. Right around the time that he started Daredevil, it's like he became a night and day writer, and then he wrote Spider-Man life story, and it was just like, oh my god, this is the same guy that used to write Spectacular Spider-Man. Like it'd be like if you read a book that was as like I don't know, like a Dark Knight Returns, and you go, this is Tom King. Like what? You'd just be like.
Yeah,
so it was a night and day change.
Yeah. It was those Marvel 2-in-1s that kind of he started.
Oh, that was
That's
it.
Right.
Yeah,
2-in-1. Yeah. That's right.
That was right before Daredevil. He did those.
Yeah.
There's 2 comments I want to read off this because it's pretty much what I'm thinking right now when I'm looking at this. This person, the Bandwagon Fan Pod, says, finally got around to reading this, and I thought it was the first issue was fantastic. It's pretty clear what message Zdarsky is trying to send, and I think he nailed it perfectly. This one is going to make a lot of people uncomfortable in the best way possible. Now, that's one opinion. The other one says, from this lethargilistic, interesting name. Definitely going to be checking this out because I'm a big on copyright law and the public domain, but I expect it to be bad. Maybe so bad it's good. After something enters the public domain, it belongs to all of us. Copying is how culture grows, and the copyright law is intended to provide works to be copied for free after a certain time. So this is really about the public domain predicting the rest here, but
I don't think it's going to have anything to do with the public domain.
We go.
Yeah, the public domain wasn't talked about very much in the pages.
Yeah. Okay. So this is if this is really about the public domain. Predict this comic is going either 2 ways. It might be about the kids condemning the public domain, us, for the sake of the authorship and legacy. An example, residuals from something they did not make, or it might be a story about explaining that the resonance of the idea in culture is more important than whatever his kids are going on about. Or the title might be an odd bait and switch, and all have almost nothing to do with the public domain. The comic could actually be just about a comic creators being screwed over by media corporations reversing judgment.
Yes. That's mostly what it's about, and a little bit about what it said about, like it does talk about how the impact of what the creators create is so much more important, but it also juxtaposes that, or I don't want to say juxtaposes that, but it combines that with their lack of compensation. The cover is actually really good because the cover person is the main character of the story, but they've got, like a cowl type thing going over their face, and then you got all these people reaching in trying to kind of pull it apart and get their own piece of it, and that represents like the corporations who end up owning the IP and how they end up getting more say and control over it because of the contracts and what's negotiated, more so than the people that actually conceive the idea and perpetuate it, so that way it has any relevance culturally at all. So it's actually a really good cover based off of like what the story kind of mainly tracks after.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's kind of what I got from that. Just looking at the cover, like everybody wants a piece of that, and basically tell them what they can do with this character and what they want to do with the character. Or like,
Well,
now,
it brings to mind to me. It brings to mind like that whole. Remember, it was like a big story. I think it was like last year where Ed Brubaker was talking about like how he doesn't get royalties for Winter Soldier. He like barely got invited to the. That's what I see. Like when I look at this, it's like okay, Disney gets a hand in, Kevin Feige gets a hand in, and then
Yep.
Ed Brubaker and them don't get any piece of
Twin.
the pie. Yeah.
You are hitting the nail on the head. Like my favorite scene that I read from the pages that he was putting out was it was this guy who was a journalist, and he was disguising himself as a journalist, but playing it down that he was actually a writer, and he was interviewing one of the people that was the lead actor for like one of these superhero movies. And as they're talking and they're having dialogue, the lead actor is downplaying the importance of the source material of the comics. So the journalist guy / writer guy starts getting pissed, and it keeps going and keeps going, and eventually the guy kind of plays the whole thing of like, well, if my face ain't on it, then it don't really mean shit anyway. And the writer guy gets up and just decks him, and the publicist is like, hold on, what the hell? And has to separate him. And that was kind of like the whole idea behind the scene.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about anything that really goes to like Marvel, DC, as far as live action, or even now, is just the writer, the guy who created the original characters, to see what happened. Look at the guy who created Tim Drake. He saw his reaction. When they made Tim gay, he's like, Tim was never gay. Even in the character that he created too, what's his name? I can't remember what his name was anymore. I want to say Bruno, but I know that's not right.
Bernard.
Said like
RDV.
Bullshit.
None of the characters created more than 10 years ago were gay.
Iceman apparently was.
Except maybe North Star.
North Star.
He's now straight now. He's doing the opposite.
No, they're not going to do that. They ain't going to do that.
Yeah, I got to break in. We've been going for 3 hours, so I got to tap out. I'm fading here, so.
Later, okay.
Keep going, guys.
Later, okay. Hey, Breen's alive. Breen lives. I think we just probably like tranquilized him with all of our anime and manga talk.
Yeah, he was watching the basketball game.
So now that we're talking about like Western books again, he's like, oh, I'm awake.
We're talking about new books. Breen doesn't talk about new books. See, that's the thing.
True too. That's true
Breen
too.
heard we were talking about Chip Zdarsky, and he came running.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's it.
Let's see here.
He's a big Sex Criminals fan.
About comic books is what Undead is saying. I mean, I could see that, but been reading a bunch of back issues, said Breen. Yeah.
Nice. Better to read them than have them, like in your back. Oh yeah, Miranda makes a good point. Hulkling and Wiccan were a gay couple, actually even before Civil War. So yeah.
I'll change my own freaking name.
No, I'm talking about Miranda when they were created. They weren't created gay. They weren't. The gayness was added later.
Were they not created gay, Hulkling and Wiccan? I thought they were.
Wiccan wasn't gay.
Wiccan wasn't. I can't speak for. I don't even know really who Hulkling is.
Hulkling is the green guy that he's.
I know. I mean, I know. I can identify a picture of him, but
yeah,
he's never my era of. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
So the book I've been praising up and down, this is probably the only DC book you should be buying. It's been consistently great since Rebirth.
Which one?
Flash.
Nice.
So
I
have to say I consistently hear positive things about Flash. Like I don't hear anyone saying this is a bad book.
Yeah. Jeremy Adams is just he's a really cool guy too. I've heard him on some interviews. He's a really big DC fan. Like he loves the characters that he writes. And yeah, like RDV says, it's just consistently good.
I mean, think what you will about what Mark Waid's done outside of the business industry, about what a jerk is. Mark Waid was writing Wally West when this is during like the early. This is the 90s going into the 2000s, I think it was.
I think so.
Wally was married to Linda Park. They had 2 kids, and so after Joshua Williamson stepped down, because he brought back Wally because Harold Crisis, just messed up Wally, and Joshua Williamson, to his credit, retconned that crap by Tom King, and so Wally's back, so that now it's back to being Flash and Kid Flash with Wallace, and he calls Wallace Ace in this, and instead of kind of calling him, it's like a little nickname he's getting to it. It's kind of grown into it too, because Wallace there's even a joke in one of these later issues. He says it's like, Wallace, you think you're notable on things, but you're wrong. So that's why he calls him Ace. As a little dig. But Wally is back to he brought Wally what's his name? Jeremy Adams brought back Wally's kids and his wife. Now, he's back with a happy family again, back to being the Flash family.
Yeah, Jay and Irie and
it's great.
Family,
and Buddy Baker's daughter was in this. Animal Man's daughter's in this too. Is friends with Irie. It has just been one thing after another, and it's like I said, it's just, you can tell it's written by someone who actually has kids and loves kids and understands the character. Jeremy Adams has 2 little girls, and he bases because how kids are, how they they either they get along or they don't get along, or and then they try to sneak and do things. He puts that into his book with the kids, and Wally is just being Wally. He's the same, I'd say almost the same happy kind of Wally he was in the Mark Waid and the Mike Baron run. So you get that authentic feeling of actually getting like a callback to post-crisis DC with Flash. And like I said, Jeremy Adams also has been brought up multiple times. Every interview he's done, he was even on Robert Willing's channel, not even a month or 2 ago. And he's just a happy guy. He loves the character, and he just wants to make the readers happy. That's all he cares about.
So what's going on with the actual Flash, Barry Allen?
He's lost in the multiverse somewhere.
Oh, God.
They bumped him off. They bring Wally in.
If you read Infinite Frontier, that's where you'll find where he's actually stuck.
Thank you.
There's actually, I think it's issue
Justice
5.
I tried that.
He's
wanted
being
to shoot my brains out.
It's like he's stuck in his own universe, but it's should anyone outside of that universe attempt to sort of like try to get him out, it's going to cause some ripples. So
Unfortunately,
it plays the role of basically a Dark Crisis safe space. It's the only way I can deliver it.
So unfortunately, in order to deliver a Flash book that is pleasing to some fans, they had to do something bad for other fans.
Well,
because
basically like it was back then. Barry was dead. It was Jeff Johns who brought him back.
Yeah, but Barry's been back for quite a few years now. It's not like this.
No, he hasn't. Before New 52, he wasn't written well. He wasn't. I didn't care for the Flash stories. Rebirth was a reset where they actually had Barry written more.
No, you didn't care for the Flash stories, but most people liked Jeff Johns' Rebirth.
Yeah, Jeff Johns is hits it out of the park, in my opinion.
But a lot of people probably more than Barry, though.
Well,
I do too. But Jeff Johns still did a good job.
But what I'm trying to identify is, in order to give you a win, they had to give other fans a loss.
Like I said, they never should have brought him back in the first place.
Well, now
fair enough, but when you have him back for 10 years, it's not like you should just swipe him under the carpet again, because now you've got fans who are invested. Like when I got into DC, Barry Allen was the Flash.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I respect that Wally West's place. I don't like what happened to Wally West, and I agree that they shouldn't have brought Barry Allen. It was problematic, but when I got into Rebirth, Barry Allen had been the Flash for years already, and then you go through the whole Rebirth line, which is what made me a big fan of DC, and then they swap it over. Is this a problem DC needs to address? And I don't feel like they're doing a good job.
It's not the first time. I mean, they did this. I mean, it's like with Wonder Girl. It's like, yeah, they brought in this brand new Yara Flor character, but never mind the fact that you've already had Donna Troy just sitting right there. It's like DC does this thing where they neglect characters with the name already.
Jordan got by Cal Rayner, got by Guy Gardner. times Hal's been moved over.
Yeah.
So this isn't
well, Hal's starting to get his he's starting to come back into the limelight now.
FYI though, this is one of the reasons.
Superman. Oh, what about Midnight and Apollo? Oh, don't worry, we'll just bloody kick them off to the side because we don't give a shit about them.
FYI though, this is the reason I don't like legacy characters, because you keep making legacy characters, you run out of room, because inevitably you're gonna have fans of every character has their fans.
Yeah, that's true.
So you keep making new Flash characters. What are you going to do? You're going to have 15 Flash books?
Well, no. What you do, you take all those legacy characters and you put them all on a team, and that way you have them all coming out in their one book. That's what the Justice Society is. The Justice Society is almost all legacy characters.
That was like the worst thing about DC Rebirth was that they had made Batman the Bat Family.
Yeah.
And no one liked it.
There was no Justice Society with Rebirth. If they did,
every book is going to become that. It's like the Super Family, the Bat Family, the Flash Family.
They did that. They did that because of the CW, because that's what they were starting to do with the CW shows.
No, I'm just saying, like, look in general. Like, they're just too. Look how many Green Lanterns there are now.
Oh yeah, there's like what, 8 human Green Lanterns?
This is ridiculous. Like, but you keep making more, but you can't get rid of the old ones.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is why Flash worked, because they actually had Barry dead. He stayed dead for 15 years. So the legacy worked because Barry was dead. Legacy doesn't work if you can't commit to the bit and keep your character dead.
Yeah.
Because then you end up having too many. And this is one of the problems like X-Men has, because you want to talk about a family that's overgrown. There's millions of freaking mutants. They just keep popping new mutants all the freaking time. And it's like, you can't get rid of them. And now you got to have like 14 titles and you still can't cover all the characters.
That's true. That's true.
Get triggered.
No, Eric's got to educate me. I said something wrong. I don't know what I said wrong, but it's probably a lot of things.
I can have my cake and eat my ice cream.
Don't say that. You make me want cake. Doggone it, Binkman. I don't want cake.
I want some of that Coca-Cola cake you were telling us about yesterday.
Dude, I was this close to taking off and going to my in-laws today and trying to steal some. I was this close. That was some good cake.
But right now, I say if you want Barry Allen, you can go read Barry Allen. So there's a lot of back issues. Support you.
That's such a bad cop out.
I know.
I think if somebody told me, "Oh, you want a JSA book? Go read Jeff John's Batman." I'm like, pimp slap. Somebody tells me that. I'll do it too. I'll go read
yes.
Kick. Oh, I thought you said kick Richmond.
And like, what? You're not wrong.
Ideally, what the best thing they probably could have done, I just don't have faith that they could have pulled it off, but just in a perfect world, they could have done like a new event. Like, I guess Rebirth kind of set this up, right? When they had to rescue Wally from the Speed Force. If they could have written some sort of epic story where basically Barry has to sacrifice himself to save Wally, and he does it, and it's like, look, I should have been dead, referencing the original Crisis on Infinite Earths. Like, I should be dead. I shouldn't be here. This isn't my time. Yeah. And he has some sort of heroic moment where he sacrifices himself so that Wally can continue on.
The problem,
and that would have given another heroic moment for Barry Allen fans to be like, oh yeah, this is, he went out like a champ, and also for Wally to carry that torch that he was legitimately given back in the 80s. Like,
the problem is they never tried to introduce Wallace. That was a whole virtue woke, trash thing. Character.
Well, Wallace makes sense because Wally was no longer.
That's what I mean. Never should have had that where they erased Wally from the timeline and to have bringing in a young black kid as the new Kid Flash. It has the names of Wallace. A lot of people were upset about that, just as if they're upset with everything they're doing with the movies, race swapping.
Yeah. I don't care about necessarily Wally's race. He's a new character, and DC loves to make new characters based on the 7.
Wally, and giving us a cop-out who was an unlikable character when he first introduced him.
Well, that's just bad character. But my point is DC has their 7, right, that they mold characters. So if you look at like Teen Titans, they were just a young version of Wonder Woman, a young version of Batman.
Yeah,
young version. They always have a young Flash, and it's just they can't ever make original characters. They just keep copying the 7 over and over and over and over. So so if there's a Flash, there's going to be a Kid Flash. As long as there's a Batman, there's going to be a Robin.
They did it for they did it just like you have two different versions if you want to read. So if you want to read Wally West's adventure, you can read his, or you want to read Barry's, you can read that. You would alternative being forced
but Wally West wasn't Kid Flash anymore. He was the Flash.
Yes.
He had been the Flash for an entire generation. Grew up with him as the Flash.
Bring him back. He should have
So
stayed.
they needed a Kid Flash.
You know,
personally, I just use Impulse, but
Impulse is forgotten.
No, he's not. Young Justice has a new book coming out tomorrow.
Is he in Bendis?
Well, he was in the Bendis Young
See,
Justice.
Forgotten.
He's in the Dark Crisis Young Justice tie-in tomorrow.
It's not Young Justice.
What they do is they just keep creating new teams, though, right?
Yeah.
So now we have a Young Justice. Teen Titans Academy. So we can have the Titans, and then we can have Young Titans, and then we can have Young Justice, and we can just keep just like a Xerox machine, just keep pumping out here's new clones of our characters. And
I'll just say this:
Teen Titans Academy was
no matter what book they write, there's gonna be someone who's not gonna be happy with the comic book, and that's their choice not to be happy. It's called you find a different book then. That's the way comics are supposed to be. They can't please everyone. I read the Wally stuff. The Barry Silver Age didn't care for. You know,
I like the Jay Garrick stuff where he ran around and pants people.
People enjoy that.
Literally, that's all he does. You want to catch a bad guy? Pull his pants down. He can't go anywhere.
He's not wrong.
He's like, don't go anywhere. He leaves up on top of a water tower, just in his boxers with Peter shirt.
That's pretty great.
Like I said, I like the fact that too many legacies characters does run into problems. Yes. But if you just have Flash and Kid Flash, eventually, if you want to have Kid Flash take over while Barry's gone, and then, you could have, there's Keystone and Central City. You don't need a Flash for both. You could have a Flash in either one if you want to. And, they could be separate. You don't have to, it's like it said, right now there's two Batman. There's Batman New York. Then there's the other Batman. Like, not everything.
Right, but that's the thing is like people are happy as long as their favorite legacy characters get love and attention. But there's always going to be the ones who don't, and you can only make so many books. Yeah. And if you don't think about that ahead of time, and you go, well, look, we've got 500 characters, and we can only make 50 books. There's going to be 450 fans, books worth of fans that are upset because they're like, you forgot about my favorite character, and it's like, well. That's because you made too many. And we all need to recognize that, pare it down, make some sacrifices for the greater good of the fictional universe as a whole.
Because they killed off
prune the tree.
Yes, prune the tree. Hashtag prune the tree.
That's my new hashtag.
Justice dead until December.
Wait, what's that?
I said they did. They pruned it off the majority. So the Justice League's dead until December. Here's your time to shine.
They're not even dead. You know how okay, Joshua Williamson, I like your writing, bro, but they're not even dead. Apparently now, when they die in that Justice League issue, they go off to their own little separate universes.
Yeah,
they're not dead. They're just in different universes.
Wasn't that the case in the early Justice League books?
I don't know.
You're sent to different worlds.
I don't know.
Like Aquaman and I think it was Aquaman and Green Arrow or something like that. They were on their own. They were on their own. The little world.
What's next? Are they going to call back Jay Garrick?
Well, now Williamson has also said that the JSA will play a role in this whole Dark Crisis story. So who knows? I think Jay Garrick is going to start showing up in the Flash here in the next few
speaking
months.
of bringing back characters, I just discovered something today that made me scratch my head. Did this not happen right around the time Josh Williamson started that Robin series? Wasn't there a thing where they destroyed the Lazarus Pit and decided we're not going to do any more resing of the Lazarus Pit anymore?
I don't know if that was. I don't remember reading that before he started Robin.
No. The Lazarus Pit is basically stopped being. Is basically not being used anymore because when it's sort of like being used by Ra's al Ghul, or however you want to bloody say it. Of course. it's starting to have a consequence on the body. And
Well, it
this
always
is where-
did,
yeah.
except when
is
writers
true.
forgot about it. They
Yes,
were like, it's too
that's the thing.
inconvenient.
They did forget about it.
Yeah.
And
No, I'm
in
just
this
curious because I
latest-
just saw that they Lazarus pitted Deathstroke.
Yep.
yes.
He
And
got
I'm like,
and he
wait a
got
second.
regenerated, and his eye didn't grow back.
Yes,
so,
thank you. That's exactly where I was going with this.
Like that should
Why
be
is
the
his eye
first thing
so
you
dark?
notice.
It's
It's like if Wolverine gets burned up and then regenerates, but he's like missing an ear.
No, that's
like,
what it reminds me of. Is
Yeah,
like in
yeah.
the X-Men when they resurrect people, and it's like, oh, you resurrected Wolverine. How come he's got adamantium? Like,
Well,
he's not born with
Oh!
that.
Can you imagine
Oh,
like-
Jonathan,
if Deathstroke comes back to the eye? He's like, dang it. Ugh.
my
Go
Did
back.
Jonathan-
Lazarus Pit can bring people back to life. It just can't regenerate an eye.
does Hickman cover that in House of X or Powers of X? Like if Wolverine dies and is regenerated into eggs, like do they give him adamantium again?
No, Hickman never got that far.
Oh,
Why?
okay.
But now these things are happening because enough characters are getting resurrected, and it's getting, and you feel like these writers that are taking over don't really understand. I'm sure Hickman had maps upon maps. You probably go down into his basement, and it looks like, like in the movies when you see the detective trying to track the serial killer, and he's got the lines and he's got it all. Hickman, the way he plots things out, I'm sure he has an answer for everything. But
I'm really curious now if he had an answer for that.
When Wolverine dies in a comic book, why should I care? Because I'm not around to see it. I don't care about the Wolverines. They're like trees falling in the woods. No, I don't care about Wolverine dying and coming back. He's done it too many times. At this point, it's like, oh, all right.
Did it once or twice.
He's been like ripped. Wasn't he ripped in half? By
He
the
had
Hulk?
the adam. Well, that was the Ultimate Wolverine. That was the Ultimate Universe.
I think Wolverine's only died once. They did that stupid death. Of
yeah,
Wolverine
they did the whole
thing.
death of Wolverine. Wasn't there the story where like they all died in Australia and Kitty Pryde went off to join Excalibur with Nightcrawler after that?
Yeah, but they didn't actually die. They went through the Siege Perilous, but to
Oh,
the
okay.
world, they were dead.
Gotcha. Okay.
What are you trying to say? If you go to Australia, you're gonna die?
Well,
Yes. Have you seen the animals over there? To heal them.
Have
I'm
you seen
sorry.
the government over there?
I mean, no disrespect. No disrespect, but y'all
Actually,
have spiders there. They're the size of my dog.
No, I heard a rumor during COVID that even the animals were in lockdowns. They couldn't leave their house.
What happens if one gets in your house, like a snake or something?
Oh, don't worry. COVID's worse than a snake
Of
bite.
course, they called a snake handler.
Well, if you're Aussie, you're probably born and bred to like take care of that stuff.
Are you
Like it's no big deal.
They're born like Jack Hanna or what the guy's name is. The guy has the
Yeah.
I got a Bowie for a rattle.
That Jack Hanna? That's a really
I don't
bad Jack Hanna.
He likes animals, and whoever the other guy is, the guy did
Steve Irwin?
No, we're not talking about Steve Irwin. He's dead.
I know.
Wow.
So I wanted to make
Cold-blooded.
sure. Yeah, I know.
Steve Irwin
Jeez.
can't go by stingrays.
Ben, I'm starting to see a theme with RDV not caring about people being dead.
I know, right?
I don't care if he's dead. He's dead.
Ash, when
Paul Hogan? Oh yeah, he was Crocodile Dundee, wasn't he? Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan, yeah, that's right.
Randy's got it.
I didn't want to say Hulk Hogan.
You know, brother, I'm gonna bust in through your window. I'm gonna grab that snake and I'm gonna throw him at that sticky, smelly giant, or something.
Let me
like
tell you
that.
something, Mean Gene. And I was like,
I still think it's funny that like the most popular, most influential wrestler in the history of
That
the
hurt.
thing was been not recognized by the Hall of Fame. He's just like
Hogan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been canceled by WWE.
So
I just think it's funny. It's like baseball not recognizing Babe Ruth or something. You're just like,
Yeah.
Well, now the whole thing is now it's like they're like trying to get Trump kicked out of the Hall of Fame
Why is Trump in the Hall of Fame?
because he was on wrestling for a while. He was,
Was he?
dude, yeah, Trump was a boss in the WWE.
yeah.
I didn't know he was in the W. I knew that people
Yeah,
wrote and
fought out
rap songs about him all the time, but
Well,
I
it
know
was,
he was in
it was
WWE.
Vince versus Trump, and Donald Trump was the face, and Vince was the heel, and like Trump was like, "I'm gonna buy out your company." So everybody's
By the
like,
way, all those people that want to cancel Trump from the Hall of Fame, all of them were his fans. previous
Oh,
to
yeah.
2016.
Well, every rapper wanted to be Trump according to their songs.
All those
announced
people
his
loved
candidacy.
him until 2016, and the news told
and
people
his,
to hate him.
Ash, Prince just wants to say, well, actually, Hogan was already in the Hall of Fame when they tried to cancel him.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, he was. I'm just saying
I know.
It's not like Pete Rose. Pete Rose was a good baseball player, but he's not like the face of baseball. Hogan is the face of like pro wrestling. Like he took pro wrestling out of
Not anymore. It's
the
now
caves
Roman
and turned it into a super.
Johnson.
There was no such thing as WrestleMania previous to Hogan, right? Like if you were around to see the transformation back then, it just he shot it through the stratosphere.
Let's see here. And did Quinn says, I know DC tried a new Shade the Changing series, so they did Shade the Changing Girl, and that one was awful and forgotten. Paka versus not Kill 'Em is a head scratcher. Well, never character. It's a whole rule. Characters are never dead. So if your character dies, just wait in like a year or two, and they'll come back. It's ridiculous, unless you're Alfred. Thank you, DC. Alfred's
or Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben's been brought back and killed multiple times.
Yeah, but Uncle Ben was never a character that was killed. His death. It's like Batman's parents. His death is like this catalyst. Alfred is legitimate part of the Batman lore. Like he's a necessary character. I still don't understand why DC got rid of him.
Alfred was his moral compass when Bruce gets in the head. Yeah. His own Alfred. He's like, dude, Bruce, you need to calm down. You need to relax. You're not Superman.
Killing Alfred would be the equivalent of Marvel. In fact, even probably more so since Marvel has butchered this so much, would be killing Mary Jane. It's the equivalent of killing Mary Jane previous to One More Day. That's what killing Alfred was.
So let's look at next week.
In my opinion.
Are we looking at tomorrow's comics again?
No, we're going to June 29th.
Ooh, next week.
Hey, speaking of upcoming comics, before we get to, is anyone going to be picking up? It comes out on July 6th. The new book by Liam Sharp. He's got it's called Starhenge.
I have not heard of it.
I've heard of it.
All right, we'll do a look up on it. I was interacting with Liam on Twitter, which, by the way, interact with Liam on Twitter. He's a really nice guy. He's a really good artist, and he's really fun to talk to. And he just cares about comics, and he's got his own book coming out called Starhenge, which he describes as a sci-fi Arthurian legend-esque story.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued. Sci-fi and Arthurian.
Starhenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like
so
Stonehenge? Is that like a play on Stonehenge?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. He
I like that. Okay.
From the Mystic Isles.
Okay.
I don't know which. He might be Scottish, or I don't know.
It almost sounds like a crossover between Stargate and Stonehenge.
But he just was really cool with me on Twitter, and so I promoted it. I posted a thing to try to promote it on Twitter, but I was like, man, you're super cool. I like your art. I love Arthurian stuff, so I'm gonna check it out. It comes out from Image.
Very cool.
So I made a little bigger for people who are watching on their phone and don't want to turn.
That's what she said.
First, when his wife's gone from him for like a whole week, he just gets.
I would say that if she was here.
I know.
And then I would
like
duck.
Bachelor Zach.
I would duck from the shoe. That would be.
Bachelor Zach gets showered and shaved because his wife's not there.
I shaved yesterday. What are you talking about?
Whitey's on the stream right now. He's like, I don't have to worry about anything at all.
I'm not gonna do that.
Lots of stuff. I don't care.
What? Whatever. You got salty Zach earlier, so
probably because he didn't shower. 96.
No, like added. Never mind. Action Comics. So help me out. Has anybody been reading Action Comics? Because I heard Englentine say once that it was really good, but he's not reading it because
yes, I've been reading it.
He doesn't like to wait for the trades.
So the last I saw it was like, oh, they're on Werewolf again versus Mongol again.
Anyone that says, hey, this book's really good, and then they're not reading it, I don't buy it.
Well, Englentine said he wasn't reading it because he doesn't like waiting for the new floppies. He just wants to read it all at once. Like I think it's a case of what Venkman said, writing for the trades. But I've been hearing interesting things, and I also just love it because a few months ago everyone was saying, "Oh, Clark Kent's gonna die." He's not dying. He's coming back to Earth. So,
I thought Mark Perez at first. I was like, "What is Mark Perez doing with Avengers?" That's weird.
This is Jason Aaron. Why?
George Perez, yeah, not Mark Perez.
Yeah, I was about to say, who's Mark Perez?
I don't know.
I don't know why you would mistake that for George Perez, but
yeah, for real.
Russell this binge hate lately.
He just insulted George Perez.
I know. Jeez, dude, why are you insulting George Perez?
Well, this is what I'm saying. If this was George Perez dressed in pink and all this weird stuff,
that doesn't look anything like George Perez's art, though.
No, I didn't see it up close. I had it before. I just clicked on it. So at first I thought it was a Hawaiian shirt with bullets.
No, it's a magic thing.
The
magic soldier. It says so on the thing. Sergeant Sardo, Soldier Supreme of World War II. Read the synopsis.
It's the first I've clicked on.
Soldier Supreme. Do they have like a Supreme for everything?
It's a multiverse thing.
Exactly.
Soldier
Dinosaurs.
This is another. Oh, it's another thing where like Marvel's taking one of their past hits, Avengers Forever. In this case,
there's dinosaurs.
Okay, not everything with dinosaurs means that I get to cheer for it. There's like 12 Land Before Time movies. I've only seen the first 5.
There's multiple Thors. Remember when Jason Aaron did that one book people liked when he did the multiple Thors? Remember?
Yeah, I remember when Ash had a comic book channel and he read it on there.
I remember.
I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Wait, Drunken Iron Fist? What? What the hell? Please don't tell me that's the real going on with Iron Fist. That's his real name, Drunken Iron Fist. He does the drunken.
Isn't that like a style?
Wong Fei Hung. I think that's a real person. That name sounds really familiar. Wong Fei Hung.
Man. Wait, Starbrand is a dinosaur in this?
Yes.
Okay. Good lord.
Jason
Aaron.
Stupid.
Jason Aaron.
Starbrand kid.
I think he just takes darts that. Oh, we just let skip.
Oh, look, Musashi Miyamoto. He is using real characters. Musashi Miyamoto, that's a real character. Samurai of Vengeance. Wang Fei Hung is a legitimate Chinese hero, if I'm not mistaken.
Old Thor.
All-Father Thor, yeah.
Yes. Captain Marvel. Captain
Sergeant Zardos. It just sounds...
Is the Phoenix.
Maya Lopez, Pretender Phoenix.
She's got the hand on her face.
What's Reno Phoenix? There's a...
Oh, hold on. I gotta let the guy in. Hold on a second.
Can we go to a good book that we all want to like compliment, though?
Can we skip to the good part?
Can we? Please?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me have it.
I'm in love with the skipper.
You got it, Twin. You got the reference.
I want to go click on skip. I want to go click the video in, and it says like, "Do you want to edit his name?" I was like, "I can edit."
You don't want to do that. My name is flawless right now.
His name is a winner. In fact, I'm self-confident of my name. I feel like I need to change it now.
Yeah, let me change it to Zelty
to try to keep up with.
So, yeah, this is coming out 2 weeks from now.
Oh wait, that's just regular Avengers. That's not even Avengers Forever. Oh wow.
Everything coming out. Berserk, I'll be getting this.
Berserker, I'm getting.
Berserker.
Well, Detective Comics, surprisingly. Sienna Grace has got a book in the back, which I don't read. I just skip that last half.
It seems like Batman Catwoman has been coming out for like 3 years.
I would agree with that point.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I've not picked it up at all.
Hey, White Knight #4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Digging on that book.
Heck yeah. That's a fun one.
And I don't even like Batman Beyond.
You're reading the Ram V Swamp Thing, weren't you?
Yes, I still am.
Is this season 2 thing still Ram V?
Yep, still him. Mm-hmm. So yeah, same creative team. Nothing changed.
You're still reading it though.
Yeah, it's really good.
Therefore, it's good.
There you go.
Yep.
Reboot it.
Decompressed, but good.
I heard the X-Men Red, the new one, is better than the original.
Well, it's kind of hard to be worse.
Yeah, Tom Taylor wrote the original.
Sure about that?
Have you read X-Men Red?
The original with Tom Taylor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read the first issue and I did. So
I bet you it's got to be better than X-Men Green, though, where the little Bullwinkle girl goes around wanting to kill people.
You know what? X-Men Green is just vile and disgusting, but it's structurally better written.
I want X-Men Blue and Gray.
I mean, X-Men Red is really like. I mean, Gabby Rivera is like, phew, at least I'm not the worst.
But she's got the perfect name for the Gabbies. We can't call it the Cantwells. Venom Lethal. That's what I'm talking about. Venom Lethal Protector. That's the other one by Michelini.
David Michelini. Yeah,
it's been good.
Nice.
I like him. He's back to being a villain.
I like it.
Biting people's heads off.
I didn't like the original Lethal Protector, so I didn't like Venom actually as a lead character until Donny Cates. So regressing him back to Lethal Protector seems like a mistake in my eyes.
Well, it's not regressing. This takes place when Lethal Protector was coming out. Yeah. It's like
okay. Well, then going back to that era.
Yeah.
Current Venom is his son.
Yeah.
Whatever. I marvel.
And it's instantly being written by Al Ewing and Ram V. So
Al Ewing.
There we go.
Talent behind it. I just don't like the editorial direction.
Symbol of truth.
Why does Deadpool not have his own ongoing book right now? Isn't Deadpool supposed to be like one of the A-listers?
I guess so.
There's no one that can write comedy.
I heard this. You know what? I watched Captain Frugal's. He has the top and the bottom as far as like the top 3 books and then the bottom 3 books. He was talking about Spider-Man. I think 2099 was one of the books he mentioned. He said,
"Is that the Steve Orlando book?"
Yeah, he said a book about. He said the very first issue. Oh, there's no Spider-Man in it whatsoever. For like the last 10 seconds, there's Spider-Man.
Oh, but I see Miranya's favorite book though.
Oh, Dr. Aphra, yeah, she likes that.
No,
how is it that Iron Man Hellcat has an annual and they don't have an actual book?
Oh, there's Iron Man book. It's Cantwell.
That's a good guess.
No, it's Iron Man Hellcat. Annual 1.
It takes place during the Cantwell story.
Yeah, but there's not a title called Iron Man Hellcat.
No,
it's not Iron Man Hellcat special one shot. It's annual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Typically, you have to be an ongoing to get an annual.
It should be Enter the Hellcat. Yeah, that's gross.
I just love how they're totally ripping off Bat-Cat with this. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I didn't even put that together.
It's so exactly like what Tom King did with Batman.
The billionaire playboy and then the cat lady.
Totally emasculated by cat villainous girl.
Yeah. God, that makes me ticked off at Chris Cantwell even more now.
All right.
Scorched. Hey.
Scorch is on there. Then we got
Alex
Chewbacca and Andrew McDowell. Or Malcolm.
I don't know anything.
Is that
about
old
that
man
one.
Logan next to Han and Chewbacca?
No, that's Patch.
Oh, from like
that's the eye
Patch
patch.
is Logan.
Yeah, but that's not Old Man Logan though.
Oh, it's a different Patch.
It's a different. Well, no, Old Man Logan was from like what was it? Mark Miller did. It was like an Elseworlds almost type of story. Patch was like
It was a future story because Old Man Logan came into the main continuity.
Yeah. That's it.
It's Deathstroke variant.
One of Logan's aliases is Patch.
Yeah, kind of like how one of Bruce Wayne's matches Malone or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but that sort of. Anyways.
Sorta? Okay. Anyway. Sorry.
Like the joke died, so
I don't know. I don't read Wolverine.
Oh my god! Scroll down. They actually did a book called Iron Cat. Oh Jesus.
Oh yeah, that's Felicia Hardy.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. It's yeah, but the whole premise is they've been talking about this for a while. Is that
click it?
Somebody stole the armor, and it's not Felicia Hardy this time.
Click it.
I did. Calm yourself.
No, it's funny because I've been calling the Iron Man. This is a little bit different, but I've been calling the current Iron Man story
Yeah,
Iron
Batman
Cat because it's like Bat Cat. It's the same thing.
Oh,
sheer armor back in Black Cat 11.
Stupid.
Jet McKay.
So someone steals the Iron Man armor and it becomes something that looks like cat.
No. It was
armor.
Black Cat had originally stole the armor and designed it to make it look like a cat thing.
So when you steal armor, you can redesign it.
If you have open wear and you put your all your
So Felicia Hardy is like
maybe it's
some
nanotech.
genius engineer.
Just like you can get Malwarebytes for free.
Just
So are you saying that Tony Stark uses Windows and she uses Linux?
Do you know what it would take to fabricate Iron Man armor?
Yeah, 20 years ago it would take a lot.
Today it would take a lot. I don't think Elon Musk could do this.
Hey,
this is
I don't
silly.
know. I bet you Elon Musk has an Iron Man suit of armor in his basement right now.
He's
And
taking
he's
it
just-
with him to Mars. He's like,
As-
you guys can't have this.
He's got the space armor, and it's got a nose.
Man,
What is with you in the nose?
The Iron Man nose. That was a perfect armor. Well, with the nose.
I'm sorry. This is
Oh, look at the variants. The little cat one going after the Iron Mouse. Scotty Young.
just.
I do like Scotty Young, but not
And
enough to
look,
buy
she's
that
got
book.
the same color scheme as Ghost Spider.
That is interesting. I'm surprised it's not like a black suit of armor.
'Cause
Well,
she's
that
a
in that
girl.
picture, it is more black with white.
Black,
Yeah.
white, and pink.
Look at little mouse.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what it is.
Rhaegar's right. Felicia Hardy can create her own Iron Man armor, and if you don't believe it, you're a bigot, Ash.
You're a dinosaur.
You're a sexist.
As Chris Evans
Dude,
says.
look at that! Look at that! Look, I'm a Scotty Young fan.
I am too.
I think
yeah.
I think he's a good art. But dude, that's a napkin sketch. How much do you
Kinda.
think Marvel paid him for that cover?
Probably not enough. Don't they notoriously
Not enough.
pay their
He
artists
probably
peanuts?
gets cover rate.
Oh, you
Like,
think so?
right?
Well,
yeah,
maybe.
I'm sure
I
they give him
know-
a cover.
I know that
Maybe-
Marvel pays
Here,
peanuts for
here's-
talent and stuff.
Their covers, they pay cover rates. I mean, I don't know exactly what the cover rates are, but
I don't know either.
I think they're a few grand.
Why does it have hair coming out the helmet? That's
Has long
weird.
nails.
That's really weird.
I don't
with
think
the
that's hair. I think that's like some sort of cloth or something.
Maybe.
It's
Pe-
energy.
It's Peach Momoko. I'm guessing. Is that a Peach Momoko?
Yeah, it's Peach
right there on the
Momoko.
storm. Oh, they're still using the Stormbreakers thing.
Yeah.
How long is she going to be a Stormbreaker?
That's a good question.
That whole
If it-
thing was like up and coming artists.
Oh, Maranya says we're bullying her for keeping this on the screen, so we should probably
Oh,
go
well.
find something else.
Hold on, let me look at this one here. And then they'll get off of that. I just want to look at the other preview. That actually looks decent art.
Yeah, that looks good. I don't
Who's-
get the pink. I don't get the pink
yeah,
It
ribbon.
looks like the Korean guy. I forgot his
Yeah.
name.
Scan is
No,
it
that's a different guy.
Archim?
Okay.
Mm.
No, it's Archim, and then there's another one that's got like 3 words. I can't remember his name. I'd recognize it if I saw it.
All right.
I don't want these $5 books. I don't know why people. Man,
Yeah,
I'm glad
that's
I'm not
way
a Marvel
too
fan.
much. Yeah.
Oh
for
my
real.
god! Finally, team up, Aquaman.
Yeah, boy.
And Black
Hey.
Manta. I heard the Excellent was good.
Aquaman, you go.
Wait, so Arthur Curry's not dead? He's right there.
I see.
God dog it, Dark Crisis.
Yeah, they're crossing spears. Ooh, sexy.
Oh, hey, that's that Thor. Somebody's writing
Maybe that one's
Thor.
the Pride.
Hey,
the
right.
Pride,
You
the
need to-
Pride variant.
you
Yeah.
need to scroll. You need to scroll up. You're skipping the good comics.
These ones. Okay, I'll go.
Right there, Righteous Thirst for Vengeance is still one of the best books on the shelves.
Oh yeah, Righteous Thirst is right next to Aquaman.
Yeah.
That
one
book,
here?
man.
Where corporations, you guys can afford to lose your businesses. You're fine. Don't worry.
And I'll tell you what, man, Righteous Thirst is a book I just encourage people. I enjoy this book so much going month to month. and not binging it, because it's just like this slow burn, like thriller. So it kind of has a similar comparison for people maybe that saw the new Batman film, how it kind of things are unfolding and you're not sure where it's going. If you like that, this is a really cool, and it takes me in directions I just do not expect it to go. And I think if you just binge it, you will not get the same effect, because it's a quick read, because it's not a lot of text. So it's very much a book that you want to pace yourself and appreciate panel to panel and pay attention to what's going on, because there's a lot of detail the artist throws in there. I can't speak highly enough about this book. And yeah, so there you go. Good book.
All right. Get to the better book, Aquaman.
My God.
I mean, it's no Aquaman, but what is?
I mean, finally he achieved peace by making Aquaman gay.
Wasn't he created gay?
But he's not Aquaman, though. That's what it's called, Aquaman. They're both being referred to as Aquaman.
Yeah, but wasn't
Aquaman.
Jackson Hyde already gay though? Like when he was
I'm saying
created?
They took the gay character
Both
and made him Aquaman. And now there's peace.
both there's who's the other
Calder or something, the one from the
yeah.
cartoon. Yeah, Calder.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Jackson Hyde, Calder.
Oh wait, I thought it was two separate characters.
there's
Oh, that's
two.
They're the same person.
Wait, Jackson Hyde and
no.
Calder are the same character?
They are. They're the exact same person.
Hang on.
No, I think
I'm not
Aqualad
sure.
is
Because
Oh no, Aqualad was killed off a long time ago. That was a different kid.
Gar?
But he became
Gar's not dead. He was in Teen Titans
yeah.
Academy.
But this guy, Jackson Hyde, Calder, Young Justice, is the same character as right here. You're looking at the same character.
I was under the impression he was a different character.
I thought there were two different characters.
There only is two Aqualads, and that was Gar, and then this guy.
You know what though? I was wrong. Ash, you and I were wrong. It is the same character. That actually makes me feel a little bit better, because for the longest time I thought DC made two Aquaman sidekicks that were both black and both gay, and I was like,
Right,
just
me too.
copying
I
each
feel a
other's-
little bit better.
Yeah, so that's the Chris Hemsworth cover. Wow, we should have had Chris Hemsworth play Aquaman.
Outrage.
Ron is like, leave this one.
You'll never see that with Mara. I mean, who would want to?
Outrage.
Who
Look
would
at
want
that. Look
to
at that
now,
objectification.
It is Jason Momoa or Momoa. Whatever.
Momoa.
Yeah.
No, that's Chris
No, that's Arthur
Hemsworth.
Curry.
But no, but he's got the tattoos that
That's Chris Hemsworth with marker. Look at the face. That's
they
Chris
like this
Hemsworth.
stuff. They
I have to give the artist credit for doing a really good job
That's
at
good.
blending the blonde-haired Arthur Curry, but making it have the facial characteristics of Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of this hybrid that's a good job.
Those guns, though. I'm sorry, Natalie Portman. You're never going to have guns like that.
Dude, it doesn't matter.
Those
Muscles
arms.
don't actually do anything.
So basically, they whitewashed Jason Momoa.
Whitewash Jason Momoa.
Sure.
Ay.
That's what they're gonna say if anybody says anything about it. But people don't care anymore.
Well, that is true. I guess if there's no one that ever saw an Aquaman comic, they're gonna be like, "What?"
Yeah, the Pride Month variant.
Don't.
How does that work?
Eyes.
How does that work?
Oh my God! What the hell am I looking at?
The worst that Tumblr has to offer.
How does that
What?
work? The fatter you are, don't you float up to the bigger? You just can't.
Buoyancy.
Yes.
You can blow more bubbles.
Tiny bubbles.
The rainbow
What?
fish. That's rainbow trout.
That's
I
not
guess.
rainbow trout. Their tails aren't that long.
He's identifying as this one or she.
Is that a dude?
I think it's a dude.
It looks like it.
He's gay. I mean, Jackson Hyde is gay, so it has to be
I
a
know.
dude.
That's why it made me think it looks like a girl, but I'm like, maybe it's a dude because Jackson Hyde's kind of got.
In this, yeah, because his mom's still alive. So I
He's
figured
like, I'm so into you.
Hang on. Hang on.
why does Mara look so? Oh, look at her eyes.
Oh, look,
What-
that
what
looks
is the
like her
deal with
during the trial.
That's what it looks like.
It's like all angry and no makeup and no Paulo yet, Breen.
Breen's like, Breen, are you trying to cancel our stream here? The one you said
Like
on maybe later.
that's what it sounds. Yeah, he did say that, didn't he?
I did say that.
You know, I remember being a kid growing up and collecting comics, and we did not want to see covers like this. We weren't into
No.
like, oh look, it's a man and a woman looking longingly into each other's eyes. We wanted to see
Just giving the
characters beating up other characters and blowing up things.
Well, you know what I want to see? I want to see a cover that reflects what happens inside the book. It's like
That
you
too.
see, like you see stuff like this.
Well, this
like,
is happening in the book. I mean,
well,
the other cover
maybe,
with
yeah.
the Jackson High is probably happening in the book. Come on.
Yeah, well, that probably is. Yeah.
We talked about this the other day. It's like, I really hope that they're using the bathrooms upstairs. They're not up, no, not in the water because the filtration.
You used that joke the other day. That joke does not need to be repeated again. My ears cannot hear that. I physically cannot hear that joke again. It'll make me gag and repulse.
Like Africa kind of looks like Scott Speedman. You know, that's what it looks like. The eyes are.
The caption of this cover is Arthur saying to Mira, "That was a tasty baby Ruth you left in the bed for me this morning."
Oh God, that's somehow worse.
Or cut your ear off.
That's even worse.
Oh, this is
Zach doesn't like baby Ruth.
No, actually, I don't. But
found it.
just what I know, Baby Ruth is standing in for.
Come on, look. Tell me he's not saying that to her.
Let's see what else there is.
He's probably saying, "I'm sorry, babe. I'm leaving you for Jack Sparrow."
Hey, yeah, it's 15-year-old Draculina.
That's weird. Hey, there's Hit Me.
Black Flamingo by Image.
Is she really 15 years old?
Yeah, she's like the body is like a 14 or 15-year-old kid being possessed by the spirit of the vampiress Draculina. Vampiro
So
sister.
we're looking at a sexualized teenager.
Is Disney behind this book?
No, it's Christopher Priest right behind it. And her.
Okay, next.
Next.
Actually, you look at these 3 books. This is the only good book. These 2 books are not great.
AWA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody complained about like, oh, every character in this book, I don't like him. That's Krista Foss. That's what she does. She writes every character like that. That's just, if you've never read her stories before, I can see why she don't like the book. But I mean, I've actually kind of liked it so far.
You like reading books where you don't like the characters. We talked about this yesterday.
But they alternate. I don't like them all the time. The characters switch. Which ones I like? Kind of like The Walking Dead. Sins of the Black Flamingo. It looks white to me, and there's a. I don't understand
that cover would make me totally skip it.
Yeah, not digging that too much.
Life Zero's been good. That's
Chichetto.
Chichito is a Black Cat side.
Chichetto is doing the art.
Yeah, he's doing the art.
Wow.
And it's what's his name? Let's see. It is Stefano Vietti.
I don't know him, but I do like Chichetto's art.
But it's actually been great. I love the art's been great. This has been kind of a downer. Like I said, like, you know, you get hope, and then you just then something else happens. Very bad, tragic happens. It's like, all right, when's the good? When are they gonna get a win? You know, you're trapped in the world where we're basically like the undead. You know, is pretty much like they're not typical zombies. They're kind of like the crazies. If you remember what the original Crazies where they ran around super fast?
I saw the remake of Crazies.
Basically, the first season of Walking Dead, when the walkers actually were a threat. So, but yeah, it's a group of ragtag survivors. So if you're looking for like zombie stuff and then not your typical what you see right now in the current Walking Dead stuff. What was the other one? There was another series that was kind of like that. We had 5 different people. It's like an anthology story going once. Was it Zero Year? Or something like that. But yeah. What else is there? Let's do. And then we'll just look at this, and then I guess we can If anybody else in the chat wants to talk about something else, you know, we'll if you have anything you want to talk about, we'll do that too as well. I just want to show off the bad book coming out this year. Sonic, is that still going strong?
I've only read the first 12 or so issues. It's all right. It's not offensively bad or anything. It's just kind of there's no character development.
What's
really.
What's that? I just saw it. It's like Ghost something.
Ghost Cage.
Yeah.
Where are you seeing this?
I don't know.
Further
It's
up?
hard to follow what you're doing because you're. I can't tell if you're scrolling
There
up
it
or
is.
down.
There it is. Right next to public domain. Yeah, there it is.
Looks like Venom. Or Sam Doyle and Blair confront Karloff for the fate of
Nick Dragotta.
final issue.
Why is Skip not told me about this?
Oh, I didn't. I thought we talked about it. Yeah, Nick's book. It's the last. It's the last issue. It's only a three issue series, so it's really short. But it's been really good. I've been enjoying it.
Antanism agoric.
Well, I missed it.
Finally-
Are they all
Yeah,
double-sized issues? It looks like it's 48 pages.
Yeah, they're all big ones.
Yeah.
So then it's more like a 6-issue series.
Yeah, more like a 6-issue series, but
yeah.
just and I think that was probably what they negotiated with Image. They probably wanted to do more. Well, I know they wanted to do more. He told me that they wanted to do more, but that's what they got. So they were like, all right, well, you can just make them big. But yeah, it's been really good, and it's kind of manga style, not in the direction that you read, which was a really good point you made earlier. But it's the pages are black and white, but Frank Martin Jr., who colored East of West, he is the one doing the all the tones and the zipatone and stuff on all of the pages, and he colors the covers, so that's why it's got that similar feel.
Huh. Let's see if I can check that out. I totally missed this.
Eric said,
Oh yeah,
when I
you
wake
should
up.
be able to find some copies down there in SoCal. But yeah, definitely, it's been a good ride. It's been interesting. Just kind of, I mean, I don't know, like, and whoever I've never read Caleb's stuff before. I'm gonna go back and read some of it, but I've really been enjoying his scripts. That's been one of the most interesting part. I wasn't interested in how dynamic the story is because we saw Nick do that before, but the script itself, I've been really, really impressed with. So it's been interesting.
All right. I didn't realize we're going for 4 hours. I don't have a clock anywhere near.
I was gonna say something a little while ago.
Maybe
Got
a
into it.
4-hour.
4 hour, you know? We can cancel right away. All right. It looks kind of crazy. Is this a guy just cursed, turned into some kind of monster, or is this alien? Is this like or a spirit haunting people? Looks messed up, man.
No, it's he's an energy source that got created in the midst. Sorry, I was like eating my chicken nuggets. Like, why you bring it back up? And like, so there's this conglomerate that owns, like, that has monopolized energy, and like I forget what triggers it, but some event happens, and they have to send out, like, energy sources keep appearing, but they're personified, and he has to send out this energy source, which is like a prototype, and it can adapt, and it can effectively consume any other energy type of energy source, wind or hydroelectricity, all of that stuff. So right there in that one, I think he had just finished consuming the previous one from the previous episode, and they're trying to find out what kind of effect it's going to have on him because he's a prototype and they don't know.
Yeah, I've just never been a fan of giant eyeballs. Ugh. It's usually when people show like the monster stuff, and like it's always the giant eyeball monster.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a trope. And I mean, this, he's bringing in not only just, part of manga influences is tokusatsu. So, like the Mothras and the King Ghidorahs and the, So he's bringing in those elements too. So that's part of what's fun about it. It's like it's manga style, but then you got the big energy sources clashing, and it very much feels like they're like big monsters, like fighting each other.
So it looks very sci-fi-ish, which is kind of cool. Very indie books.
Definitely is. I'd suggest everybody check it out. It's a fun book. There's definitely like I would say they do a really good job at, we talk about, we go back and forth right on this channel, like, hey, I don't want to be preached at. I don't want to have really any agenda or, or something in my stories. And then, we also kind of come back around to, hey, if you do it, make it part of the story. So that way the agenda is not overbearing the story, but through the good story, we kind of see your worldview on this particular topic, and then we can decide if we like it or not. I would say it's a little more heavy-handed than like whether you like it or not, but it doesn't override the story. It very much serves the story, and that's part of what makes it kind of cool too. He's very creative in the way that he's effectively talking about the different effects that mass consumption of whatever type of resources has on the planet.
Look at that! It's Twiddles variant. Yeah, this is what I'm talking right here. When I see stuff like this, the teeth and the eyeballs, it's in someone's mouth, or whatever that's supposed to be. That was like the
grow up hair.
Grow up hair. One of these? No.
It's supposed to be gross. That's the whole point.
Yes, I'm not into horror. I've never been in horror.
I don't think it's. This doesn't sound like it's horror, at least.
No, but when the gore aspect to it, so then yeah, like what was it, Phantasm, or what was the original movie called?
Phantasm.
I think it was. Yeah, just wasn't into like stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not into that stuff either.
But more power to you, man. You guys get your artwork that looks like that. And what else has he done? Nick Dragotta. He's done a lot.
He did the East of West.
That's
where I grew to appreciate his work. After reading that whole series, I just really kind of fell in love with his work.
He's doing Catch a Max on the Hellfire Gala in July. FF. Okay, no, he did with Hickman. That's why. That's where I recognize his art. See, I read this stuff. This was fun.
Yeah, he did something. He did the FF with Hickman and a few Fantastic Four issues too.
He did it. He created America Chavez. Cool.
He did, yeah. Him and Joe Casey. Joe Casey was more so in the news, but they were in there talking about it, kind of echoing Ed Brubaker's thing. They turned down the $5,000 that gets offered to the creators of the characters.
Wow. Huh. All right. Quickly go through the rest of these.
Guys, I'm gonna have to bow out here. It's about 1:00 over here, and I'm still recovering from last night's late night hangout. But yeah, I gotta go ahead and bow out. But a lot of fun hanging out, talking with y'all, talking comics, manga, all kinds of fun stuff. I will do a quick plug, so I'll take a little bit off of Venkman's plate here. If you are going to be on YouTube tomorrow night around 7 o'clock Central, Venkman and I will be over on the Geeky Puppet Show, talking about our top 5 comics of the week that we're looking forward to. So you might have seen a few of them while we were going through League of Comic Geeks, but we're going to go into detail on our top 5, why we're looking forward to them. So that'll be tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Central. I guess it's 8 o'clock Eastern on the Geeky Puppet Show.
Oh, alrighty,
so,
cool.
Yeah, that way, save you some time there. You don't have
to... Check out Red Heat. 7 p.m. Eastern.
All right, later, twin. Have a good night.
Later, twin. By Ash to Helam. Good talking with y'all.
You won.
Good to see you, Zach.
Venkman, it's been an experience.
Have a good night, Zach.
Bye, guys. Take it easy.
Misto had a question. We're doing this.
Well, on that note, I'm going to have to get going as well, too, because I've got some stuff to do here on this end.
T29,
So,
good to see you.
So definitely good to see you all. Good to catch up with you all. Hopefully get to do it again soon. And take care.
Alrighty.
All right, have a good one.
Favorite crossover stories in recent years? Not team ups, but like individual characters.
Huh.
Ooh. Like current?
Like team ups from like characters interfering, coming over. Like they had. I wouldn't say I would call it a crossover, and like an Invincible.
Wait, not team ups, but that doesn't make sense to me, Miss So.
Yeah, but in
'Cause
individual
usually team ups are individual characters.
Yeah,
like the old Marvel team up books.
Like 2-in-1, or what do you mean? Like I mean,
or 2-in-1, or Brave
because
and the Bold. Like
recently, I just read was reading Invincible. Either it was like in one of their up in the late 70s, early 80s issues numbers, and they had Shane and Rick show up in one of the issues as cops looking at one of the bodies that had been killed, and just questioning what it is, and that was a little cameo. But I mean, like as far as I guess you consider that crossover, right? Not really. It's not a team up though. It's a crossover. I guess.
Isn't a team up? I wish
I
I understood their question better.
Miss So, elaborate. We had to realize we're still going because we're not Angle Team.
Because I wonder, like, the reason why, like, when you say what's the best crossover, in my mind, the first thing I go to, and it's been this way since I read it, was the original Metal.
Like
Devil's my favorite. But it's an event, but it's crossed over most of the DC.
If she's saying what Marnie's saying, I believe Miss Noel means it's an event, possibly like Devil's Reign, or Rhaegar saying she means not team crossovers, and then like I said, well, the crossovers I can think of is when people show up, but they don't do a team up, and that's kind of the whole point of crossover. Is to do a team up thing.
Well, typically crossover refers to two different books, and then they'd like do a story together, and the characters appear, kind of like what's happening with Thor and Hulk right now. They're crossing over in each other. That's a typical definition of a crossover. I'm not sure if that's what she means.
They're not teaming up though. So,
but it's a crossover. That she didn't say team up. She said that that's what a crossover is.
Yeah, she's saying, but it's a crossover, but not a team up. Yeah.
I'll say. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. This is the most current one I can think of. I'll say Levi, Swamp Thing, and Jack Hawksmoor from The Authority and the Swamp Thing book. That's been pretty interesting, especially with their power sets, how they explore it, and how their power sets kind of overlap and help each other in the particular situation that they're in. So yeah, Jack Hawksmoor from The Authority and Levi, Swamp Thing.
Unless Miranda's saying something, unless she means like a story that starts, let's say, an X-Men and ends in a Hulk issue. Like Earth 3 had a whole crossover event.
Man, I'm struggling to think. I'm like,
you haven't read a lot. You'd be going back to the older issues because you've been reading current stuff.
Well, I don't think there's any good stuff I would pull anyway. She says recent years, so I'm going back like 5 years. And just trying to think in the last 5 years, what's the best crossover I read?
And Superman, no, it's actually a comic book.
I mean, geez, you go back to the Rebirth era, Tomasi crossed Superman over with Super Sons.
Yep.
So that was good.
Nice.
I don't know. That feels like a freebie.
Shadow Man and Punk Mamba, says Undead Quinn. That was the last team up.
I didn't read that. I was thinking about the Valiant stuff too, because Valiant was really strong when I got in. And that's about, you can go back 5 years, but I don't remember any crossovers.
Jason Aaron's the Gore the Cut Butcher. All the Thors crossed over.
That wasn't. Man, they don't really do crossovers anymore, apparently, like that I can think of.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure there's a lot that I'm just not remembering right now offhand.
It used to be kind of a common practice, man.
Like, I only know of team ups, and that has been Captain America and Iron Man did a crossover. Again.
Well, yeah, those are team up books, which I think we established that wasn't what she was referring to, but like
our team ups, she says.
Like when another character, like I remember the old Todd McFarlane when Todd McFarlane was on Hulk, and then Wolverine crossed over into Hulk.
Like you said, my favorite team ups right now have been, like you said, has been the Iron Man Captain America crossover. It's been pretty good for team ups. Not really a crossover, but it's like a team up though.
None of the Dynamite characters are crossing over right now.
They are, but they're teaming up together, and some are fighting against each other. So it's always like one side, the other side. But Dynamite never dies. Dynamite lives. That's all 3 volumes right now. It's been great. Tarzan showing up and just teaming up with the John Carter's son, and you have Vampirella, Panther, and Project Superpowers and stuff, and all kind of like merging into like the same universe. Ash was in the second volume, and he hasn't come back for the third one. So it's been kind of like crazy, but that's really a crossover / team up. But it's been the reason I like it. It's so much. It's hilarious. You get Tarzan on a freaking like Gatling gun, just taking down zombies. Because I'm thinking like this is a guy who normally doesn't use guns, but here he is. He's like, move over, kid. Just starts taking him down. It was like, and then just having any crossover with John Carter's and Mars, and they're in Barsoom. Having Tarzan on there, and Tarzan starts speaking to the ape. I was just like, it's just so weird because that's what Tarzan is, and Tarzan I always pictured being like in the 1930s, 1940s. So when you bring him into modern world, it just blows my mind. Yeah.
Sounds pretty fun. Okay, I'm gonna bow out too, y'all. I gotta get some sleep.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Miss So is saying my example would be something like Spawn and Batman, but that was years ago. So that would be for me. Then would be Spider-Man and Batman.
Yeah, there hasn't really been any, to my knowledge, any recent crossovers that are on that level for quite a while. Was Amalgam the last time they did something like that?
Yeah, Invincible. No, my crossover Spider-Man. That's the last one I remember. That was Marvel.
That's true. But
Batman and Turtles by Tynan. Which
that's right.
People were digging that.
Yeah. Good call. Batman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3.
Yep.
That came out like 3 years ago, approximately. James Tynan wrote it, and it was fantastic. Right. Bravo. Chef's Kit. Perfect. That's my pick. That was a great crossover.
All right, so we're going to end it on this note because the guy in California who's like 2 hours behind me wants to go to bed. He's tired.
And this was just like a social experiment. I took like one of those like good night like sleepy gummies, and I've just been fighting my sleep. Like I was up there like sleep eating my chicken nuggets, like dipping the sauce, hoping that it just doesn't fall on my carpet.
That's you put plastic down, so if it does fall, it's safe.
I didn't pre-plan it. I was too sleepy to do it now, but good call. I'll add that to my repertoire.
That's why your grandma always had plastic on the furniture.
So yeah, see, Grams was planning ahead. I'm a young whippersnapper. I'm still taking chances.
I'll never do that because it's like when you're that age, you're like, oh, you're already ready to put the body in the wrapper. That's what you need done.
Jeez, you need to read Ice Cream Man as much as you talk about all these morbid like situations. You're an Ice Cream Man fan and you don't even know it.
bored by it because I already thought of this. He's copying my ideas.
Yeah. So well, you got to start writing them and getting them out first, so I can buy your book, and then we'll prove it.
I just need a good artist. That's all. Give me that. Yeah. So DC Warner Brothers had a crossover. Also, DC had a crossover with Hanna-Barbera. In the past 10 or so years, Flintstones versus
Oh
Alien.
yeah, that wasn't that long ago. Actually, that was like 3 or 4 years ago. Was the Hanna-Barbera crossover?
Yeah. Dynamite and who was the? They're teaming up with the.
That was Super Sons Dynamite.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you like this kind of content, you enjoyed our stream, and you want more, if you want to be notified, click the notification bell. Click all. Click subscribe. Really helps out too, because then you'll get the notification bell too. And if you want to leave money, feel free. Just make sure you check out on Friday night on this channel. We'll be reading issue 4 of Rawhide with Eric Breen in the main role. And there's no pixels. It means I got to take over as a little kid again. That being said, hope you guys had fun. For those who are still here, thank you for showing up and sticking around. Awesome. Ash and Skip jumping on. Awesome. Thank you very much. To Helium, who already left, if you watch this back, thank you for jumping on too. And Zach, who had also jumped on as well. And okay. And to all true believers, have a good night.
Or good morning, wherever you are.
Or a good day. Or a good week. Or a good night sleep. Good night, Skip.
Nice.